This is a wondrous continent, replete with the magic and martial prowess that we often envision today. The inhabitants of this land belong to a myriad of diverse nations and ethnicities. Much like humanity itself, they have woven poignant tales and ancient legends from their humble beginnings to their current evolution. Our narrative unfolds in an era of heroes, a time when champions reign supreme over all. In the southern highlands of this realm, hundreds of tribes reside, cultivating the arid soil across generations, venerating their totems, and leading lives marked by simplicity and tranquility. Conversely, in the Eastern Empire, the Holy See is deemed the abode of the God of Light. Here, the authority of the Pope is equated with that of the king. They hold the belief that the God of Light is the sole deity. Those who do not profess allegiance to him or the Holy See are deemed heretics, necessitating their eradication and the purification of their souls. In this year, Pope Philip incited King Coil of the Yue Empire, King Farai of the Jingzhou Kingdom, and King Bors of the Jiasai Kingdom to jointly dispatch forces, forming the Purification Army to launch a war of purification against the Southern Highlands. The tranquil existence of the Highland tribes was shattered, and throughout this year, the tribes, each fighting alone, were systematically vanquished by the forces of the Holy See. The defeated tribes saw their people enslaved and transported to various nations in the east. In the second year, the purifying army ventured deep into the plateau, encountering staunch resistance. The Holy See issued a new decree. As long as the shamans of each tribe voluntarily journeyed to the headquarters of the sacred See in Angry City to receive baptism, their sins would be absolved, and the Holy See would no longer pursue them. Young Jason, the shaman of the largest tribe on the plateau, and the leader jointly recommended by the remaining tribes, faced a pivotal choice in response to the Holy See's overture. His decision not only determined his own fate, but also influenced the future lives of the entire populace on the plateau. And thus, my tale begins the moment Jason made his choice. Life unfolds in such a manner that one is either subjugated by fate or becomes the subjugator of fate. Jason had grasped this truth many years prior, but on that fateful day, he realized that he had been governed by destiny for far too long, and it was on that day that he resolved to carve his own path. Yet, many years later, he discovered that whether one is victimized or is the victimizer, the choices remain equally futile, and he found himself ensnared in the web of fate. At this moment, standing atop the peak of Mount Amus, gazing into the distance, Jason seemed to glimpse the small village of many years past. Though he was now further removed from those days than from the gods themselves, the innocence and simplicity of those times remained eternally etched in the depths of his being. Impossible to forget. History resembles a spiraling line, and perhaps thousands of years hence, a second or third Jason may arise, yet today, there is undeniably but one Jason. His brilliance shines like the source of the sun, illuminating every corner of the southern plateau. Chapter 1. The resignation of Aya. Gazing upon this land, Jason cherished everything before him. The trees, the flowers, the stones, and even the invisible dust. In Jason's eyes, they were all imbued with life, vessels of pure souls. Through the language of magic, in the realm of the spirit, he communicated with them. It was his unwavering belief that, in moments of peril, these ordinary entities provided him with the utmost assistance, culminating in the illustrious legend of Jason. "Are you truly going?" Aya inquired, observing Jason's silhouette, her tone laced with helplessness and yearning. What manner of person was he? Though Jason stood before her, Aya often felt an insurmountable distance between them, as if he were light years away. Only in her most perilous moments did the godlike Jason reveal his true essence. In that instant, Aya recognized him as a man, one inescapable and indelible in the tapestry of her existence. Jason did not respond to Aya's question. He had contemplated this matter thoroughly. Many years ago, upon receiving the shaman's blessing at the brink of death and becoming the new shaman of the Masu people, the events of today had already been inscribed in fate. He must strive to secure every possible opportunity for the survival of his people. Aya understood that Jason would comprehend her words. In Jason's mind, the most fortunate individuals were those who lived in tranquility on the high plateau. For the sake of this ideal, he would willingly relinquish his own life, risking everything to undergo the papal ordination in Angri. In truth, you need not become a priest to aid the people of the plateau. Do not utter another word. I did not bring you here to hear your objections. I seek the support of my dearest friend." Jason's voice resonated like a tremor from the depths of the earth, making Aya feel as though she were being scrutinized from all directions. This sensation made her acutely aware of the fierce wind at the mountain summit, prompting her to instinctively tighten her cloak. "You have the power to lead your people in severing ties with the papacy and to continue resisting them. You could become the most resplendent deity of the plateau, your radiance outshining even that of the god of light in the southern highlands. Those vile sycophants of the papacy will not spare you. They have lured you to angry as part of a trap. Enough. Perhaps I am deemed more significant than the god of light in their eyes, but I cannot allow my desire to preserve my own glory to subject those who trust me to the torment of war." Jason interrupted Aya's impassioned plead. He would not permit the people of the plateau to endure the ravages of conflict. Once more, he would rather face the judgment of the papacy alone than engage in battle against it. Aya closed her eyes, silently bestowing blessings upon her friend. "Well, since you have made your decision, my words are of no consequence. May the divine bestow their grace upon you, my friend, Jason Dolefield. Whether your body can return to this land or not, your spirit shall soar in this sky." The two remained silent for a considerable time, inhaling deeply. "Tomorrow, I shall journey to the encampment of the papal army and accompany their clerics to Ongli." Jason gazed into the distant heavens, fully aware that Aya spoke the truth. Yet, even knowing it was a trap, he felt compelled to attempt it. The people of the plateau could no longer endure the burden of war. Nearly 1,000,000 souls had dwindled to fewer than 200,000 in the span of a mere year, all due to this conflict. Aya was a princess of a tribe called T. Her father and the tribe's people had been reduced to dust in this war. Only Aya had survived, dispatched to Misu for aid before the Purification Army's assault. On her way to Misu, she encountered a patrol from the Purification Army, and all her guards perished, until Jason arrived just in time to rescue her. She became the sole survivor of the D tribe, remaining in Misu and becoming Jason's dearest friend. Deep down, she harbored no belief that the papal forces would spare the people of the plateau. As Jason's closest companion, she wished to shield him from such perilous danger by venturing alone to Ongli. However, she understood that no matter what she said, Jason's resolve would remain unshaken. "Perhaps you should allow Lao to accompany you tomorrow. It would provide some reassurance." Lao was the most valiant and formidable warrior among the Sioux, his sword having quenched its thirst on the blood of countless Purification Army soldiers. Aya believed that with Lao by his side, Jason would return safely, even though she understood that this was merely her own wishful thinking. Yet, she felt compelled to find solace in a rationale for her emotions. Perhaps he should remain behind. Misu needs him. Should I fail to return, he can assist you and lead Misu to safety through the icy expanse of the far north. Jason's tone was imbued with a profound weariness, akin to a long-standing statue finally breaking its silence, his rigid voice slicing through the air, making Aya feel as though she could perceive the traces left by the shattered winds of that sound. "Let us return for now. They are all awaiting your return." Aya attempted to steer the conversation away from this topic. She had already exhausted herself today, and her dialogue with Jason threatened to bring her to tears. Ever since she had learned of her father's demise, it had been a long time since she had felt such a profound sorrow. This pain was more agonizing than a knife plunged into her heart. Upon reaching the last tribe of the Highlanders, Jason summoned the leaders of all the tribes. Within Jason's abode, they deliberated on the forthcoming decisions. Seated upon a long strip of felt were the leaders of the various tribes, engaged in earnest discussion. "That I disagree with the chief's decision. Those from the ecclesiastical court possess no integrity whatsoever. If accepting their baptism could resolve our plight, would the blood of our numerous warriors on the plateau have been shed in vain?" The speaker was Carlo, a chieftain of a once mighty tribe, now reduced to a mere remnant. Over the course of the past year of conflict, he had lost 2/3 of his populace and all of his lands. That do you possess a superior alternative, Carlo? Or do you believe your warriors can utterly annihilate the Purification Army upon the plateau? Or have you convinced yourself that the people of the ecclesiastical court now tremble in fear of you? Hans was the sole supporter of Jason's expedition to Angry, and the territory they currently inhabited was his domain. It stood as the last bastion for the people of the plateau. Being situated in the deepest recesses of the plateau had spared him thus far, and he wished for his people to avoid the grievous losses suffered by other tribes. What did you say? Carlo rose to his feet, his disdain for Hans palpable. How can such a person be a chieftain? Are the people of the Hatcha tribe blind, or are they all cowardly and selfish? Hans also stood, confronting Carlo Heaton, as several Hatcha guards burst into the room, glancing at Carlo. You shall pay for the words you have spoken. Hans appeared exceedingly enraged these individuals, within his own tribe, dared to disregard his opinions. He would ensure that all who held him in contempt would face consequences. Carlo refrained from further words. We must unite rather than engage in internal strife. I shall venture to angry first should I return unscathed. Only then may you all proceed. Jason calmly interjected, halting Carlo's impulsive urges, observing the guards that had entered, and recognizing they were now on Hatch's territory. Carlo reluctantly turned and bowed to Jason before taking his seat once more. You are the eagle of the Highlands. I shall heed your every command. In his heart, Carlo had cursed Hans' tribe countless times. Had this fellow dared to speak to him in such a manner in the past? Now reduced to this state, Carlo couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. It is settled then. Tomorrow, I shall visit their encampment, await my news, Jason declared, closing his eyes and gesturing for everyone to depart. Luo had just returned from the front lines and hurried to Jason's quarters, utterly bewildered as to why Jason would place his trust in the words of the ecclesiastical troops. Outside Jason's door, he encountered Aya. Luo had no intention of engaging with anyone at the moment. He was eager to see Jason and clarify the unfolding events. Luo, please wait. I have something to discuss with you. It will only take a moment, Aya said. Though her interactions with Luo had been few, she was well aware of the bravest warrior on the plains. Miss Aya, let's converse later. I must see Brother Jason now, Luo replied, halting at the sound of her call. Have you heard? You should be aware of Jason's character. He is unyielding. I implore you to bring him back safely. Masu cannot endure without him. Aya deeply bowed to La, her vision blurred by tears as she spoke that I vow to all the deities above, with my life, to protect Brother Jason. My blood may seep into distant soil, as long as it ensures his safe return to the plateau. La positioned his sword before him, gazing upward towards the heavens. His voice resonated with the unwavering strength of iron striking the earth. I understood that Aya was correct. No matter how much he urged, Jason would not alter his resolve. The only course of action was to do everything in his power to safeguard Jason. Chapter 2. Before departure, Jason gazed upon the seemingly endless array of tents, their white canopies resembling clouds in a clear sky. The enchanting scenery belied the horrific reality that mere moments ago, this land was strewn with lifeless bodies. The blood that once soaked the ground had long since dried, solidifying into a dark stain upon the prairie, while the lingering metallic scent of blood served as a grim reminder that war was ever present. With the specter of new battles looming on the horizon, from among the tents emerged a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, his balding crown glistening in the highland sun, a striking sight indeed. He beamed a warm smile at Jason from afar. Ah, welcome, O Sage of the Highlands. Esteemed Shaman Masusa, Sir Jason. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Diller, a cardinal of the Holy See. You must be Mr. Jason, whose legendary tales I first encountered in Ongley. It is a great pleasure to finally meet you. Diller's smile filled Jason with a sense of relief. Perhaps the Holy See genuinely sought a cessation of hostilities this time. Indeed, I am Shaman Masusa, Jason. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Your Eminence. Jason replied, placing his right hand upon his chest and bowing slightly to Diller. This gesture was a profound mark of respect, for as a shaman, Jason's courtesy to Diller reflected his earnest hope for peace. And who might this be? Diller inquired, casting his gaze toward Lao. In the plans discussed previously, it seemed there was to be only Jason, thus the presence of an additional warrior made him particularly cautious. Jason calmly introduced Lao to Diller, initially reluctant to allow Lao to accompany them. However, he ultimately yielded to the insistence of Aya and Lao. This is Masu's warrior, Lao. He shall be my companion. Oh, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Indeed, you are a legendary figure from the Highlands, and I have heard many tales of your exploits, Diller responded, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned diplomat, effortlessly navigating the intricacies of social interaction. Lao cast a sidelong glance at Diller, unsure whether his deep-seated prejudice against the church clouded his judgment or if Diller was merely playing a part. He found Diller's smile disingenuous, as if concealed behind a facade. Please, step into the tent. We shall depart for Angry this afternoon. His Holiness eagerly anticipates your arrival. Diller gestured for Jason to enter the tent. Weren't we supposed to leave tomorrow? Why the sudden urgency? Jason inquired, perplexed. The original plan had been to spend the night at the military camp before setting off the following day. Does the shaman not desire an early cessation of hostilities? Departing sooner could potentially resolve our issues more swiftly. Diller retorted with a hint of skepticism, prompting Jason to reconsider. Arriving a day earlier and Angry to negotiate with the Holy Pope would spare the people of the Highlands from another day of suffering and war. At that moment, a young girl lifted the tent flap and entered, her presence surprising upon discovering others inside. She nodded towards Jason. Father. The girl began to speak, but was interrupted by her own father. Ah, my little angel has returned. Allow me to introduce. This is Mr. Jason, the shaman of Masusa. And this valiant warrior is Liao. Diller chuckled as he made the introductions, then turned to Jason and said, This is my daughter, Nia. Diller was keen to keep his precious daughter from speaking. If she were to inadvertently reveal her plans without knowing Jason's true identity, it would certainly lead to disaster. Delighted to meet you, Miss Nia. Jason nodded in acknowledgement, while Liao stood resolutely behind him, determined not to show any warmth towards these representatives of the Holy See. In his eyes, no one who emerged from the sacred church could be trusted. Are you truly Jason, the legendary sorcerer of the Highlands? Nia inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she scrutinized Jason. Is this the fabled Highland wizard? He doesn't seem particularly formidable. Nia, such rudeness is unbecoming. Diller chided his daughter, though his tone bore no trace of reproach. Not to worry, I am a shaman, employing magic rather than sorcery, Jason reassured Diller, indicating that he bore no offense, then turned to Nia to clarify. Legend has it you are a wizard, skilled in many dark. Nia, cease this foolishness, Diller interrupted, halting her words. He had noticed Liao's barely concealed anger behind him. This was not the moment to provoke a confrontation. If hostilities were to erupt on the Highlands, it would jeopardize the Pope's plans, and he could not afford such consequences. Please forgive my daughter's rudeness. Do rest here. I shall notify you before our departure in the afternoon. After speaking to Jason, Diller took Nia by the hand and exited, wary of allowing his precious daughter to linger any longer in this place. No mistakes must be made before leaving the plateau. Sit down, Liao. Do you find Diller to be trustworthy? Once Diller departed, Jason pulled a blanket closer, gesturing for Liao to join him. Even now, Jason harbored uncertainties, attempting to divert his anxieties through conversation. Regardless, he had already made his choice. A decision requires but a single act, and the remainder is devoted effort. Jason recalled the words of the old shaman from years past. I believe all those affiliated with the church are untrustworthy. My brother, do not be beguiled by their deceptions. We can still return. Never mind. You should rest until we set out this afternoon, Liao urged, yet Jason interjected, halting her attempts. He deliberately avoided directly questioning Liao about the church's credibility, instead inquiring about Diller as an individual, but Liao wholly disregarded his query. Standing at the entrance of the tent, Jason observed patrols passing before him, their weapons stained with the blood of the plateau's people. Yet, for the sake of those who remain, for the future of the plateau, he felt compelled to submit to them. Are you Jason? An arrogant voice shattered Jason's reverie. As he looked up, he beheld the owner of that voice, a knight clad in armor, the cross insignia upon his chest glinting blindingly in the midday sun. I am Jason, he declared, his tone tranquil. The figure before him struck a chord of familiarity, yet Jason could not recall where they had crossed paths. Upon confirming Jason's identity, the knight exclaimed, So you are the one who murdered my brother. I shall slay you, you wretched fiend. Drawing his sword from his side, he lunged towards Jason. Even before the blade descended, Jason felt the chill of the wind slicing against his face. To his astonishment, the knight exuded an intense aura of combativeness. Reacting swiftly, Jason retreated 2 steps, causing the tent's entrance curtain to fall and obscure their line of sight. Raising his hands, Jason uttered no incantation. Yet the dust in the air responded to the summons of earth magic, coalescing into a wall several inches thick at the threshold of the tent, effectively countering the thrust of the sword. Light cease. This is a guest of His Holiness the Pope. Diller's voice rang out as he emerged, urgently halting Light's impending attack. With a disdainful huff, the earthen barrier dissipated, as if nothing had transpired. Light, still gripping his sword, exited the tent and stood facing Diller, poised to strike. Jason followed suit, casting a glance at Diller. Please pardon Light's rudeness. His brother, Atair, fell in battle. Thus, you understand, many have been altered by this war. Diller turned to Jason and bowed respectfully. Atair, the Wind Mage? Jason recalled that encounter from several months ago, when he faced a wind mage named Yat on the battlefield. The battle was truly perilous, leaving a profound impression on Jason. Yat's mastery of wind magic was formidable, making him a terrifying adversary. Yet, ultimately, he perished at the hands of Jason's Earth Spike spell. Humph, such a barbarian is unworthy of being a guest of His Holiness the Pope. They are all wicked heretics. Light could hardly believe Diller's words. In his simplistic mind, the notion seemed as ludicrous as being told that his horse could fly. This is the will of His Holiness, Light. You are a soldier and must obey. Diller gazed sternly at Light, inwardly cursing the dim-witted fool who nearly brought ruin upon himself. Should anything happen to Jason in the Highlands, it would undoubtedly jeopardize the Pope's plans, and he would be left to shoulder the blame. Return now to your rightful place, Diller shouted at Light, who stood there, dazed. Did he truly think his bishopric could be so easily disrespected by a mere squadron leader? The audacity to resist his words was unacceptable. Diller resolved to instill a sense of the Holy See's authority among these men. I will not let this go. Light shot a fierce glare at Jason, uttering those words before turning to leave, neglecting to show Diller the proper respect. He remained oblivious to the considerable trouble his attitude would cause him in the future. As Diller turned his gaze back to Jason, his expression had returned to a calm demeanor. A smile suddenly adorned his face, an unexpectedly smooth transition that seemed quite surprising. Mr. Jason, we may commence our journey. Chapter 3. Departing the plateau, Jason sat upon his steed, casting a final glance back at the land he was leaving behind. This might well be his last sight of it. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainties. A perilous journey awaited his exploration. Should he choose not to embark on this quest, the people of the plateau would undoubtedly continue to suffer the ravages of war. Faced with such a dilemma, Jason felt compelled to act against his will. As he traversed from the encampment to the edge of the plateau, he observed the remnants of former settlements. Now desolate and barren, the stretch of 100 miles was devoid of human presence. Occasionally, he would encounter the remains left upon the battlefield. Bones laid bare against the wilderness. These were the calamities wrought by war, the transgressions of the church's followers. Yet, he found himself obliged to bow before them, to distance himself from his homeland and his people, accepting the humiliating baptism of disgrace. Your Excellency, may we depart? His father inquired. Naya approached on a chestnut horse, her youthful visage now etched with the passage of time. Her once bright eyes now reflected the weight of countless storms, brimming with wisdom and experience. Her deep, resonant voice instilled a sense of security and reliability. Such a person seemed inconceivable to be associated with the malevolent leader of legend. Diller quietly admired his own choice. It appeared that no one had followed them, indicating that his spontaneous decision had proven effective. Initially, the plan was to depart the following day, but upon learning that Liao would accompany them, Diller realized that the people of the plateau had never truly placed their faith in the papal overtures. Thus, he made the spontaneous decision to set out that very afternoon. Though this was a hasty choice, it would help avert unforeseen complications along the way. My Lord Bishop, we have already exited the southern plateau, remarked Coton, the captain of Diller's escort. Yet, this title was merely a fade. In truth, he was a sacred knight of the Holy See. At this moment, his words served as a reminder to Diller. I am aware, Diller responded lightly. We are still quite distant from the fortress of Tianjia. It seems we shall have to spend the night under the stars. His tone was relaxed, relieved to have finally left the plateau behind. The fortress of Tianjia stood as the defensive stronghold of the purified kingdom against the plateau, a place where habitation truly began. The former influence of the papacy had only ever extended as far as that point. However, it was likely that in the near future, the Holy See would encompass the entirety of the continent. Both Diller and Coton pondered these thoughts upon the successful completion of their mission. Their names would be etched into the annals of history, forever revered by future generations. Meanwhile, the members of the escort busied themselves with setting up a cooking apparatus, while Diller took Liao's hand, leisurely watching the sunset. Jason observed the bustling guards. They were fortunate, having evaded death in the war and now able to return to their homeland. Yet, countless souls had been left behind, their lives forever entwined with the plateau, including the soldiers of the purified army, who had already seen 3 different groups within a year, with each battle claiming numerous lives. Allow me to take charge, he offered. Jason observed a guard struggling to set up a cooking fire, but the only available stones were insufficiently stable. He placed his hand upon the stones, and the surrounding earth elements swiftly coalesced, securing the two stones firmly in place. "Thank you," the guard replied, appearing to be no more than 20. His youthful innocence still evident. He smiled shyly at Jason. "How old are you? What is your name?" Jason casually inquired. "I am 16, just of age for conscription. My name is Farcha, a citizen of the pure recruitment nation." "You do not resemble the legendary shaman at all," Farcha responded, his demeanor relaxing with the informal exchange. "Oh, just ahead lies your homeland. What are the legendary shamans like?" Jason turned his head, curious to learn more from Farcha. "There are many, though it is difficult to describe. However, none are as young as you. And I truly do not perceive you as malevolent," Farcha asserted, seemingly concerned that Jason might doubt his sincerity, his tone more earnest. "Indeed, shamans are simply human. I am not unlike you," Jason replied, casting a glance at Lao, whose eyes blazed with fervor. Jason sighed at Lao's relentless presence, who had not left his side since departing the barracks. If this continued, Jason feared Lao would collapse before they even reached angry. "Lao, you should rest. I am not as fragile as you believe. I can handle any peril that may arise." "Brother, you rest first. I am fine sitting here," Lao insisted. Lao felt an unsettling disquiet within, a lingering sense of unease since departing from the highlands, as though the atmosphere around him was imbued with an inexplicable tension. "Alas, how long can you endure like this? We are still far from angry. You ought to rest. Do you truly believe I am a fragile individual?" Jason, aware of Lao's concern for him, found himself even more troubled for Lao. It was untenable to continue in this manner, without rest. Even a body forged of steel would falter. Suddenly, a fierce voice rang out from the other side. Jason raised his staff, straining to listen. It appears to be a holy night. There must be a significant mission at play here." A hoarse voice emerged from the shadows, and a figure cloaked in a magical robe gradually stepped forth from the thicket. The flickering firelight illuminated the robe, obscuring the stranger's face, while the black cloak merged with the darkened woods behind him, creating an aura of mystique and oppression. Gideon gazed at the cloak, astonished. The faint aura emanating from his sword hinted at his identity, suggesting this individual possessed an intimate knowledge of holy nights. What sorcerer would wander in such desolation at midnight? Diller, roused from his slumber, inquired of the shadow, "Who are you?" "Who are your companions?" "No wonder a knight from the Holy See is present, along with a bishop." The shadow's raspy voice resonated once more, revealing his evident familiarity with the Holy See, as he discerned Diller's rank merely by observing his attire. However, there was a tone of disdain towards the church in his words. The cardinal, akin to a luminary mage, and the holy knight, spoke in a tone that betrayed a certain audacity. Diller, sensing an unsettling familiarity, harbored a reluctance to acknowledge the possibility that it could indeed be that person. A twinge of regret washed over him as he pondered his ill fate of encountering such a situation, fervently wishing it was not the individual he dreaded. His spirits were unexpectedly high today, having crossed paths with a bishop. Should he perhaps celebrate this encounter? "What say you, esteemed bishop?" Upon hearing that voice, beads of perspiration formed on Diller's brow. It truly was him, Covid, the dark mage. The shadow had approached the campfire, the flames casting a flickering glow upon his pallid visage, rendering it strikingly conspicuous. Diller gasped, for the gleaming crown of his head, illuminated by the firelight, revealed the cold sweat cascading down his brow. "Do you recognize me?" "That simplifies matters considerably. Pray tell, what schemes does the Holy See harbor?" "The deployment of a cardinal surely indicates that this is no mere leisure visit." Kovit regarded Gideon beside him with indifference. As a mage, daring to stand so close to a knight could only be the folly of a fool or the prowess of a master. Kovit, having survived countless confrontations with the Holy See, was certainly no fool. The very individual capable of instilling such trepidation in Cardinal Diller must undoubtedly be a master among masters. Gideon could no longer tolerate the sensation of being belittled, even if the one before him was the dark sorcerer Kid. As a holy knight of the church, he was accustomed to the envious gazes that surrounded him wherever he went. How could he allow such absurdity to unfold? The flames of Titalia, a resplendent black star illuminating the night. Blood would serve as the finest offering. Cut's incantation reverberated through the air as Gideon's sword hung suspended, its tip mere inches from Cut's chest, gradually lowering. Pain etched across Gideon's face. He was unwilling to accept this, such a short distance. How could a mere mage triumph over a knight? Yet, disbelief was no longer an option, as his body collapsed before Kyut, revealing a charred patch of skin on his back, the dark flame, Kyut's signature spell, capable of incinerating an enemy's innards in an instant. A pungent aroma of burnt flesh emanated from Kidian's lifeless form. Nia looked upon the corpse and retched violently, expelling the roasted meat she had consumed earlier. However, Diller had no thoughts to spare for her. His gaze was fixed upon the true embodiment of malevolence before him. Chapter 4. Kyut beheld Jason and Lao. Their appearances and aura entirely unfamiliar, yet it was certain they were not representatives of the sacred church. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "Are you from the Southern Highlands?" "We are the Misu people," came the reply. Jason, having encountered countless corpses, felt a shiver at the manner of Kitien's demise. It was utterly horrifying. To instantly vanquish a holy knight, what kind of power was required? A sorcerer? Perhaps something even more formidable. Huh, so the legends are true. "You are indeed foolish enough to believe in the church's words," Kyut remarked, his tone laced with derision. "What did you say?" Lao unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Kyut. He would not permit anyone to insult Jason, regardless of the opponent's might. He was prepared to fight fiercely. Through countless battles, he had long since grown indifferent to life and death. "Humph, such a lowly warrior dares to draw his sword against me? Yet, it appears you possess far more courage than that band of fools from the church," Kyut retorted, glancing at the nearby Diller, who dared not even breathe. With a sudden rush, Lao advanced, executing a simple thrust, his fighting spirit swirling around the blade. The weight of his murderous intent, honed through the crucible of war, transformed the straightforward attack into something formidable. Kyut expelled a breath of disdain, ignorant, as a plume of black flame erupted beneath Lao's feet. Jason initially intended to thwart the impending danger, but it was too late. He could only raise his hand and cast a spell, causing the ground beneath Lao to crack open. Lao stumbled over the fissure, nearly losing his balance. However, with a swift sidestep, he regained his composure just in time to evade the flames conjured by Kyut. Quite impressive indeed. While this application of magic was clever, it relied merely on finesse. Kyut gazed at Jason, astonished by his mastery of magic, which utterly transcended the established norms. This innovative use of magic was a first for him. "I shall take this individual with me. The esteemed bishop will not object, I presume?" Kyut was eager to discover what other unexpected revelations Jason might unveil. He had lingered in his current state for far too long. Perhaps he could uncover alternative pathways to transcendence through Jason, ultimately devising a strategy to confront that troublesome faction. Diller would undoubtedly mind, yet what could he possibly say at this moment? He feared that uttering a word could lead to his demise. The Pope could wait for an explanation. Preserving his life was paramount. How could he dare negotiate terms with the dark sorcerer Kyut? He was merely a light mage, and the number of holy mages who had perished at Kyut's hand was likely incalculable. Any attempt on his part would be futile. Upon hearing Kyut's intention to seize Jason, Lao lunged forward without hesitation. As long as he drew breath, he would never allow Jason to fall into peril. No, Jason's cry came too late. Nevertheless, it spared Lao's life. To his astonishment, Kyut, upon hearing Jason's voice, retracted the magic he had unleashed. This event marked a rare occurrence in Kyut's history. As he acquiesced to Jason's plea and allowed Lao to live, Lao lay on the ground, enduring excruciating pain. Had Kyut not withdrawn his magic, he would surely have been reduced to a charred corpse by now. "Let us go," Kyut said, turning to face Jason, who remained steadfast in his position. "I shall not accompany you. I must go to Angry to meet the Pope," Jason declared resolutely. He could not simply abandon this course. For Lao's sake and for the people awaiting him on the plateau, he had to reach Angry. "Do you believe it is you who decides now?" Kyut's voice lingered in the air as he approached Jason, seizing his arm. Jason prepared to resist, but soon realized that his magical powers had been sealed, rendering him incapable of employing any spells. In an instant, both figures vanished from sight. The inky night sky was left echoing with Lao's frustrated roars and Diller's labored breaths. The guards stood frozen, gazing at Quitten's lifeless body, only now realizing that their backs were drenched with sweat. Dark Sorcerer Kyut was undoubtedly a demon synonymous with death, and yet they remained alive. Diller, standing there, was perhaps the first light follower to have encountered Kyut and lived to tell the tale. "Where are you taking me?" "I must reach Angry. I need to meet the Pope." Jason struggled to free himself from Kyut's grip, but it proved to be a futile endeavor. Do you truly believe the Pope would negotiate with you and spare the heathens on the plateau? Corvette inquired, regarding Jason with a tone laced with disdain. How can one know without attempting? Jason countered, though his voice betrayed a sense of futility. Deep down, he understood that the Pope would never grant him mercy. Yet he endeavored to persuade himself otherwise, for this path was his only recourse. Humph, by now the purifiers have likely eradicated your tribe. Even if you were to return, you would not reach Angry. How could you know? You're spouting nonsense. They promised me. Jason's gaze remained fixed on Corvette as he sank helplessly to the ground. Had he truly erred? Clinging to delusions regarding the church, he grappled with the reality that he had no alternative. His tribe possessed no strength left to withstand another assault from the purifiers. Among the dwindling few, the elderly and children comprised the majority, and now even women had taken to the battlefield. Was he genuinely expected to lead these souls into a desperate struggle against the purifiers? Such an endeavor would only result in their demise amidst the chaos of battle. It's futile to discuss this further. Let us depart. Corvette resolved to delay no longer. Each passing moment increased the risk of being pursued. His recent use of magic had likely drawn the attention of those relentless pursuers, and it was prudent to leave swiftly. Where are you taking me? Jason asked, casting a glance at Corvette. Walking alongside this individual felt overwhelmingly stifling. Even he was on the verge of madness from the oppressive atmosphere. Enough of this chatter, just follow along. Cowder strode forward with unwavering determination, showing no inclination to rest. He sensed that the group was nearby, and lingering any longer could lead to their discovery. Why not utilize magic to hasten our journey? Or procure a horse? Jason believed that employing wind magic might be more practical than seeking a steed, as they were currently traversing the mountainous terrain, making the search for a horse considerably more challenging than conjuring external magic. Cowder felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Jason at that moment. If he could employ magic to expedite their travels, would he require such reminders? This individual was akin to an irksome fly. As he sensed the encroaching presence of that group, Cowder's mood soured further. Once he devised a solution to their predicament, he vowed to transform those beings into lifeless corpses, or rather, to consign them to the inferno of Titalia, subjecting them to unending torment. Ahead lay the enigmatic forest, surely. You do not intend to venture within? After walking for some time, they had returned to the fringes of the plateau. Given their current trajectory, the looming enigmatic forest beckoned. A realm inhabited by countless magical beasts, rumored to harbor a portal to the demon realm, perpetually shrouded in dense fog. Once ensnared within, it was all too easy to lose one's way. No soul had ever emerged from its depths. Jason had often hunted at the forest's edge, but had never dared to delve into its interior. He had no desire to accompany Cowder on a fool's errand. The enigmatic forest? Indeed, that is where we are headed. How much farther remains? Cowder pondered for a moment. Jason's suggestion struck him. Perhaps it would serve as a viable route for their escape. Hey, are you truly going in? Please, release my seal first. It is perilous in there. Jason was taken aback by Cote's determination to enter the enigmatic forest. Do not fret. I shall not let you perish just yet. How much longer until we reach the enigmatic forest? Cote smiled, yet in Jason's eyes, that expression was far more unsettling than his usual stern demeanor. Chapter 5. The enchanted forest. Count gripped Jason by the collar, evidently exasperated by the fellow's audacity to jest with him. It is worth noting that he could effortlessly extinguish Jason's life without lifting a finger. Did you not claim we would arrive in 2 hours? Why are we still not there? I was speaking of my previous pace. At this rate, we shall likely take half a day to reach our destination, Jason responded. As he gazed at Cout, an unsettling sensation washed over him. It seemed as though Cout was eluding someone. Who could possibly compel Cout to flee? Jason shuddered at the thought. He had witnessed Cout's formidable prowess. Should he confront him directly, he doubted he would endure more than 3 exchanges. Pray tell, who pursues you? Jason ventured cautiously, attempting to glean information from the enigmatic Cout ahead of him. Humph, a band of despicable. How did you come to know? Cout retorted, his irritation palpable. You are not as dim-witted as I presumed, to have tricked me thus. Enough of this banter. Conserve your energy for the journey. Cout dismissed Jason's inquiries and resumed his forward march. How did you accomplish that? The enchanted forest loomed ahead, and Cout had no intention of babysitting this loquacious youth. Though Jason was relatively young, his incessant chatter threatened to drive Cout to the brink of madness. What do you mean? Jason, bewildered by Cout's query, sought clarification. In the woods, your act of saving that warrior. How did you manage it? Was it magic, not directly employed for offense or defense? but as deft as your own hands? Count fixated intently on Jason's eyes, an urgent need for answers coursing through him. These revelations held great significance for him. In the briefest span of time, devise a strategy to confront those individuals. He had grown weary of the sensation of being relentlessly pursued. One must analyze the circumstances at hand, or cultivate a calm demeanor akin to an eagle soaring in the highlands, capable of discerning the escape route of a fleeing rabbit, leaving it with no refuge. Jason sensed the yearning in Cowet's gaze, a sincerity that could not be attributed to a mere murderer. Suddenly, he realized that Cowet was not truly fearsome. It was merely that people kept their distance from him. Skills honed in the crucible of battle? Such mastery requires time, and Cowet gazed upward in contemplation, murmuring slowly, "Confidence." Jason interjected, supplementing Cowet's thoughts. "Confidence? Ah, indeed, confidence." Cowet chuckled with satisfaction. It was not merely a technique, yet it granted him a sense of direction, for he believed wholeheartedly in his capacity to learn. "You may depart now. Perhaps it is time for you to return to your tribe, to aid those lifeless bodies left in the aftermath of war, using your magic to lay them to rest." After uttering these words, Cowet turned and strode toward the enigmatic forest. "Hey, Cowet, you cannot enter." Yet Cowet seemed oblivious to Jason's protest, continuing deeper into the forest. Jason pursued him, only to find that once enveloped in the dense fog, Cowet's presence had vanished. Jason felt akin to a helpless lamb, surrounded by a shroud of mist that concealed the lurking presence of a beast. However, his magical powers had been sealed by Cowet, rendering him utterly defenseless. "Cowet, Cowet, where are you?" Jason called out loudly for Cuter's name, hoping he might return to assist him in breaking the seal. "Why do you follow me?" Cuter appeared like a specter, silently manifesting behind Jason. "You must lift the seal for me, otherwise I cannot reach Angry." Jason turned to face Cuter, his calm tone not pleading but akin to confiding in a cherished friend. "I do not possess such a habit." A surge of black light erupted from Jason, swirling in the air before returning to Cuter's grasp. "You may depart now." Cuter's voice remained that haunting, gravelly tone, chillingly indifferent. Oh, Jason felt a resurgence of power, as if his body, akin to a parched soul, was savoring the coolness of a spring. This delightful sensation elicited an involuntary sound from him. "Wait, you could actually accompany me back to the highlands. There are many who, like you, harbor a disdain for the church." Jason called out to Cuter, who was poised to leave, hoping he would return with him, for Cuter's strength could aid the tribe in their escape. "Are you the same?" Cuter turned to regard Jason. "I am indeed." Jason nodded vigorously, affirming his response. "Then, I believe what you should do now is lead the way." Cuter winked playfully at Jason. Had anyone been able to witness his demeanor at that moment, they would scarcely believe this was the fabled dark sorcerer. "Where do you intend to go, my brother?" The sound seemed to emerge suddenly from the air. 3 shadows appeared before Cowet, gradually clarifying into figures clad in cloaks identical to his own. "Oh, you truly are persistent phantoms. I thought you might have lost your nerve and wouldn't arrive until now," Cowet remarked, his gaze fixed upon the individuals before him. Realizing that he had indeed been pursued. "My brothers, after such a long separation, can we not engage in a cordial conversation? Must we resort to combat each time? This is quite undesirable." One among them, incredulous, questioned Cowet. "Oh, off. You always indulge in excessive chatter. Such verbosity will hasten your demise." A staff materialized in Cowet's grasp, its wooden shaft adorned with azure crystals, topped with a skull from which tendrils of dark mist emanated. "Oh, here we go again. Why are you so reluctant to share? Why not allow your brothers to partake with you?" Though Oth spoke, a staff of pure crystal, seemingly far more valuable than Cowet's, appeared in his hand. "Enough with the idle talk. If he escapes this time, we shall all face dire consequences." A nearby mage stepped forward, aligning beside Oth. "The gates of hell. Heed my summons. An abyss of darkness awaits you." Before Cowet could complete his incantation, a dense fog began to coalesce behind him, forming an oval-shaped portal that exuded an aura so chilling it sent shivers down the spines of those present. The 3 figures from the opposing side swiftly retreated, their staves tracing intricate patterns in the air. Jason, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of these individuals, drew forth his own staff, a symbol of the authority of the Masusa shaman, crafted from superior materials. This staff significantly enhanced the speed of the caster's spells and provided a degree of amplification. With a vigilant gaze, Jason observed the magical preparations of the trio, sensing the restless and vibrant magic elements swirling in the atmosphere. "Farewell." Cute did not complete the entire incantation. Instead, as the three retreated, he swiftly moved to Jason's side, seizing him with one hand, and in an instant, both of their figures vanished from sight. The magic unleashed by the three struck the ground where Cute had just stood, leaving a large crater in its wake. He would not have escaped far. The abrupt cessation of his magic had already inflicted injury upon him. Standing at the edge of the crater, Otter seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps conversing with the two other mages behind him. Who were they? Jason's curiosity surged as he gazed at Cute's face. In that fleeting moment before their departure, Otter's visage had flashed through Jason's view. Had they stood together, Jason might have struggled to discern their identities, for they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. The shadowy minions of the king of the purified realm. Cute's pale countenance now bore a hint of color, lending him a semblance of vitality. The interruption of his magic had already caused a backlash, and the subsequent use of magic for teleportation had exacerbated his injuries. Yet, he could not afford to rest. The adversaries could locate him at any moment. Isn't the Netherrealm a sanctuary for the Holy See? They are practitioners of dark sorcery. Jason is aware that the church forbids the existence of dark sorcerers. Do you truly believe the king would willingly allow the Pope to enjoy a status more exalted than his own within his realm? Corvette regarded Jason with a gaze that conveyed sheer incredulity. However, the agony from his injuries twisted his visage and caused his body to tremble. Corvette, what ails you? Jason hastily supported Corvette and laid him down upon the ground beside the thicket. Chapter 6. The Death of Cute. Cough. The recent battle has left me injured. Cute coughed violently, clearly in distress. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his breath and, glancing at Jason who was supporting him, felt a long-forgotten warmth surge within him. How long had it been since he had lived in solitude? Are you feeling better? Let us return to the plateau. We have a physician who can heal you. Jason extended his hand, ready to assist Cute. No, young man, tell me, what is your name? Cute gestured for Jason not to move. Observing Jason's concerned expression, he silently made a decision. Jason Dolefield. Jason looked at Cute, who at that moment appeared to be a stark contrast to the cold-blooded dark mage he had seen the previous night. Who could discern that this frail old man was indeed the merciless Cute? Very well. Cough. Jason, listen to me. In my possession is a book. Help me retrieve it. Quickly. Cute's voice remained hoarse, yet it no longer seemed indifferent. At least, that was how Jason perceived it. Jason, take this book carefully and learn the spells within. You must avenge me by slaying King Farai of the Purity Kingdom, alongside his dark minion and the lackeys of the church. Jason took the book Cute handed to him, its cover a deep crimson, with the faint inscription of summoning magic discernible in the center. Cute, I will take you away. You can confront them yourself. You are formidable enough to eliminate them all. Jason returned the book to Corvette's embrace and turned to indicate that he would carry him. No, cough. No, my friend, do not waste your strength any longer. Long ago, Corvette met his demise. It is you who granted me rebirth. Thank you, Jason. You must remember, help me. Help me slay more of those dogs of the Holy See. Oh, cough. Those accursed hounds. Corvette coughed violently, his breathing labored. He struggled to lift his gaze to Jason, this young mage who reminded him of his own youth, a time when he too harbored illusions about the Holy See. Corvette, you shall not perish. I shall not permit your death. O God of Masu, soaring above the highlands, heed my earnest prayer. Please save this life before me. A radiant white light emanated from Jason's hands as he fought to keep his tears at bay. The intensity of the magic he wielded left him slightly dizzy. Yet Corvette's body did not respond as he had hoped. Jason, remember my words, do not spare those. Corvette's voice trailed off, and Jason understood what he wished to convey. This legendary, most fearsome dark sorcerer, this notorious evildoer of the continent, had perished in the Lost Forest, dying before Jason's very eyes. The prolonged war had exposed Jason to an abundance of death, and as he faced Corvette's lifeless form, he let out a long sigh. This was not the outcome he had desired. However, time no longer permitted him to mourn this new acquaintance, whom he had known for less than a day. For the sinister sorcerer Oth could arrive at any moment. Cowet, your soul shall find rest here. Jason carefully removed the satchel from Cowet's back and began to dig a grave, resolved to inter Cowet's remains. The poignant essence of friendship. The greatness of the dark sorcerer Cowet lay in his ability to evoke my frustration. The figure of Oth emerged from the edge of the dense fog, and Jason found his voice more repugnant than Cowet's magic. You. Jason turned to face Oth. his gaze aflame with a fury that could incinerate the very air around them. "I must apologize, sir. Our presence often disturbs some. A role I do not wish to assume. Nevertheless, I require those items that do not rightfully belong to you." Oth scrutinized the young man before him, in his eyes. Cowit's demise was sufficient cause for anger. What Oth sought was not this. He yearned for a direct confrontation, to personally extinguish his opponent's life, thus savoring the sweet taste of vengeance. "I am unclear as to what you were saying." Jason stood firm, instinctively tightening the straps of the satchel. He believed that had Cowit still drawn breath, he would not wish to see these belongings fall into their hands. "Do not allow my wrath to be unleashed upon you. You will discover that Oth's true terror lies not in murder." Oth took a couple of steps closer, his fury consuming all resolve, as the surrounding fog thickened ominously. The atmosphere laden with a palpable threat that made Jason tremble. "No, I'm still alive." Jason straightened his posture, attempting to appear more resolute. The determination in his voice resonated through the trees, instilling within him a newfound courage. "Damn it, you are as foolish as that guy." Jason's demeanor drove Oth into a frenzy as he pointed towards the grave of Cowit, shouting at Jason. "Die!" A mage behind him directed his wand at Jason, and the elemental winds swiftly coalesced at the tip, forming a sharp blade that sliced through the air towards Jason's chest before the mage's voice could fade. Jason's gaze locked onto the trajectory of the wind blade. His extensive combat experience urged him to remain calm. He swiftly waved his wand before him, conjuring a shimmering wave of water from the mist in the air. The translucent water wall appeared exquisitely enchanting. The lethal wind blade collided with the water barrier, erupting in a brilliant display of light as the wall shattered into mist. Yet, the wind blade retained its velocity, striking Jason squarely in the chest. Cough. The entire sequence unfolded in the span of a mere second, leaving Jason no time to react. The magic he wielded held no effect against these adversaries, plunging him into a state of frustration. For years, he had been revered as a godlike figure on the plateau, but now, beyond its borders, it seemed that everyone was superior to him. The spells he once held with utmost confidence had been effortlessly countered. It appeared he had indeed been a frog in a well all along. Indeed, Jason understood that true experts seldom engage in the chaos of battle. In such tumult, it is not the prowess of any single individual that prevails. Had he led a contingent of soldiers against the few before him, the outcome might have been entirely different. However, since departing from the highlands, he had encountered nothing but formidable adversaries, a reality he found momentarily difficult to accept, for he had never anticipated this layer of complexity. "Bullock, he is my—" "Oh," Ort halted the mage, who was poised to strike once more. The inability to personally eliminate Cowit left him somewhat disoriented. Yet extinguishing Jason's life might just be his sole avenue for venting frustration. "Ort, you incessantly provoke my ire in these matters," Bullock exclaimed, shaking off Ort's grasp. Despite his vocal expressions of extreme dissatisfaction, he retreated to a distance. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Ort, especially given the king's unwavering trust in him. Should he defy Ort, the repercussions would likely mirror those faced by the young mage, if not be even more dire. "Ah, the young mage, what a splendid vista you shall never behold again." Ort spoke with a nonchalance that suggested a casual conversation, convinced that a single strike would suffice to extinguish Jason's life. Yet, he had no intention of hastening the conclusion. The game had just begun, and he intended to relish it thoroughly. Ah. Jason clutched a thicket of branches, preventing his body from sliding further back. The wound on his chest sapped his strength swiftly. The friction between his injury and the ground inflicted a pain akin to being scorched by fire. Ort's torment had left him utterly exhausted, and he shook his head, striving to maintain clarity of thought. Just a mere 3 feet away, and it would be nearly accomplished. Oh, at this moment, all of Otter's focus is devoted to tormenting Jason, inching closer step by step. He relishes observing his feeble opponent, akin to a cat toying with its mouse. Yet, no one pays heed to the lifeless body of Cowit upon the ground. No one cares for a corpse that has already drawn its last breath. Chapter 7. The Magical Notebook. Ah, what a resilient child. Yet, this only brings me greater joy. Ot slowly approached Jason, who was struggling to rise. His excitement was palpable. Such a tenacious puppet is a rarity indeed. Jason discreetly observed the gap between 2 bushes to his left. If he could retreat there, amidst this thick fog, perhaps there was still a chance. With this thought, he deliberately slipped to the ground once more, drawing a foot closer to his objective. One more attempt should suffice. "Ot, please conclude your simian-style praise," We must return post-haste. His Majesty's patience is not as enduring as your incessant sniveling." Beside them, Blake frowned deeply, finding this individual's antics grotesque and utterly repulsive. "Huh. It is time to end this, brave child. You were quite handsome." Oat glanced back at Blake, who had grown increasingly arrogant of late, daring to shout at him in discontent. That reckoning could wait. The game must come to a close. Oat raised his wand, and the surrounding mist began to coalesce at a visible pace, forming a water sphere the size of a basketball. "Farewell." Oat hurled the water sphere towards Jason. Was this the end? Was he truly to perish here, with his current injuries and a mere 2 feet separating them? Oat had ample time to turn Jason into a lifeless corpse with a single leap. Was he really destined to die? Jason's heart roared with unrelenting frustration. As the scenery around him slowed to a crawl, rendering the passage of time almost tangible, he watched the water sphere hurtling toward him, rapidly expanding before his eyes. Closing them, he realized this was the sensation of death. An eerie tranquility enveloped him. Oat, with unwavering focus, fixated on Jason, eager to witness the desperate wails of his opponent in the face of demise. Observing Jason's closed eyelids, an unsettling smile crept upon his lips. Oh, the despair of the prey was the greatest delight for the hunter. With a swift motion, Oat unleashed the water sphere, which erupted against Jason's back, the explosive force piercing through his clothing. A vivid crimson stain slowly seeped from his back, blooming like a resplendent rose upon the pale fabric. Jason lifted his head, striving to rise on trembling hands, yet the movement tugged at his chest wound, causing his limbs to weaken as he tilted and rolled to the left. Now's the moment, he thought, collapsing beside a thicket. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled behind the bushes. With no time to linger, he gritted his teeth and scrambled to flee deeper into the forest. Trying to escape? Oat's face contorted into a grotesque smile as his form materialized between 2 clusters of bushes, his shadow beginning to fade only after he had come to a halt. This was merely a visual illusion caused by his instantaneous movement. The other 2 sorcerers swiftly followed suit, leaving behind the overlooked Count, who lay quietly beside the grave prepared for him by Jason, akin to an old branch in the forest, covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. If Oat could glance back at this moment, his hatred would surely compel him to rush forth and inflict a fatal wound upon this corpse or even sever its head entirely. However, Oat, distracted by Jason's flight, had entirely redirected his attention, missing an opportunity to vent his fury. A palpable aura of death emanated from the body, beckoning from the depths of the forest towards the fabled entrance. Jason clenched his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through him. The wound felt as though it were ablaze, and his chest throbbed as if it were being torn asunder. He pressed forward, heedless of direction, as the underbrush tore at his garments, blood cascading onto the leaves and soil along his path. At that moment, Jason resembled a revenant emerging from the battlefield. Excessive blood loss blurred his vision, and he relied solely on instinct to remain upright. His mind began to lapse into a haze, and without clearly discerning the road ahead, he collided violently with an indistinct object. The force of impact sent him rebounding back, collapsing against a tree. He struggled to rise, yet his waning strength betrayed him, causing him to roll to the side. A resounding roar echoed through the forest, causing the trees to tremble and rustle. Jason, in a daze, caught a fleeting glimpse of a colossal shadow advancing towards him. The deafening cry threatened to shatter his already fragile state of mind, as the prolonged loss of blood and grave injuries gnawed at his will. In those final moments, he could only discern the silhouette of Oth beside him before everything faded into oblivion due to his unconsciousness. What was this? Beasts of magic were rarely seen on the eastern plains of the continent. Even when present, they were typically meek, smaller creatures kept as pets by the nobility. The secrets of the lost forest circulated myriad tales in the outside world, yet those who had actually witnessed a giant beast often met their demise at its jaws. Occasionally, 1 or 2 magical creatures wandered onto the plains, only to be besieged and slaughtered by the military. Standing behind Oth, the duo of Bralek gazed upward in awe at the monstrous figure before them, their eyes ablaze with fervor. O sages of the netherworld, bear witness to this historic moment, as your loyal servant takes up arms, offering blood as a tribute to your greatness. As Oth intoned the incantation, the gathering of dark elements caused the air around them to chill. Bralek and another mage began to prepare their own spells. Slaying the beast before them would not only yield a wealth of magical materials, but also earn the king's favor and validation of their prowess. For mages of their caliber, Nothing held greater significance than proving their worth. The dense accumulation of magical energy alerted the beast to the imminent threat, prompting it to recoil and arch its back. Like an arrow released from a bow, it lunged towards Oth. The magic of Ud has been completed, and he directed his wand towards the beast. Let destruction reign. Let its throat be severed. 3 spells simultaneously struck the approaching creature, and the resplendent light of magic erupted upon the beast, blindingly radiant, rendering it difficult for the eyes to remain open. But instinctively sensed danger. As the magic collided with the beast, he swiftly retreated. The 2 companions behind him also quickly dispersed to either side to evade the onslaught. The creature surged forth from the explosive flames, relentlessly charging at Ut. Utilizing the magic, he ascended into the air, but in his frantic dodging, he overlooked the fact that he was in a forest, and his back collided with a branch. The sudden impact left him breathless, interrupting his magic, and he plummeted from the sky. Observing Ut's descent, another mage brandished his wand, conjuring a circular barrier of light upon the ground, and Ut landed upon it, regaining his footing. Let us go. Facing the beast before him. The prior spell had merely left shallow wounds upon its neck, blue blood dripping onto the fallen leaves below, its roar echoing with terrifying ferocity. The beast's form began to arch, poised to launch a fierce attack at any moment. Ut waved his hand once more, ascending to the treetops. Leading the way out of this perilous situation, Blake cast a sidelong glance at the mage who had just rescued Ut and rose to follow suit. The formidable might of the beast compelled the trio to flee hastily, even forgetting to retrieve the head of Covet for the bounty. However, this was not uncommon. Battles among mages often left behind nothing but bones. Upon their return, a brief explanation would suffice. Surely, the gold coins would not be in short supply. As all departed, the depths of the forest returned to their customary tranquility. Yet, certain creatures dwelling within the woodland sensed a dreadful aura emanating from the heart of the forest, which swiftly surged toward the vicinity where mere moments ago, humans had clashed. Jason was roused from his unconsciousness by the biting chill of the nocturnal air. Having collapsed beneath a tree, his body concealed beneath a thick layer of fallen leaves. His weakened breaths, a result of his injuries, were the very thing that preserved his life. The beast, having sustained injuries from the skirmish with Oat and his companions, roamed in search of a target to unleash its fury upon, soon departing from the scene. Unbeknownst to Jason, in his flight, he had inadvertently collided with the monstrous creature. His greatest predicament now lay in his inability to muster the strength to rise. He attempted to grasp the trunk of a tree to aid his ascent, only to discover that his arms were scarcely stronger than his legs. As he lowered his hands, he inadvertently brushed against a soft fabric pouch. Recalling that Kiwit's satchel remained by his side, he hoped fervently that Kiwit had the foresight to carry medicinal supplies. Jason reasoned that Kiwit must possess some emergency provisions, for he often traversed the wilderness alone, and any injuries sustained would necessitate his own treatment. However, after a prolonged search, he could only retrieve a singular tome, a grimoire. Holding the black book in his hands, Jason noted the frayed edges of its cover, a testament to the frequent perusal by its owner. Chapter 8. Summoning Magic. Jason once again placed the notebook within his bag, not feeling the urgency to peruse it just yet. Tending to his wounds took precedence. He continued to rummage through the enchanted satchel, which, though it appeared to be an ordinary black backpack, possessed the capacity to contain an entire storeroom. The items left behind by Corvette were diverse, comprising mainly magical ingredients and tomes, alongside the medicinal supplies that Jason desperately required. Suppressing the pain from his injuries, Jason applied the ointment to himself, and indeed, Corvette's potions proved effective, alleviating the severity of his suffering. He also discovered some sustenance within the satchel, forcing himself to swallow a few morsels to regain a semblance of strength. Struggling to rise, he realized that his legs seemed to have lost sensation. Resigned, Jason sat back down and opened the tome of magical notes, only to find the initial pages filled with Corvette's youthful diary entries. From the fragmented words, Jason gradually gleaned insights into Corvette's life, uncovering that his existence was, in truth, a tragedy. As the hour approached midnight, Jason closed the notebook, feeling a sense of melancholy over Corvette's plight. Who could fathom the wounded heart concealed behind that cold visage? He recalled the book Corvette had entrusted to him in his final moments. With nowhere else to go, he decided it prudent to examine it. Jason retrieved the book from his bosom and opened the first page, which contained musings on magical meditation and the fundamental elements. These concepts were already familiar to him, prompting him to delve further into the text. Summoning magic is a profound art that originated during the era of divine rule on the continent. Initially, the practice of summoning magic took shape. This magical discipline encompasses numerous branches, which can be broadly categorized into three types. The first is contract summoning, wherein a mage must first vanquish a magical beast. At the moment of the beast's impending demise, when its will is weakened, a soul contract is forged. The beast is then transported to a specific dimensional space, allowing the mage to summon it in battle through the bond established by the contract. The second type is soul summoning, where the mage employs specific incantations and runes during combat to harness the ambient energies within a certain radius, thereby conjuring a formidable summoned creature. The extent of this range is contingent upon the mage's magical prowess, and the summoned entity may either resemble a tangible form that exists in reality or be a mere random amalgamation. The creature's combat effectiveness is intricately linked to the mage's skill and the density of the surrounding free energy. The third type is blessing summoning, akin to the divine invocation practiced by the clergy and the prayer spells employed by dark sorcerers. This method involves sincere supplications or ancient spells bequeathed from bygone eras to summon a higher being of divine status. Upon reaching this point, Jason closed the book and inhaled deeply. The author of this tome must undoubtedly be a remarkably great mage, as his insights into the composition of magic starkly contrast with contemporary beliefs, and he alludes to the existence of multiple deities on the ancient continent, not merely the god of light. He harbored a belief that numerous miracles remain hidden in some corner of the continent, awaiting human discovery. Jason was ensnared in contemplation. Were there truly more miracles? Did the deity Masu of his tribe genuinely exist? Yet why had he, as a shaman and the one most closely aligned with the divine within the Masu clan, never sensed his presence? Could it be true, as the tome suggested, that a war among the gods had once ravaged the continent? Did deities possess the capacity to perish? The morning sun failed to penetrate the forest floor, as a thick fog enveloped the lost forest, casting a somber pall over its interior. Occasionally, the distant growls of unknown beasts or magical creatures could be heard. While Jason treaded softly upon the carpet of fallen leaves, the rustling sound echoing beneath his feet. His wand was clutched firmly in his hand, due to his anxiety. His palm felt slick. Deep within the heart of the lost forest, the towering trees obscured the canopy, and the ground was barren save for the leaves scattered about. Those once familiar shrubs were nowhere to be found. Jason dared not retrace his steps, fearing that Oat and his companions might still be pursuing him. The only path forward lay in traversing the forest to emerge on the other side. A magical wolf had gone days without sustenance, hunger gnawing at its very existence as it desperately sought traces of prey. As a fierce carnivore, it had never relinquished its fervor for the hunt. Should it fail to secure nourishment today, it might succumb to the chilling fog of the forest by nightfall, becoming a feast for carrion creatures come morning. Two loathsome goblin-like beasts trailed behind it, and the wolf harbored intense disdain for these diminutive nuisances, yet was powerless against them as they lacked the ability to climb trees. As Jason traversed the forest, he remained acutely vigilant, and after an extended period, fatigue began to overwhelm him. At last, he discovered a flat clearing and extracted provisions from his pack, leaning against a nearby tree to rest. However, he overlooked certain dangers lurking above him. Not all lethal threats arise from the ground. A python, measuring over 10 meters in length, hung from a tree, fixated on Jason. Sensing an ominous presence, his prolonged exposure to peril had honed his instincts to a razor's edge. He felt as though something was watching him from the shadows. Rising to his feet, he pressed his back against the trunk and scanned his surroundings. The forest was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of his own breathing. Suddenly, a leaf fell from a tree some distance away, breaking the stillness with a crisp sound. Jason turned abruptly to investigate, yet found nothing amiss. Just as he began to question whether his nerves were getting the better of him, the python lunged toward him from above. Instinctively, he swept his wand in the direction of the encroaching shadow. The serpent coiled around the wand, its considerable weight causing Jason's grip to falter. Swiftly, he sidestepped to evade the impending attack, as the python reared its head, warily observing him. Facing the serpent, Jason felt the tension escalate, and he began to silently prepare his magic. His injuries hindered his ability to gather elemental energy, rendering the process painfully slow. Motionless, he fixated on the python, which could strike at any moment, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "Die, you monstrous creature," he muttered, finally completing his incantation and launching an assault against the serpent. The python deftly swayed its body to evade, as magic grazed its form, leaving behind a modest wound. Blood oozed slowly, trickling along the scales and pooling on the ground, while a metallic scent permeated the air. Observing the ineffectiveness of his previous strike, Jason swiftly prepared for his next spell. The python began to glide closer to him, its sinuous body undulating with intent. Jason's heartbeat escalated rapidly, as the recent movement aggravated the wound on his chest, inflicting sharp pain. Before him, the python oscillated its head, flicking its crimson tongue with a faint hiss. Jason's hands trembled, and he endeavored to steady his breath in hopes of calming his nerves. Yet the pain from his injury rendered him somewhat powerless. Suddenly, the python turned its gaze elsewhere, as a shadowy figure of a magic wolf emerged from the thick mist. Drawn by the scent of blood on the wind, it approached without hesitation, its hunger propelling it into a fierce assault on the python. The two creatures became ensnared in a desperate struggle, oblivious to Jason's presence nearby. The wolf's abrupt appearance momentarily stunned Jason, and as he regained his composure, he witnessed the wolf clamped onto the python's body, refusing to relent. Quickly, he retrieved his fallen wand, and seeing the two monsters locked in their fierce contest, Jason inhaled deeply, steeling himself for what lay ahead. Chapter 9. The Summoned Beast. The utilization of the wand rendered Jason's spellcasting considerably more effortless, enabling him to swiftly unleash a spell upon two ferocious beasts locked in combat. With a deft maneuver, Jason's magic struck the serpent squarely on its head, obliterating it into a gruesome spray of flesh, while the splattering blood stained the surrounding trees and splashed upon Jason's visage. Though the serpent was lifeless, its body continued to constrict the magical wolf, prompting Jason to prepare a spell to vanquish the creature. However, upon gazing into the wolf's eyes, he gradually lowered his wand. Those eyes were filled with an ardent yearning for life, evoking memories of the desperate gazes of warriors on the battlefield in their final moments. As Jason observed the magical wolf, the tightening coils of the serpent began to dim the wolf's once bright gaze. This reminded him of the pact inscribed in the ancient tome of spells. Gently placing his hand upon the wolf's head, he intoned, "O servant teetering on the brink of death, I bestow upon you the hope of rebirth through my soul. You shall heed my command for eternity." A mysterious incantation resonated as Jason's hand emitted a radiant black light upon the wolf's head. The magical wolf struggled momentarily against the serpent's constriction, but ultimately surrendered. Jason regarded the six-pointed star that appeared upon the wolf's brow, a testament to the successful binding of their pact. He drew a dagger and severed the serpent's body, allowing the magical wolf to rise slowly and begin ravenously devouring the serpent's flesh. Rejuvenated by this sustenance, the wolf swiftly regained its former vigor, exuding the formidable presence characteristic of a fierce beast. Observing two small creatures akin to squirrels scurrying away from the treetops, the magical wolf lifted its gaze and let out a prolonged howl towards the sky. "The path ahead shall be traversed together." Jason sat upon the ground, gently caressing the smooth back of the spectral wolf, which seemed to comprehend his words, emitting a low, mournful whine. Due to the bond they shared, it held a profound reverence for Jason, resulting in an extraordinary attachment. "What shall I call you from now on?" Jason softly inquired of the spectral wolf, feeling that these summoned beings were not merely tools, but rather akin to friends. "Oh," the spectral wolf appeared to truly grasp Jason's words, lifting its head to howl at the mist-shrouded, gray-white sky. "Very well. Henceforth, I shall call you Mist. Your fur must be breathtaking in motion. Allow me to witness your valor." Jason had genuinely come to regard the spectral wolf as a companion. After enduring perilous and uncharted explorations, he found a rare moment of ease, rekindling the innocence he had long since lost. It had been ages since he had experienced such joy. Following the onset of conflict within the tribe, he had been compelled to project an image of strength and composure before others, suppressing his innermost thoughts to align with the identity of a shaman. Deep within the lost forest, Jason strode forward with his staff in hand, while mist flitted about him, weaving in and out of view. All the little magical creatures, upon sensing the presence of the spectral wolf, instinctively made way. As Jason walked, he waved to Mist, urging it to remain close. Together, man and beast navigated the forest. "Mist, do you know where the edge of the forest lies?" Jason, filled with a sense of frustration, inquired of his summoned beast, having traversed the forest for several days. Surrounding him were the towering trees, their dense trunks casting an oppressive gloom that limited his visibility to mere dozens of meters. The relentless monotony of the dreary landscape weighed heavily upon him. Within the crevices between the trees, an air of mystery lingered, punctuated only by the distant calls of beasts, leaving him and the wolf's footsteps as the sole sounds in this desolate expanse. His injuries, aided by the remnants of Hewitt's medicinal supplies, had nearly healed. The wolf, attentive to Jason's words, tilted its head in contemplation, prompting a wry smile from him as he acknowledged his inability to endure such solitude. How could he entertain such thoughts? The wolf, known as Mist, wagged its tail and ventured forward. Ever since yesterday, when its howling had attracted a wandering beast, nearly leading Jason to further injury, he had forbidden it from vocalizing loudly, fearing it might summon even more formidable creatures, thereby inviting endless troubles. Mist, where are you going? Come back. Jason called as he observed the wolf gradually distance itself. He was acutely aware that Mist would not defy his command, a testament to the bond forged by their soul contract. Do you wish for me to follow you? Jason pondered, occasionally questioning whether Mist truly comprehended his words. Yet, he remained skeptical. Could a creature that had never ventured beyond the lost forest truly understand human language? The wolf emitted a low hum in response, lowering its head in a gesture of submission, indicating that it bore no ill intent. It then approached Jason, grasping his clothing gently in its teeth, urging him to alter his course. Enough already, stop pulling. My clothes are nearly torn to shreds, Jason complained, glancing at the mist as he lifted his leg to follow its direction. He realized he was utterly lost. Every path seemed equally futile. Perhaps it would be wise to trust the mist this once. After all, a miracle might just manifest. Oh my goodness, is this your home? It is simply breathtaking, Jason exclaimed, gazing at the enchanting scenery before him, as if questioning his own summoned spirit or simply marveling at the beauty. Deep within the forest lay a mirror-like surface of water, bordered by towering trees. The lake was crystal clear, and the tranquil waters occasionally witnessed the flight of an unknown bird. Nearby, a few spotted deer quenched their thirst. Upon sighting the magical wolf, they scattered in fright. A short distance from the shore, an island became visible, untouched by the mist, where sunlight danced upon the water, casting everything in a golden hue. After days spent wandering the forest, Jason felt an overwhelming joy at the sight of sunlight. Suddenly, the magical wolf seized Jason's clothing and dragged him toward the water. Entranced by the view, he stumbled and fell into the lake. The once calm surface erupted into ripples, the splashes shimmering in the sunlight like scales of fish. Mist, please don't be mischievous. I cannot swim, Jason gasped, standing in shock. As the cold water splashed over him, panic gripped him momentarily. However, once he regained his footing, he realized the water only reached his waist, hardly deep at all. The mist swirled playfully around him, resembling a large, domesticated dog, its long fur flowing gracefully in the water, exuding beauty and vigor. To the island? At that moment, Jason realized that the mist truly comprehended his thoughts, affirmatively nodding in response to his inquiries. Following the mist's guidance, he drifted towards the island, where the water reached nearly to his neck, inciting a sense of unease within him. In the highlands, water was a rare sight, and he had never ventured into the depths for a swim. The sensation of moving through the water, buoyed by its currents, caused him to feel disoriented. Yet he held firm in his belief that the mist could not possibly bring him harm. O divine Masu, you would scarcely believe the reality perceived by your people. Jason gazed at the mist racing before him, pressing his hands against his face in a moment of contemplation, murmuring softly. Should one find themselves suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters, surveying the lost forest, they would undoubtedly observe that the entire periphery of the forest formed a vast circle enveloped in white mist, while at its very center lay a small, circular lake, upon which an island rested. From the lake's edge, not a wisp of mist could be found, when the forest fog was whisked away by the wind. It dissipated upon reaching the water's surface, and the sky above the lake remained strikingly clear. In the midst of that island, where Jason now stood, a colossal hexagram radiated a luminous white glow. Encircling the hexagram was a ring of sculptures, each one hinting at the mysteries that lay within this place. As Jason examined the sculptures, he found many of them puzzling. Some resembled humans yet bore wings. Others sported wings and stood upright with pointed ears. There were figures with crimson eyes, as well as beings half his height, and others towering over him by more than a meter. These sculptures appear to narrate a tale. Some are engaged in battle, others assume a posture of oath-taking, some exhibit an expression of utmost sincerity, while others display a countenance of malevolence. Jason surveyed the scene, pausing for an extended moment before each sculpture, as the essence of these figures seemed vividly lifelike. Had it not been for the tactile sensation of the cold stone, Jason might have doubted whether they were not real individuals standing there. He felt a vague intuition stirring within him, a sense of understanding that eluded articulation. Chapter 10. The Transformation of the Plateau Mist. Do you truly believe in the existence of the Age of Gods as described in the tome? If such deities did indeed exist, where might they be now? According to legend, were not the gods immortal and eternal? Jason gazed at the statues for a prolonged moment before settling beside the immense magical circle, gently stroking Mist's back. Since their arrival on this island, Mist had exhibited a notable tranquility. With eyes partially closed, it relished Jason's grooming touch. Ah, do you truly comprehend my words? Let us proceed to the edge of the forest. Rising to his feet, Jason gestured for Mist to lead the way. He needed to exit swiftly. The longer he lingered, the greater the peril posed by Masu. He had to return to the plateau post-haste. Jason retraced his steps, re-entering the water and returning to the forest. However, the magical wolf crouched before him, wagging its tail and refusing to budge. After several attempts to urge it on, the wolf merely circled around him, continuing to wag its tail. Observing the magical creature, Jason understood that due to their bond, the wolf would not defy his command. Do you wish for me to ride upon your back? Jason's inquiry elicited an enthusiastic nod from Mist, who then turned and wagged its tail, indicating for Jason to mount. No need, for tomorrow I shall traverse using magic, he chuckled. A wave of gratitude washed over him. It seemed Mist truly cared for him, regarding him as a friend. In the lost forest, the sky remained shrouded in dense fog. Harnessing the power of magic, Jason levitated into the air and soared forward, while the agile magical wolf darted through the underbrush below, periodically glancing up to ensure Jason was keeping pace. Jason, feeling fatigued, descended to rest upon the back of Mist for a brief respite. As the duo hastened toward the forest's edge, in the chill of the forest night, the damp air enveloped them. Jason settled on the carpet of fallen leaves, resting his head against Mist's body. He retrieved some dried roasted meat from his pack, tearing off a substantial piece to feed to Mist before taking a bite for himself and offering another morsel to the wolf. Mist, you shall likely be able to leave tomorrow. You should return then, but do exercise caution henceforth. I shall visit you often. Today, he could already discern clusters of bushes emerging, and he believed that by dawn, he would find his way out of the forest. Jason resolved to leave Mist within the labyrinthine woods, for this was its realm. Should it follow him out, it would be condemned to languish in a dimensional void, and Jason wished not to deprive it of its existence. As the moment of parting approached, a tinge of melancholy enveloped Jason. He gently smoothed Mist's long fur and tore off another piece of meat to offer. At last, we have emerged. Ah! He inhaled deeply, gazing at the expansive meadow before him, finally free from the forest's grasp. You may return now. I shall take my leave. Jason glanced back at Mist, his tone tinged with sorrow, yet he reassured himself that he would return. The spirit of Hewitt lingered in this woodland, and Mist resided here as well. Jason felt certain he would come back to visit them. Return now. Despite Jason's persistent urging, Mist trailed closely behind, reluctant to part ways. Little did Jason know, he might well be the first mage to treat a summoned beast as a friend. The bond between a summoner and their contracted beast is one of master and servant. A master who bestows kindness upon their servant often earns unwavering loyalty in return. Deep within the soul of the demon wolf, due to the bond forged by their contract, Jason had long been regarded as its supreme directive and most fearsome master. In recent days, Jason's demeanor towards it had earned its profound respect, to the extent that it preferred to accompany him. Alas, do you truly wish to follow me? Jason, unwilling to part with Mist, contemplated its well-being, yearning for a return to a former life. Unbeknownst to him, once a beast had entered into a soul contract, it could not stray far from its master for an extended period. Doing so would lead to the rapid deterioration and demise of its spirit. Then let us depart. Jason gazed at the reluctant demon wolf, and with a piercing howl, ascended into the sky. After discerning the direction, he flew towards the plateau, with Mist closely trailing behind, a man and a wolf galloping across the grasslands. Standing atop a small hill, Jason reminisced. At their current pace, they would reach the tribe in approximately half a day's time. He would need to take a detour, as a direct path might encounter the scouts of the church. He turned to Mist, uttering an apology, and sent it into the dimensional space, then began his journey towards the tribe. The village was now within sight. Yet a sudden, ominous premonition gripped Jason. The makeshift earthen walls erected for defense bore no sign of life. Something seemed amiss. Jason hastened his pace, desperately racing towards the village, only to be stunned by the scene before him. Ah, the church. Philip, you treacherous beasts. I shall not let you escape my wrath. Carlo, where are you? Jason knelt dejectedly on the ground, surrounded by the remnants of the village, which lay in ruins. He recalled that fateful afternoon when he departed from the plateau, the sights along the way now haunting his memory. This village, once the final refuge of the people from the highlands, had now succumbed to desolation. In a frenzy, Jason searched desperately, but aside from a few bodies trapped beneath debris, he encountered no one. I will not let you escape, he vowed, his voice filled with rage. I, Jason Dolefield, solemnly swear by the deity Misu to avenge my kin by slaughtering every hand stained with the blood of the plateau's people, using their blood to honor my fallen relatives. He screamed towards the east as the sun dipped below the horizon. The prairie, bathed in vibrant hues, was breathtaking yet disorienting. A couple of vultures circled above the desolate roofs of the village, eyeing Jason's silhouette hungrily. One could no longer resist the temptation and swooped down beside the corpses, its feathers drifting aimlessly in the air. Jason gazed at the fallen plumes, his expression devoid of emotion. The remains of his kin were not to be defiled. He dug a grave at the village entrance, burying the bodies with care, a half-claw of a vulture falling amidst the process. The prophecy of Kyut had indeed come to pass. His return was only to lay their bodies to rest. Shurjan, the captain of the Purification Army, remained the only unit on the plateau post-war, searching for the remains of fallen warriors. By the time they found them, the vultures had often stripped the bodies bare, and their task was merely to retrieve the insignias of those brave soldiers. Today marks the final day, and remaining on this desolate plateau has rendered his mood somewhat irritable. However, solace is near, as tomorrow he shall embark on his journey homeward. This plateau will henceforth exist as a true wasteland, with the kingdom perhaps dispatching others to cultivate it. Yet that will be decades, if not longer, in the future. Starting tomorrow, the plateau shall be devoid of human presence. Hey, do you hear any sounds? Shurjan inquired, turning to the few languid soldiers mounted upon their steeds. He had seemingly caught a glimpse of someone shouting in the distance. Who could it be? Aside from us, this entire southern plateau is haunted. Those fallen malevolent heathens must be the ones calling out to you. The countless battles they had faced together forged a strong camaraderie among them, eliciting hearty laughter from the soldiers. I distinctly heard someone over there, Shurjan asserted, pointing towards the direction of the village, his conviction unwavering. Let us investigate. He mounted his warhorse and set off towards the village, prompting the others to lazily spur their horses to follow suit. Chapter 11. The flames of revenge. After Jason had buried several corpses, he stood solemnly before the grave, when suddenly he heard the rumbling of thunder, signaling an impending rain. In that moment, Jason thought it preferable for it to rain. His head was spinning, and the rain could at least help him remain alert. The sound grew increasingly louder, and Jason slowly lifted his gaze, just in time to witness a troop of warhorses galloping towards him from a distant hillside. A faint smile crept upon Jason's lips, and had anyone been present to observe, they would have noted the eerie resemblance between his smile and that of Kyut, a disturbing expression that sent shivers down the spine. Upon seeing Jason, Shurjan momentarily froze. Yet the charging horses showed no sign of slowing, barreling directly towards Jason. After a brief pause, Shurjan unslung the long spear that hung from his mount. The others reined in their horses, eager to witness Shurjan's performance, an emaciated figure wailing before a grave. Jason's attire unmistakably marked him as a plateau dweller. Over the past 2 years, they had encountered numerous plateau inhabitants, all of whom they had ruthlessly slain. As for this perhaps final remnant of a beggar on the plateau, they merely hoped that Shurjan would deliver a spectacular display of gallantry. Behold, your offering has arrived, Jason whispered softly to the freshly turned earth, akin to a soldier bidding farewell to a beloved before embarking on a campaign, or an old friend sharing intimate tales during a long-awaited reunion. Ah! The soldiers behind gazed in astonishment at the struggling figure of Sijan lying on the ground, their expressions etched with disbelief. The misty wolf, with its long fur gently swaying in the breeze, exuded an air of menace. Kill that accursed Highlander, This despicable creature is a sorcerer. One soldier, regaining his composure, bellowed as he charged toward Jason. A strange smile lingered on Jason's face as his body began to rise, deftly evading the oncoming horses. Reacting to the furious shout, several other soldiers unsheathed their weapons and surged forward. They were neither knights nor bound by rigid codes of conduct in their eyes. The act of slaying an enemy equated to victory, devoid of notions of duels or one-on-one confrontations. Your blood is unworthy to be spilled upon this land. Jason's voice resonated like thunder, leaving Sijon momentarily stunned. The misty wolf had swept his horse's foreleg with a claw, causing him to tumble from the saddle at great speed and sustain a harsh fall. Now on the ground, Sijon beheld Jason hovering above, a sight he had only heard of in the legends of sorcerers from the highlands. He could find no rationale for a person to levitate unaided, attributing the phenomenon solely to malevolent sorcery. Damnable heretic, slay him, that wretched bastard. The soldiers brandished their weapons, but their strikes failed to reach the airborne Jason, while one or two who prepared to draw their bows were swiftly brought down by the mist, witnessing his warriors perish one by one. Sijon grasped a sword that lay nearby and shouted defiantly as he swung it toward the mist. These individuals descended from the battlefield alongside him, and tomorrow they would return home. In the depths of his mind, he seemed to envision his family waving at him, his beautiful wife smiling in his direction. This was merely his epiphany before the imminent end. Jason observed the pitiful souls beneath him. The might of a hellish wolf was beyond their capacity to withstand. The creature's form towered over their steeds, its overwhelming aura rendering their horses incapable of launching an effective charge. The panic of their mounts was a challenge enough. Had these men been willing to dismount, perhaps he would have had to exert more effort. Yet, these warriors had developed a habitual reliance on their steeds during battle, believing that remaining mounted was their safest recourse. Such a mindset only hastened their demise. A dozen corpses lay strewn across the ground, with not a single horse spared. Jason glanced at the distant rooftop where a vulture perched, then turned towards the east. The fog did not retreat into the dimensional space. It seemed to sense Jason's current state of mind and silently trailed behind him. The twilight's lingering glow painted the clouds in hues of crimson, casting the silhouettes on the prairie into a vast emptiness. Upon reaching the encampment of the Purification Army, he found a battalion of 100 still assembled. Jason stood before the entrance of the camp, quietly observing the clergy soldiers as they prepared their evening meal. Almost all the soldiers were gathered around a clearing in the center of the tents, encircled by a freshly ignited bonfire. A whole cow was suspended above the flames, while two burly men rotated it for roasting. Nearby, pairs of robust soldiers grappled with one another, and the onlookers cheered them on, shouting their names and offering encouragement. A soldier emerged from the tent and, upon raising his gaze, beheld Jason, momentarily frozen in place. He seemed taken aback by the presence of a plateau dweller, particularly one audacious enough to venture into the camp of the purifiers. As Jason walked past him without a glance, the soldier finally snapped back to reality, preparing to draw the sword at his waist. However, darkness enveloped him, and he felt a sudden chill at his neck before losing all consciousness. The crowd continued to bicker and jeer, as though the wrestling match had reached a conclusion. Coarse insults and boisterous laughter filled the air. Jason slowly made his way to the center of the arena, seizing the colossal hind leg of a cow. A burly man, just victorious in the wrestling contest, swung his fist in Jason's direction, only to be sent flying by a swift shadow. Jason then handed the immense leg to Wu. Gasps erupted from the crowd. They had never encountered such a large wolf before. Weapons were drawn as they encircled the man and the beast, yet none dared to advance. "You all shall perish." Jason's voice resonated like a curse from the depths of hell, sending a shiver down the spines of the purifiers surrounding him. From the depths of the night returns the soul. In the corridors of the four directions, I summon you in the name of the great Azura. Surrounding us, many dismembered limbs emerge. The souls that perished in battle wander the plateau, gathering due to Jason's magical invocation as a shadow towering over 10 meters begins to take shape. He is preparing his sorcery to vanquish this malevolent being, the cursed heretic. The cacophony of gasps coalesces into a singular sound, and Jason's smile resurfaces upon his visage. The soul-summoning magic proceeds with remarkable ease, as the war has suffused the area with an abundance of restless spirits. The summoned monstrosity is a corporeal entity exceeding 10 meters in height. The mist now resembles a cunning fox, mercilessly devouring those who have escaped the clutches of the spectral beasts. The soldiers of purification possess no combat prowess. The scene before them surpasses their comprehension. Tales of sorcerers manifesting vividly in their minds, rendering their commander incapable of organizing an effective resistance. Within half an hour, tranquility once again envelopes the encampment. The two broiling fire attendants kneel upon the ground, their bodies trembling violently. Their heads bow low, nearly touching the earth, yet they continue to press downwards with fervor. The ground is strewn with corpses, none intact. A severed leg lies cast into the flames, crackling ominously. The acrid stench mingling with the scent of blood wafts through the air, the vivid hue of crimson invigorating Jason. He dispels the soul magic, and the spectral beast disintegrates back into the atmosphere. The mist growls menacingly beside him, threatening the two fire attendants who have become the last surviving souls within the encampment. Continue the barbecue. I have yet to dine. Jason settled beside the bonfire, procuring a stick to extract the charred remnants from the flames. The two fire tenders trembled as they rotated the spit, their legs nearly unable to support their weight, their entire beings dangling from the grill. Chapter 1. The Fortress of Tianji. Jason arrived at the Fortress of Tianji at dawn, as the first light of daybreak painted the horizon in a pale hue. While the morning star still twinkled in the eastern sky, the fortress gates stood wide open, an unprecedented occurrence, for in the past, even when there were comings and goings, the main gates remained firmly shut, allowing only the side doors to open briefly, closing immediately behind the passerby. Yet now, they brazenly exhibited the open entrance, with several early risers standing alongside, and a contingent of soldiers beneath a makeshift shelter of tree leaves, seemingly awaiting the arrival of some distinguished figure. As Jason approached the fortress, the soldiers finally noticed him, their eyes scrutinizing his attire, gripping their weapons with unease. Jason's composed demeanor evoked a sense of discomfort among the soldiers. However, the defeat of the Highlanders was an undeniable fact, with nearly all the troops having returned victoriously. Just last night, they received word from Count Incheo that the final batch of heroes would return at dawn. Yet, as they prepared to welcome the returning champions, they were confronted by the sight of a lone Highlander slowly advancing. "Look, a lowly Highlander." A voice emerged from the sparse crowd. The soldier nearest to Jason inwardly lamented, cursing the foolishness of his compatriots for their incessant prattle. Had they not noticed the chilling glint in the eyes of the approaching figure? "Hey, warriors, slay that wretched scoundrel, and let us celebrate the impending return of our heroes." On the battlements, the squad leader, initially poised to observe, leaned forward and shouted down to the men below. He was the captain responsible for welcoming the last contingent of the Purification Army. Having risen early and growing impatient, he thought to ascend the ramparts for a better view. However, upon reaching the walls, he was met with a cacophony of commotion. Once he discerned the situation, he perceived that the Highlander was demonstrating defiance. Were it not for his wife awaiting him at home, he too would have joined the Purification Army to slay a few more of those contemptible wretches. Jason slowly lifted his gaze to the captain, named Chi, atop the battlements. The soldiers flanking him were drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by his imposing presence. One soldier, shouting fervently, charged at Jason, brandishing his short sword like a whirling windmill. "My honest servant, come forth and protect." Jason's low incantation caused the pupils of the nearest soldier to constrict sharply. Two soldiers who comprehended his words collapsed to the ground, quickly propping themselves up with their hands as they scrambled backward. "He is a sorcerer. The malevolent wizard has appeared. He is preparing his dark magic. Men, he stands alone. Let us vanquish the wicked demon." Jason observed the varied reactions of the soldiers. Those who had never been tempered by the fires of battle could never truly be considered warriors. Some of these men were retreating, for the tales of wizards that circulated throughout the continent were invariably terrifying and sinister. A formidable silhouette emerged before Jason, as the soldier who had attacked him was unable to halt his charge in time, crashing directly into the mist. The mist, with its sharp wolf-like fangs, tore into the soldier's thigh, and in one swift motion, a claw swept across his abdomen, sending his body tumbling aside, intestines spilling out in a vivid display upon the ground. The populace fled toward the city, while the captain atop the battlements stared blankly at the chaos below, his legs trembling as if seized by a cramp. Jason lifted his gaze toward the battlements, softly uttering an incantation. His body elevated a foot above the ground, drifting toward the fortress. Some attempted to close the city gates to thwart Jason's advance, only to be deftly brought down by the mist. At that moment, someone finally reacted, bellowing for urgency. "Quick, sound the alarm and notify the knights of the Count's estate." Jason observed the panicked civilians before him, clad in coarse linen, rolling on the ground as they fled into the distance. A few audacious soldiers watched him from afar, their weapons trembling more violently than trees in a tempest. He turned and strode toward the main street leading to the fortress. Count Incheo had just risen. He was a knight of the kingdom, appointed by the king of the pure conquest nation and a noble sanctioned by the Holy See, enjoying his own fiefdom. He commanded a personal guard. Within the confines of the Tianjia fortress, he was the sovereign, relishing the tributes from the local populace and the taxes from merchants. The lands and shops here belonged solely to him. At this moment, he was savoring his breakfast, with two maids standing respectfully beside him. One maid held a tray adorned with a tall crystal goblet, while the other stood behind, pouring red wine from a horn-carved decanter into the goblet. The town's clock chimed, and Incheo listened intently for a moment, lost in contemplation. The last batch of troops seemed to consist of merely a single squadron. When would the captain require my personal greeting? The count murmured softly, seemingly addressing the nearby maid, though it might have been a soliloquy. Just then, a knight entered. Bowing from a distance towards Incheo, then straightening up with his hand resting on the sword at his waist, observing Incheo intently. The knight's short tunic accentuated his robust physique, while a gray cloak draped over him, adorned with the emblem of a long spear thrust into a large stone, an unmistakable symbol of Count Incheo. Shangyi, go see what is amiss. The count elegantly accepted the goblet from the maid's hand and, after addressing the standing knight, squinted his eyes, resuming his enjoyment of the exquisite wine. Yes, my lord. Shangyi bowed and exited. My lord, a sorcerer has appeared. He has slain him, that vile heathen. My lord, a beast, taller than a warhorse. The panicked townsfolk shouted upon seeing Shangyi's knightly garb. Shangyi furrowed his brow, pondering the sinister sorcerer. Could it be those dark mages? Or perhaps them? With a heart full of doubts, Shangyi turned his horse towards the castle-like estate of the count. My lord, the situation has changed somewhat. It may not bode well for us. Shangyi bowed before the dining table, where Count Incheo had just finished his breakfast, wiping his hands with a white silk napkin. Oh, Shangyi, as a knight, how can you be so flustered? You must remain calm, composed. Do you understand? Incheo regarded the knight who had faithfully accompanied him through thick and thin, reminiscing about their shared return from the marshes, their elevation to nobility, and their mutual embrace of knighthood. He understood Shangyi all too well. His companion was often overly cautious in the face of adversity. Speak, what troubles you? Incheo handed the napkin to a maid and gestured for her to leave. My lord, there are rumors in the city of a sorcerer's appearance. And I suspect it is. It cannot be them. There are currently more than 3 battalions of purification troops stationed at Tianjia Fortress, including at least a dozen bishops and holy knights. Incheo interrupted Shangyi, rising to his feet. Did you see anyone? The count pondered for a moment, seemingly still uneasy. No, I returned immediately upon hearing the news. Shangyi looked at the count, aware that his lord was equally anxious. If it were indeed those individuals, even double the forces would not guarantee safety. They possessed means to threaten your very life. Let us proceed to the temporary camp and inform Bishop Jimung of the emergence of dark mages. Incheo rubbed his forehead, sighing, what must come will come. Have they truly found their way here? Chapter 2. The undulating dark waves. The Celestial Nest Fort primarily serves as a bastion against threats from the plateau, with fortified walls constructed solely on the side facing the highlands. To the east lies the dwellings of common folk. At the farthest eastern point stands the castle of Count Incheo. Presently, a temporary military encampment is situated approximately 300 meters from the castle, housing the Purification Army, which has recently withdrawn from the plateau. These forces remain under the command of the Bishop of the Holy See, awaiting directives from the king regarding their deployment. As the fort's alarm bells rang, Qiming exhibited no discernible reaction. Troops have been returning from the plateau over the past few days, and each time they pass the fort, the bells toll if an officer of noble rank is present, signaling the count to extend a proper greeting. Shortly thereafter, a messenger announced that the commander of the count's order of knights, Viscount Shangyi, seeks an audience. Please let him in. Qiming is among the few who know the truth. He is acutely aware of what Count Incheo and his knight commanders signify to the Holy See. The commander of the castle's guard, Shangyi, has previously met with the esteemed bishop. Noticing that a novice priest, who had just delivered the message, had not yet departed, Shangyi respectfully performed a knightly salute towards Qiming. Qiming exchanged a knowing glance with the novice, who, upon exiting the tent, raised both hands and began to chant softly. Now, The sound cannot escape. His expression turned markedly frosty. The esteemed bishop should also be aware of the promises made to us by His Holiness the Pope. There are those who have been spotted on the streets, along with magical beasts, namely wolves. Shang Yi stood upright, facing Jaimin, yet his eyes were filled with a cold resolve. Had they visited the Count's residence? Upon hearing Shang Yi's words, Jaimin rose from his seat. If this news were to be confirmed, the sky above would surely change once more. If they had indeed gone, I would not be here, and the gun eagle would not still be perched atop the Count's castle. Shang Yi leaned forward, placing his hands on Jaimin's desk, his gaze unwavering. In Jaimin's eyes, he perceived a flicker of fear. Perhaps they merely passed through. Do you believe that the Tianjia fortress holds any allure for them beyond the dark gun? Shang Yi's voice brimmed with fury, for these individuals seemed disinclined to honor their initial promises. Return and assure the Count. I shall notify His Holiness the Pope. Jaimin regarded Shang Yi with a demeanor as tranquil as the unclouded sky outside. We will contemplate releasing the gun eagle, and you may convey this to the Pope as well. Without awaiting Jaimin's response, Shang Yi turned and exited. At the moment he stepped through the door, a faint light flickered, and all within the tent returned to normalcy. After Jason breached the fortress, he ushered mist into the dimensional space. Observing that no one was watching, he swiftly entered a modest dwelling, where he discovered a long robe belonging to a free citizen at the door. He casually tucked it into his backpack. It was impractical for him to venture out in his conspicuously Highland attire. His destination was the plains, and clad in Highland garments, he would surely find himself at a standstill. According to the words of the two firemen, a portion of the warriors and women from the Highlands were captured and sent to the plains to serve as slaves. He felt compelled to seek them out, as Jason had a premonition that Aya was still alive. Who are you? An elderly man emerged from the dwelling. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he stood frozen in place. Do not utter a sound. You are merely a civilian, and I have no desire to take your life. Jason pressed his dagger against the old man's neck, whispering a warning in his ear. Listen to me. I merely wish to rest for a while, and shall depart by nightfall. Now, tell me your name, and are there others inside? After subduing the elder, Jason quietly inquired in his ear. No, I am called Pa. Pa. R.A. There is no one. I live alone. The old man's complexion turned pale with fear, his words stumbling. Very well, Pa R.A., let us enter. I shall impose upon you to remain indoors for a day. We will not venture anywhere today. Jason urged Pa R.A. into the house. On the streets of the fortress of Tianjia, patrols were markedly more frequent than usual, interspersed with noble knights. Almost everyone was aware of the wizard's appearance at the fortress, and soldiers were warning households that upon encountering strangers, they must shout loudly, and the patrols would hasten to their aid. The modest church on the outskirts of the fortress was filled with free citizens and some merchants, all praying for the blessings of the God of light. The knights of the Count's castle donned armor emblazoned with the emblem of the long spear, and their steeds were led out from the stables, ready for battle at any moment. Shang Yi stood behind the earl, his face betraying unmistakable anxiety. Shang Yi, instruct them to disperse. In Chao's voice was laden with profound sorrow. If they truly sought him, these knights were utterly ineffective. My lord, we should release the gun hawks. Let us wait a while longer. If they have indeed returned, do you believe they would arrive here first or at the plains? Shang Yi remained silent, for he understood that if they truly found this place, it could only mean that among those who lingered on the plains all those years ago, at least one had betrayed them. In such a case, even if the gun hawks were released now, it was unlikely they would gather anyone. With the capabilities of those individuals, it was inconceivable that anyone remaining on the plains would have the opportunity to bask in sunlight once more. I hope it is merely a passing dark mage. The earl stood before the window, letting out a heavy sigh. This nobleman, who had always been a mere facade of a devout follower, was acutely aware of the hidden secrets of the ecclesiastical court. Once the leader of the court's dark operatives, he now faced an imminent dread that had long haunted him, praying to the heavens for the first time in his life. Throughout the day, soldiers had visited the humble abode where Jason was concealed several times, but each time, the old man had sent them away. No one believed that a wizard could be hiding in his house and still manage to speak. It was said that wizards never stayed in the company of anyone unless that person was a corpse. Para, I thank you for your fruits and garments. I must take my leave now. Jason had donned a long robe. The old man was somewhat shorter than Jason, yet fortunately, Jason's slender frame meant that the attire bore no noticeable flaws. As Jason departed, he left behind 2 silver coins he had discovered in the old man's satchel. From the meager furnishings of the house, he discerned that this solitary elder lived in abject poverty. "Sir, I am called Papala." Jason paused, momentarily taken aback by the old man's words. Papala, thank you. I shall remember you." "You are a good man," he replied before shouldering his satchel and stepping outside. He had always assumed the old man stuttered due to fear, but it turned out that it was merely the pronunciation of pa. Nonetheless, that was of little consequence. He was merely a transient in this life. "Sir, you are also a good man." After Jason's departure, Papala gazed at the 2 silver coins, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 3. Encountering slavery. Jason had already exited the fort of Tianjia. The fort lacked walls facing the plains, featuring only a wooden fence intended to protect against wild beast incursions, rendering it almost meaningless to Jason. He remained oblivious to what awaited him ahead, as well as the repercussions of his appearance at the fort of Tianjia, which had stirred certain events and individuals. All he knew was that to the east lay the plains, where countless brethren of the highlands were suffering, enduring the indignity and torment of slavery, and he felt a profound obligation to rescue them. Upon leaving the fort of Tianjia, heading eastward, the first city he would encounter must be the territory of Duke Asilis, the city of Zhaogu. At this moment, Jason stood in line, awaiting entry into the city. A few soldiers ahead were conducting routine inspections. This was the edge of the territory, close to the highland region, where escaped slaves frequently passed through. Thus, the scrutiny here was more stringent than in other cities. The number of individuals waiting to enter the city was not excessive. Most were itinerant merchants, interspersed with a few minstrels and free citizens. It was common to see merchants wherever one went, yet minstrels were a rare sight. At least during Jason's time in the highlands, he had encountered one only once. Years ago, when a wandering minstrel arrived in the highlands, which then harbored hundreds of tribes. In the annals of the continent's history, wherever war erupted, the songs of minstrels would inevitably follow, chronicling the deeds of valor amidst the chaos of battle. Jason gazed at the minstrels standing before him, speculating that they might be there to extol the victories of the church's purification army. A man was climbing the wall. Quickly apprehend him. A wretched slave. Halt, you despicable mongrel of the highlands. Initially, Jason had no intention of heeding these shouts, but upon hearing the clamor of the approaching soldiers, he was jolted, as if a stone had struck his heart. Highlander? Jason began to make his way towards the source of the outcry, followed closely by several minstrels. For they would never miss a scene of commotion. Such moments were the very essence of the tales they sang. A dozen soldiers, armed and menacing, encircled a woman whose clothes suggested she was indeed a Highlander, her waxen face etched with terror. A ring of townsfolk stood nearby, observing the spectacle with cold detachment. A few individuals, seemingly of noble lineage, were shouting, "Slay this wretched creature. She has escaped from our castle." Jason gazed at the woman. Though he did not know her personally, the knowledge of her being a Highlander ignited a simmering rage within him. Flames seemed to blaze in his eyes, and his blood surged fiercely towards his temples. These ruffians dared to wield weapons against an unarmed woman, hurling insults at her kind. He was poised to charge forth and slay them all, yet a hand seized his arm. "Calm yourself. There are far too many of these pitiable Highlanders, young man. How many can you truly save?" Jason turned around and found himself being held by one of the wandering bards. He did not respond to the inquiry, simply shaking off the grasp that restrained him. No matter how many Highlanders there were, as long as they still drew breath, he was determined to save them. His heart echoed with this fervent declaration, yet he remained silent. "Stop, you cold-blooded bastards!" Jason exclaimed, pushing aside a soldier's weapon as he strode into the fray. "How dare a commoner offend a noble? Arrest him. I shall have him brought to the square for judgment." The noble, having discerned the peasant garb adorning Jason, shouted at the soldiers. The nearby bard shook his head discreetly, lamenting the young man's impulsiveness. "Damn it!" Jason cursed in frustration, prepared to unleash his summoned beast to obliterate these fiends. He glanced at the woman beside him. She could have been living peacefully on the plateau with her family. She should be free to graze with her children and husband, to cultivate the land without fear. Yet, it was precisely because of these people, those clamoring for her execution, armed soldiers confronting an unarmed woman, that countless Highland folk had suffered devastation, displacement, and loss. Now, they stood here, deriding the Highlanders as inferior. The more Jason pondered, the more his anger swelled, his fists clenched tighter than stone. Yet, he understood that he could not reveal his identity at this moment. He needed to devise a plan to rescue the innocent. In the plains, within the opulent abodes of nobility, a multitude of souls endured torment, while countless others awaited their salvation. It was clear that reliance on brute force would yield no assistance. The vast expanse of the plains harbored an abundance of cities and aristocrats, rendering it impossible for one individual to vanquish them all. One must maintain composure. Esteemed sir, I implore you to grant me the opportunity to purchase this slave. Jason suppressed the fury that surged within him, aware that succumbing to impulse would prolong the suffering of more Highlanders. Yet, he could not bear witness to the execution of this woman. The gold coins bequeathed by Count were substantial enough to cover this expense, but he vowed never again to spend money to redeem them. He would instead employ his intellect. Jason mused quietly. Oh, listen. A mere commoner dares to propose purchasing a slave. Such an endeavor demands 2 silver coins. For you, this may prove insurmountable. The surrounding soldiers and several nobles erupted in laughter upon hearing this proclamation. 1 silver coin could sustain a pauper for half a month. Yet this commoner claimed he would expend 2 silver coins for a single slave. To them, he appeared deranged, though it seemed sympathy was the underlying cause. However, the notion of sympathy had likely graced the lives of most nobles far fewer times than the fingers on their hands. I am willing to offer you 2 silver coins, in hopes of acquiring her. 2 silver coins, 2 silver coins. He could easily spend 2 silver coins on this coarse linen garment he wore. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have never fathomed that human lives could be so devalued. In the eyes of those scoundrels, the lives of his own people are worth no more than the price of a commoner's robe. Jason's furious agitation merely concealed his ignorance regarding wealth. The nobles, astonished by his willingness to spend, gazed at him in disbelief. However, they assumed that Jason's disjointed discourse stemmed solely from monetary concerns. Very well. Since you are prepared to pay, she may belong to you. But I must warn you, these Highlanders will flee, bringing you endless troubles. Jason disregarded the noble's words, tossing 2 silver coins at him, and turned to push past the soldiers, guiding the woman toward the town. After this tumultuous incident, Jason realized that his understanding of the plains was woefully inadequate. He must first comprehend the customs of the plains to effectively and swiftly liberate his compatriots. The soldiers allowed Jason to pass without hindrance, having witnessed his earlier actions and concluding that he was merely a passionate young commoner. Behind them, a wandering minstrel observed Jason as he gently escorted the woman into the city. After a prolonged moment of silence, he began to sing in Jason's direction, A Kind Heart, its rhythm calmed by divine caress. As the wind sweeps across the land, the young and benevolent soul leads his captive, bestowing equality. The melody soared through the air, and with the minstrel's rich, magnetic voice, all who heard the song seemed to envision Jason's slightly melancholic silhouette, steadily progressing along the lengthy street. The majestic eagle of the plateau, in gratitude for the guidance of the god Masu, rejoiced, Indeed, you have returned. As Jason and the woman arrived at a secluded corner, before he could utter a word, she fell to the ground, fervently kissing his shoes in a display of overwhelming emotion. Chapter 4. The Fate of Karo. Pray tell, to which tribe do you belong? Jason, the leader of the tribal alliance, was not taken aback by the woman's recognition of him. Perhaps she had known him from the moment he appeared, yet refrained from voicing it. Your Excellency Shaman, I am from the Karo tribe. Our leader, Lord Karo, has been sent to the arena, a veritable hell. I beseech you, in the name of the god Masu, save him, rescue Karo. Is it the city? The arena, Jason pondered, recalling tales from the slaves who had escaped to the highlands in years past. Indeed, it was a hellish place. A paradise for the vile nobles, yet a nightmare for the warriors of the highlands. There, those sold into slavery were forced to battle ferocious beasts for the amusement of the aristocracy. But that was not the most horrifying aspect. Those cruel nobles would pit the warriors against one another, deriving pleasure from the bloody spectacle, their mirth built upon the agony of the brave, upon the suffering of the Highlanders. Yes, we were separated at the auction, and it has been nearly half a month. May the gods bless our leader. He is the sole hope of Karo. The woman knelt, her tone steeped in despair, akin to a mortally wounded creature's final lament. She remained there, her emaciated form huddled against the building's corner, resembling a stray kitten lost among refuse, utterly alone and helpless. Tell me the direction of the arena. Jason silently implored, Karo, wait for me. I shall rescue you. On the plateau, Carlo was unwaveringly supportive of his tribal leader, and he was also the most vehement opponent of his journey to Angry. He had never placed his trust in the Pope, and now the truth vindicated his skepticism. Those despicable individuals merely sought to lure him out, Had it not been for the appearance of Corvus, he would now be a lifeless corpse. This reflection led Jason to recall Ra, the steadfast warrior who had always shielded him and remained loyal, his closest brother, who, due to Jason's misguided choices, may have already made the ultimate sacrifice. A profound sorrow enveloped Jason, permeating the air of the alley, as familiar faces flitted through his thoughts, each one a victim of his actions. Near the town square stood a towering white edifice. A woman's voice jolted Jason back to reality. He could not afford to languish in regret and guilt, for there were still many survivors awaiting his rescue. He arranged for the woman to be taken in by a family of free citizens, offering them a silver coin for their care. Most of the common folk were kind-hearted and willing to assist. All the wrongs stemmed from their rulers, the nobles, and the hierarchs of the church. In the heart of the city lay a spacious square, its ground adorned with smooth flagstones. At its center stood a grand statue, that of a knight beneath the patronage of the god of light. Surrounding the square lies a cluster of buildings, adorned with pointed or flat domes. Jason easily discerned the arena among them, the elongated white stone structure, its walls rugged and bare, facing the square with four formidable gates, enveloped in thick wrought iron, each studded with nails the size of a fist. Any individual daring enough to force those doors would surely meet the painful reprimand of those nails. Jason strained to control his emotions, suppressing the urge to dash forward and destroy both the grand door and the sacred knight statue that graced the center of the square. On the opposite side, at the corner of the arena, a carriage emerged, trailed by several horses. Another noble, perhaps, come to witness the spectacle of gladiatorial combat. As Jason approached the steps of the arena, ready to enter, he noticed the procession. The knight accompanying the carriage bore a crest depicting a soaring eagle, the silver emblem glinting in the sunlight, its brilliance nearly blinding Jason. The carriage itself was intricately carved from fine hardwood, embellished with patterns that symbolized an ancient lineage, though Jason could not ascertain which family it represented at that moment. "Get out of the way, or you may find yourself in peril," a commoner exclaimed upon seeing the duke's carriage from the Asarus family, standing defiantly in the middle of the road without offering a bow. This audacity astonished the knights accompanying the carriage. "Surely, this fellow must be deranged." "Yafe, do not be so fierce. You might frighten him," one of them remarked. The coachman opened the carriage door, and a maid emerged first, placing a sturdy wooden block beneath the axle before reaching to assist her master. The sound emanated from within the carriage, yet Jason could not discern who was inside. However, judging by the voice, it appeared to be a child. He was taken aback by the compassion shown by a noble's offspring, though he mused that such empathy might fade with age. "Are you here to witness the performance?" A boy, approximately 10 years of age, descended from the carriage. His slightly curled bangs lay against his forehead, and his azure eyes sparkled with curiosity. Adorned in an opulent robe, his graceful demeanor compelled Jason to concede that he indeed embodied the essence of nobility. "You haven't answered me yet. Are you coming in?" The child inquired with a tone of innocent curiosity, his face aglow with a friendly smile. The knights behind him had dismounted and were handing their steeds to the stable hands who rushed over, while nearby, the maids busied themselves assisting the grooms with the carriage drapes, oblivious to the unfolding scene. "Yes, I intend to enter," Jason replied, his tone devoid of warmth, as he felt a tempest of emotions that could ignite the entire arena. He deemed it a courtesy to acknowledge the inquiry of the young noble, considering the sincerity of his smile. "Oh, but today is not an open day. Are you a noble?" The child tilted his head, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "Open day?" Jason was unfamiliar with the term, yet it seemed to pertain to his ability to enter. He turned his body to face the noble boy. "Ha, little William. You must have come from afar and is unaware of the rules set by your father." After the knight named Afe secured his horse, he turned and spoke with a voice that was both rugged and robust. "It appears you truly are unaware. Allow me to take you inside." William regarded the man before him, noting that though he wore the attire of a commoner, his demeanor exuded a certain regality akin to that of a majestic eagle, indeed, much like the eagle depicted on the crest of House Asherus. His eyes gleamed with wisdom, yet lacked the profundity of the learned scholar, Jair, who resided in his household. Although Jair was undeniably intelligent, he did not possess such depth. The maid had completed her tasks and turned to explain that in Jabu City, commoners were only permitted to enter the arena on weekends or during special festivals. Typically, the venue was reserved solely for the nobility. She expressed her apologies to William, indicating that they could not bring Jason inside. To them, William's invitation seemed merely the whimsical fancy of a child, an absurdity. considering that the second heir of House Asherus would extend an invitation to a commoner to witness the spectacle. Such an act could tarnish the Duke's reputation and diminish William's standing. Even the knights in attendance would feel a sense of shame sitting alongside a commoner. "Thank you for your invitation. I am truly honored to enter the arena with you," Jason replied, disregarding the implications in the maid's words and merely bowing to William. "Afe, I have issued the invitation. Do you wish for me to be seen as a man of ill repute?" William spoke with a tone utterly uncharacteristic of a mere child as he stepped forward. "If you harbor any intentions, I shall cast you into the very heart of the arena." Yafei released her grasp, preparing to seize Jason's hand, and issued a hushed warning to him. Chapter 5. The Arena Within the Arena. At its heart lies a vast circular expanse, surrounded by elevated spectator stands. From the interior, the entire arena resembles a colossal oval pit, as if a giant sphere had been forcefully thrust into the ground. The gladiators perform upon the central ground at the lowest level, while the nobles observe from their private boxes encircling the perimeter. A tier of open stands, slightly lower than the boxes, lies empty today. These seats are reserved for the common folk on open days. Jason scrutinized the surrounding terrain. The central ground was flanked by 2 gates, undoubtedly the entrance for the combatants. If he were to rush in to rescue someone when Carlo emerged, his foremost challenge would be the guards stationed by the gates. This, however, was not the primary concern. Jason was confident he could swiftly confront the 4 guards. The critical issue lay with the iron gate, which appeared to be thicker than his own arm. Once a person was released, that formidable gate would surely be lowered, explaining the presence of only 4 sentinels. "Shall we join you in the box?" William turned to glance at Jason, who lingered behind, surveying the surroundings. Jason's curiosity raised no suspicions. After all, this arena was the emblem of Xiaogu City, a rarity even in the economically thriving Central Plains. If he were to accompany them to the box, it would complicate his mission to rescue someone shortly thereafter. Jason expressed his inclination to remain in the open stands. The knight beside him regarded Jason with a look of understanding as he watched him head toward the stands. William hesitated, contemplating inviting Jason to join them in the box, but ultimately relinquished the idea under the urging of the maid. Jason was presently beset by anxiety. Rushing in to save the person simply seemed implausible. Initially, he had presumed that the iron door was guarded by only 4 sentinels, but to his dismay, an additional squad had been deployed prior to the commencement of the performance. Furthermore, the private boxes above appeared to be occupied by numerous nobles, each accompanied by their family knights. Should he take matters into his own hands, it was inevitable that these aristocrats would intervene. "Sir, the master of the house wishes to invite you to box number 2. A voice interrupted Jason's contemplations. "Not interested," he retorted, lifting his gaze to find that the speaker was not one of William's attendants. The individual, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, was clad in the attire of a noble steward. "Recently, the master has employed a bodyguard. You should find that intriguing," the steward remarked, seemingly oblivious to the expression on Jason's face as he took a seat beside him, exuding an air of certainty that Jason would acquiesce. "I am not accustomed to mingling with nobility." Jason dismissed the steward's words, his focus solely on rescuing Carlo, with little regard for other matters. "The person you seek will not be making an appearance today," the steward said, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Jason. "I am unaware of what you are insinuating," Jason thought, startled internally. The steward appeared to possess knowledge of certain things, yet Jason dared not reveal his surprise, masking his unease. "Carlo, where is box number 2? Jason interjected, interrupting the steward before he could elaborate. A single name sufficed. If the steward was privy to Carlo's name, he would undoubtedly comprehend Jason's intent. He is unable to fathom whether the other party is already aware of his identity. If so, why have they not sent someone to apprehend him? After all, this is within the territory of Asherus. Should they wish to capture him, a mere shout would summon endless pursuers, leaving no hope of escape. The private room is quite spacious, furnished with a row of wooden sofas upon which 2 individuals sit, gazing towards the open arena. Nearby, several noble knights stand, their attention directed towards the entrance from which they came. As Jason entered alongside the steward, he caught a glimpse of the seated figures and the vigilant expressions of the knights. One silhouette appeared somewhat familiar to him. "My lord, the guests have arrived," the steward announced, bowing and whispering into the ear of the seated individual. The other person on the sofa rose, and as Jason discerned his features, a look of hesitation crossed his face. "My lord, Carlo." Jason could hardly believe that the person standing from the sofa was indeed the one he intended to rescue. Yet, that robust physique and disheveled beard could belong to no one else but Carlo. "This is Lord Trui, the head of the family that saved me." Carlo introduced the gaunt man beside him. "Greetings, Your Excellency, the shaman," Jason replied. "The Trui family, devotees of the god of nature, are renowned for their expertise in beast taming. They have long been in opposition to the church, but 20 years ago, they suffered a catastrophic fate. It is said to be a divine punishment, as when the bodies of the Trui family members were discovered near the western marshes, not a single soul had survived. It is said that the seasoned inspectors of the kingdom of Jasai proclaimed that the Trui family perished beneath the claws of wolves. Yet, what perplexes many is how the Trui family, who had dwelled in the kingdom of Jasai for generations, met their demise in the marshlands. It is noteworthy that adjacent to these marshes lies the territory of the Yuya Empire. "I am Galio Trui, a companion standing on the same battlefield as you." Galio cast a glance at Jason, a similarly youthful individual who shared a comparable past. These tribulations were inflicted upon them by the narrow-minded individuals of the Holy See. Galio believed that Jason would undoubtedly agree with him, for they shared a common adversary. "I am somewhat perplexed. How did you know I would be here today?" Jason inquired with concern. If they were aware of his presence, could it be that the people of the Holy See were also cognizant of his existence? "There is no need for concern, my lord. Our purpose today is," spoke Carlo, who discerned Jason's apprehension and elucidated the matter. It turned out that Carlo was once a slave in the arena, but was rescued by Galio's financial assistance. Today, they had learned that the second heir of the Asareth family, William Asareth, was attending a performance at the arena alone. Their objective was to abduct William and compel Duke Asareth to reveal the whereabouts of those responsible for the persecution of the Trui family in years past. Galio had received intelligence that the leader of the Shadow Gun organization from the Holy See had taken refuge within the Asareth territory. As the sole survivor of the Trui family, he is driven by a desire for vengeance. Having witnessed Carlo's valor in the arena, he chose to save him and enlist his service. However, today he unexpectedly encounters Jason, who, clad in common attire, is instantly recognized by Carlo. "When will your actions commence?" he inquires, noting the presence of a contingent of knights nearby. Jason recalls the noble youth who had escorted him through the entrance. It must be William. "Have you met William Asareth?" Galio, without a hint of doubt, accepts Jason's words, knowing that both their families have suffered persecution at the hands of the church. He is aware of Jason's identity. They share a common adversary. Jason recounts his recent meeting with William, although he is presently unaware of the location of William's party. After a moment of hesitation, Galio aligns Jason's description with his own intelligence, concluding that the knight trailing behind must be Yafe, the vice-captain of the Asareth family's Falcon Knights. Surprised to find Yafe in a protective role, Galio reflects briefly and then addresses the knights at his side before inviting Jason to sit beside him, seemingly untroubled by Yafe's presence. In light of Jason's arrival, Carlo relinquishes his seat for Jason, standing alongside him instead. Jason is now eager to inquire about the fate of the people on the plateau, yet hesitates to pose his question to Carlo due to the other individuals nearby. Thus he remains seated, engaging in light conversation with Galio. Chapter 6. The abduction. On the bustling streets of Xiaogu City, at a corner near the entrance, stood Galilee, clad in noble attire, accompanied by Jason, dressed in the garb of a commoner. This location served as a crucial thoroughfare from the arena to the Duke's castle. Upon learning that Yafe was trailing behind William Asareth, Galilee resolved to stage an ambush here. Jason glanced upward at the sun, estimating it to be around 4 in the afternoon. The region, close to the plateau, would succumb to darkness by approximately 7 o'clock, which meant that within 3 hours, William's carriage would likely pass through this very spot. Jason observed several knights from the Trui family, according to Carlo. These individuals were handpicked by Galilee from the arena for their formidable strength and extensive combat experience, remaining steadfastly loyal to the Trui family. "How shall we escape after we have taken the hostage?" Jason inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the composed Galilee. Given that the latter had previously saved Carlo, Jason felt compelled to assist them in return. Moreover, it seemed they were now allies on the same front. A sage of the continent once remarked that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since Galilee sought vengeance against the church, he could indeed be regarded as a comrade. Yet, Jason's heart raced with apprehension. With only these few individuals at his disposal, even if they managed to seize a hostage, what would become of their escape route? He had learned from Carlo that Luo was not dead. Jason had encountered Luo in the arena, but had not spoken to him. And shortly thereafter, he had been sent to another city. Additionally, a portion of the plateau's inhabitants had managed to break through to the far north. Jason secretly resolved that once matters here were settled, he would seek out Luo and then join forces with the remaining plateau tribes in the far north. Observing the unwavering confidence radiating from Galio, Jason found it difficult to comprehend the source of such assurance. Could the individuals behind him truly possess remarkable prowess? As Jason pondered these thoughts, a scout he had dispatched returned, and upon seeing him, Jason immediately discerned that William's convoy had set forth. Instinctively, he extracted his wand, holding it firmly in hand. There is no need for the esteemed shaman to intervene. Galio has a request. At this moment, Galio was markedly different from before, his voice trembling slightly, betraying the intense anxiety within him. We are all brothers. There is no need for formalities. Please, command me as you see fit. Jason struggled to fathom the underlying motive. As a shaman, he presumed they were aware of his capabilities, yet they urged him to refrain from engaging during this critical juncture. Did they truly possess such unwavering confidence? It is indeed a privilege to be a brother to a shaman. Galio had regained his composure, offering Jason a gentle smile. Gazing at Galio's expression, Jason felt a pang of emotion. From Galio's eyes, he perceived an unwavering resolve to face death. This young man, exuding an air of nobility, likely harbored countless untold stories. That sorrow could not be feigned, for Jason himself had endured profound sadness, allowing him to fully empathize with Galio's demeanor. Brother, proceed to the outskirts of the city, near the walls, to await our people once they have secured the hostages. I hope you can escort the hostages to Eisenberg, where assistance will be provided. Galius gazed at Jason, initially resolved to sacrifice himself to break through with the hostage. However, with Jason's unexpected arrival, he could at least remain behind to delay their pursuers. Suddenly, Jason did not directly agree to head outside the city. He had discerned the unwavering conviction of death in Galius's eyes, yet this did not imply he dismissed Galius's proposal. Before he could voice his thoughts, he spotted the convoy emerging from the street corner. It was the very carriage adorned with the emblem of an eagle, drawn by 3 horses abreast, with 2 knights leading the way. Among them was the formidable Afe, followed by several knights at the rear. It was a quintessential procession of noble offspring, albeit with the addition of a slave tethered by a noose around his neck, trailing behind the carriage. The entire convoy progressed at a sluggish pace. Nevertheless, as the convoy drew nearer, the few individuals stationed at the corner gripped their weapons tightly. Galius turned away, no longer disputing the matter of support with Jason. After all, Jason was an unforeseen variable. Even in his absence, arrangements had already been made for assistance outside the city. The convoy, albeit slow, continued to advance, and the distance from their position to the corner was not great. As the carriage approached, Galius signaled with a wave of his hand, and the knights behind him surged forward. Jason refrained from summoning his familiar. Once an adept shaman, he possessed more than just summoning magic as a means of attack. Assassins. The leading knights had already engaged Afe in combat, yet without their steeds, their combat effectiveness was considerably diminished. Jason was perplexed. If they could infiltrate the city under the guise of nobility, why had they not prepared a few horses? However, this was not the moment for such discussions, as Carlo had already brandished his weapon and charged forth. Now, only Galilee and Jason remained stationary, rooted in place. The knights mounted on horseback, though ill-suited for street combat, were undoubtedly more formidable than the cavalry Jason had encountered on the plateau. Yafe, a knight of the realm and the esteemed leader of the renowned Falcon Knights, was akin to a mobile fortress against the assassins clad in knightly armor yet devoid of steeds. The knights behind him surged forward, blocking those who had rushed out mere meters from the wagon. Observing this standoff, Galilee remained motionless, while Jason prepared to intervene, only to be halted by Galilee's outstretched hand. It was not yet their time to act. Jason gazed at Galilee in confusion, but all he received in return was a smile, devoid of any explanation. Thus, he stood alongside Galilee, watching Carlo and his companions engage Yafe in combat. Just as their skirmish commenced, the grand bell of the city tolled. In the cities across the continent, such bells were typically situated atop the main cathedral, rung only in times of alarm or celebration. Clearly, the current act of abduction did not warrant such an alarm. Jason turned to Galilee, his eyes reflecting his bewilderment. I merely had someone set fire to the church," Galilee casually remarked to Jason. The battle outside continued, yet the patrols within the city had yet to appear. a testament to the effectiveness of the fire that Galilee had orchestrated. One of those who rushed out had sustained a minor injury, yet he continued to fight valiantly. Galilee slowly stepped outside, and Jason suddenly sensed that this operation was far from straightforward. If it were merely a matter of hostage-taking to compel Duke Ariseth to divulge the whereabouts of the individuals from years past, there would be no need to transport the hostages to Eisenberg. Any secluded spot would suffice for concealment. However, this was not the time for such contemplations. Since they had aided him in rescuing Caro, he would repay the favor and assist them in return, regardless of whether they trusted him. The first course of action was to seize the hostages. With this thought in mind, Jason waved his wand and prepared for a magical assault. The knights who had previously ventured out were mostly either gravely injured or had already perished, yet their demeanor suggested they were fierce warriors, seemingly indifferent to their wounds as they engaged in a fierce struggle with the accompanying knights. When Galilee stepped outside, he encountered little resistance and approached the carriage directly. A maid had lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, peering out to observe the situation. Without hesitation, Galilee leaped onto the yoke, causing the maid's face to turn pale with fright. Upon noticing someone approaching the carriage, Yafe quickly turned to intervene, but found himself ensnared by an adversary. "Master William, we kindly request your presence with us," Galilee stated, maintaining an air of noble elegance with a charming smile. Yet, aside from the maid's startled exclamations, no one within the carriage responded to him. A surge of alarm coursed through Galilee as he reached to pull back the curtain. Tomorrow, Xiaomu will stay up all night, striving to climb the rankings in the evening. Chapter 7. Hostage Retreat. Galilee exclaimed in a fit of agitation as he flung aside the carriage curtain and bellowed at the fighters, darting into a nearby alley. The remaining members engaged in combat gradually withdrew, making their way into the narrow passage where the knights' steeds could no longer advance. However, the guards had now encircled them. Jason had completed his incantation and, noticing a few individuals ensnared, hurled his magic towards the guards. Amidst the fray, a wall of earth erupted, effectively obstructing the horse's path, granting the fighters a moment to catch their breath as they hastily slipped into the alley behind them. After unleashing his spell, Jason swiftly turned and departed. "Magician, dismount and pursue." Afe commanded the knights to chase after the fleeing individuals upon witnessing their escape, hastening to the carriage to unveil the curtain. Inside, only a trembling maid remained. Where was the shadow of William that had been there before? Afe's heart plummeted into a basin of icy water. He found himself in a dire predicament. After evading the scene, Jason meandered, intending to seek refuge in the civilians' quarters outside the city. His wand had long been stowed away, and in the chaos, he had failed to discern which direction Carlo had fled. He resolved to search for him later, believing that trailing behind the Truel family would pose little danger. With this thought, Jason decided to exit the city, but upon making that decision, he faced yet another dilemma. In this vast metropolis, the streets were a labyrinth, and he could not discern the location of the city gates. After navigating several streets, Jason reluctantly acknowledged his own lack of direction. The number of patrols on the streets has noticeably increased. It won't be long before the city is under lockdown for searches, leaving Jason to wander aimlessly down various avenues in search of an escape. As he peered around a corner, he was startled by a figure behind him, a reminder that these are indeed tumultuous times. Turning to face the source of his surprise, he discovered, to his astonishment, that it was none other than the strikingly handsome young Duke, the very person he had contemplated abducting moments earlier. It was no wonder Jason felt taken aback. He had been preparing to take this individual hostage, and now he stood right before him. "Is that you? What are you doing here?" he stammered, recalling their earlier encounter at the arena. The rest of his words faded into obscurity. An instinctual sense nudged at Jason, suggesting that this young man had either been confined at home for far too long without someone to confide in, or was simply prone to chatter. An odd sensation washed over Jason, almost compelling him to speak impulsively. Did they seem familiar with one another? Their exchange bore the air of long-separated lovers reuniting. Yet he forcefully suppressed such thoughts. They were both men, and despite the Duke's striking appearance, Jason dared not entertain such notions, especially considering that just an hour prior, he had been involved in an attack on the Duke's convoy. "I have a question. Do you know the way to the city gate?" After a moment of silence, during which William finally allowed his mouth to rest, Jason seized the opportunity to speak. The young Duke left a favorable first impression, but this was hardly the time for idle chatter. He needed to find a way out of the city first. "Are you attempting to leave the city?" "At present, it is impossible to venture outside. I have heard rumors of a noble being attacked, which has led to a state of emergency. William's response left Jason with a sudden realization. Was his involvement in this abduction incident a grave mistake? How could this individual be oblivious to his own peril? If not for the evident lack of intelligence displayed by the young Duke, one might suspect a deeper conspiracy at play. Given the series of events, the possibility of the other party being a fool is eliminated. Gazing into the Duke's eyes, Jason could discern no trace of deception or artifice, deepening his unease and conviction that this person possessed a profound cunning. However, revealing his desire to seek refuge was not an option at this moment. He needed to concoct a plausible excuse. I am currently residing at a friend's house located outside the city. This rationale seemed somewhat credible, particularly when paired with Jason's attire, which concealed any glaring inconsistencies. To enhance the authenticity of his performance, Jason adopted an expression of urgency. This was not mere pretense. His heart was genuinely racing with anxiety. Yet, the truth remained. He could not leave. Why not accompany me back home? The lockdown is imminent. If you linger on the streets, you risk capture. The sincerity in the Duke's tone nearly swayed Jason. Was this young noble truly lacking in intellect? After all, despite his youth, he hailed from an aristocratic lineage. How could he so casually extend an invitation to a stranger into the Duke's castle, especially one of common birth? Conspiracy. There was no doubt it was a conspiracy. Jason had now entirely reclassified this seemingly harmless Duke as one of the elite among the hypocritical nobility. However, Jason was still perplexed by one question. Why would his counterpart go to such great lengths to undermine him, especially if they were already aware of his identity? A simple shout would suffice to end his game. Considering he was in their territory, and escaping seemed nearly impossible. Jason scrutinized himself once more. He appeared as an utterly ordinary civilian, with nothing but a somewhat handsome visage to distinguish him. Could it be that this nobleman harbored peculiar preferences? A cold sweat trickled down Jason's back at the thought. He could not afford to be deceived into the castle, becoming a mere plaything, for that would utterly disgrace his identity as a shaman. Yet, the likelihood of such a scenario seemed significant, for he could discern no other motive for the nobleman's behavior. Esteemed Lord William, I appreciate your kindness, but I wish to leave the city immediately. Please direct me to the proper path, Jason articulated, all the while observing the expression upon his interlocutor's face. Oh, I see. Follow this road straight ahead, then turn left at the Grand Avenue, and you shall find the city gate. However, you certainly won't be able to leave, William replied, his tone laced with disappointment and a hint of regret, which only solidified Jason's suspicions. This fellow was undoubtedly one of those infamous noblemen with peculiar inclinations. As Jason gazed into William's melancholic eyes, he felt an unexpected twinge of sympathy. Yet, this moment of compassion was fleeting. He chastised himself internally and summoned the memory of Aya's smile to suppress the image of the Duke's son that lingered in his thoughts. In his heart, he reassured himself that he was indeed a genuine man. Even as a shaman, he must be drawn to women like Ayana. This illogical and peculiar reasoning, under Jason's intense mental suggestion, ultimately prevailed. Jason expressed his gratitude to William and hastily turned away, for he dared not remain in the presence of this young master any longer. If he could not suppress Ayana's place in his heart, it would surely spell danger. As he observed Jason's urgent demeanor upon turning away, William found himself momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that the identity of the Duke's heir filled him with such disdain? Others would be overjoyed to accept his invitation, yet here he was, repeatedly rebuffed by a commoner. However, this individual did not appear to be an ordinary peasant. William felt compelled to follow and ascertain how this fellow managed to leave the city gates, daring to reject him. He was determined to humiliate him. With this thought, a smug smile crept across William's face as he envisioned Jason being halted by the guards, his expression one of desperation. Chapter 8. Kidnapping is surprisingly simple. Jason had already ventured into the streets, and in the distance, he could discern the city gate. It turned out that locating the gate was not as arduous as he had previously thought. He had to admit to himself that he truly was directionally challenged. However, the priority now was to exit the city. Observing a few itinerant merchants being repelled by the guards, Jason did not harbor any illusions about his own charm being sufficient to persuade them to open the gates for him. Consequently, he turned and darted into an alley, making his way toward the city wall. Although this area was close to the battlefront and the wall loomed considerably high, he believed that with the aid of his summoned beast, Mist, he could leap over it. Following behind him was the young Lord William, a boy of youthful curiosity, who was intrigued by Jason's decision to venture down a narrow path instead of heading directly to the city gate. This territory was his family's domain, and he trailed Jason at a distance. Jason, having been tempered by the trials of the battlefield and nurtured amidst blood and fire, was acutely aware of his surroundings. In these tumultuous times, he could not overlook the presence of someone tailing him. Stealing a glance behind, he realized it was the young Duke, which only added to his unease. However, he dared not engage with him and instead sought to shake off this unwanted shadow by navigating through the constricted streets. After traversing several alleys, Jason glanced back and, relieved to find no trace of William, hurried toward the city wall. By now, darkness had descended, and the main thoroughfares were alive with patrolling guards, who were communicating with one another, seemingly in search of someone. It was only a matter of time before a widespread search would commence. Jason dared not linger. As he peered around the corner and saw a patrol squad just pass, he prepared to rush out and scale the wall. Just then, a commotion arose not far ahead, and he could faintly hear voices clamoring to escape the city. The distance was not far. Jason listened intently. It seemed that Galilee and the others had already departed the city, with soldiers surging in that direction. This provided Jason with a brief window of opportunity, allowing him to ascend the city wall unscathed and release his summoned beast before leaping down. At that moment, in the distance, a group brandishing torches emerged from the city in pursuit. Alone, Jason took advantage of the cover of night, as the pursuers were distracted by the earlier commotion, and he stealthily approached a small grove without encountering any difficulties. He intended to catch up and join the others ahead, for he could not shake his concern about Carlo being alone with the members of the Truly family. Although they were all currently aligned against the church, Galilee's demeanor suggested a complexity that unsettled him. Unexpectedly, a voice emerged from behind, startling him. "I didn't realize your skills were quite impressive." As Jason turned, he found William gazing at him with a smirk. This man was undoubtedly no paragon of virtue. If he were merely following Jason for his looks, Jason would never believe it. The fact that he had ventured outside the city and seemed to be aware that Jason had scaled the wall was disconcerting. Jason remained uncertain about how much the other had witnessed. If the secret of the summoned beast had been exposed to him, it would certainly spell disaster. "How did you manage to get out?" Jason's hand discreetly tightened around his wand behind his back, using the conversation to buy time as he began to prepare a spell. "Obviously, I walked out. Would you have me climb the wall like you?" William replied nonchalantly, yet Jason understood that as the heir to a duke, he would not need to sneak out through the gates. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that this individual, unaccompanied by any guards, possessed a remarkable confidence in his martial prowess. Jason contemplated whether he could subdue him without alarming the nearby soldiers. However, despite his scrutiny, he discerned no signs of training or elemental fluctuations in William, thus dismissing the possibility of magical practice. "Why are you following me?" Jason could no longer suppress his curiosity, yet he understood that if there were any ulterior motives, the other party would not divulge the truth. His inquiry stemmed more from an insatiable urge to voice his thoughts than from a genuine quest for answers. "First, you must reveal whether you are a fugitive or a mercenary," he demanded. William tilted his head, regarding Jason with an innocent, radiant expression. Had Jason been unaware of his noble lineage, he might have mistaken him for a Navi maiden amidst the shadows of the forest. Yet, with the knowledge of his true identity, Jason found himself grappling with morally distasteful thoughts. In the realm, merchants often employed skilled warriors for protection during perilous journeys, leading some to congregate at dangerous junctures, awaiting recruitment by caravans. Over time, this practice evolved into a profession, eventually culminating in the formation of mercenary groups. Nonetheless, there remain solitary mercenaries, usually adept individuals who disdain the notion of forming alliances. The term fugitive refers to those adventurous souls who thrive in treacherous territories, exploring the uncharted realms of humanity. However, this designation now encompasses various individuals, including criminals and those who dare not show their faces in the city. Much like the original Kawit, they belong to the class of exiles. Exiles are either formidable individuals of great strength or notorious repeat offenders. At times, when resources are scarce, they may accept certain unique assignments, typically involving assassination or abduction. Exiles. For reasons unknown, Jason could have chosen to disregard this inquiry, yet in the presence of William, he felt an involuntary urge to respond, acknowledging that he too had become an exile. This statement bore no deceit. "So, will you accept the job?" I am hiring you to go to Eisenberg. Such a proposition clearly indicated a lack of experience. Typically, when seeking to employ an exile, it is due to specific extraordinary circumstances. Escorting tasks like this are seldom undertaken by exiles, for their skills are not suited for bodyguard duties. It has been documented on the continent that each year, thousands of nobles fall victim to assassinations by exiles. While the exact statistics on hiring exiles for assassination are elusive, the frequency of attempted murders provides a glimpse into the matter. You intend to go to Eisenberg. Jason found himself uncertain of the other party's intentions. It seemed as though Galilee intended to abduct him to Eisenberg, yet now the other party expressed a desire to go there themselves. Such a mere coincidence was utterly implausible to Jason. He sensed an underlying motive that eluded his understanding, perhaps a conspiracy, though he could not ascertain whether it was directed against him. Upon arrival, I shall compensate you, and I will ensure that your actions in Xiaogu City regarding the assassination of the noble remain undisclosed. What do you say? William seemed unaware that it was his own entourage that had been attacked, yet he could surmise Jason's involvement in the affair, which was hardly surprising. Jason had already confessed to being an exile. An exile entering a city would not frequent taverns or casinos, but rather compete in the nobles' arena. And the intent was crystal clear. 10 gold coins for the journey to Eisenberg, not a single coin less. The purpose was evident. While 10 gold coins might be trivial for a noble, if someone was willing to pay, it could easily suffice to hire a medium-sized mercenary company to escort an individual from this place to Eisenberg, with the actual cost likely not exceeding 5 silver coins. Jason merely sought to subtly decline what appeared to be an evidently conspiratorial task. He was not a true exile in the conventional sense, nor did he intend to rely on any tasks for his livelihood. He certainly did not wish to wade further into these murky waters. His only objective now was to locate Carlo, rescue Luo together, and subsequently seek the escape of the Highland tribes in the far north. Are you in dire need of money? Observing William's playful eyelashes, Jason nearly uttered that someone wished to abduct him to Eisenberg, a venture that would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. However, he ultimately restrained himself. The situation had escalated beyond mere abduction, revealing a labyrinth of intricate conspiracies lurking beneath. The presence of the young duke was a source of considerable vexation for Jason. If you choose not to speak, then I shall offer you 10 gold coins to guide me to Eisenberg. Upon our arrival, I shall compensate you. Jason's silence was interpreted as reluctance to divulge, further solidifying his conviction that this was indeed a conspiracy, as it was absurd to agree to such an exorbitant sum merely for his escort. Chapter 9. Who is the hostage? Xiaogu City lies in the southern region of the, while Eisenberg is situated within the borders of, separated by the majestic Yamas Mountains and the vast expanse of the Tianmu grasslands. Traversing through much of both the and the, one must also pass through the most chaotic region of the continent, known as the Fallen Triangle. This area serves as the confluence of the, and the. Here, in this politically vacuous triangular zone, mercenaries and exiles congregate, forming a veritable free city. The majority of mercenary groups and exiles across the continent find refuge in this haven, which has become a paradise for the fallen. The three nations cast a watchful eye upon it, yet none are willing to deploy forces against the free city. Governance is shared among a coalition of bandit alliances, mercenary unions, and the Adventurers Guild, the latter being an organization of exiles. The kings are loath to provoke the free city, for both mercenaries and exiles are formidable adversaries. The population of the free city is predominantly composed of such individuals, rendering ordinary military forces incapable of matching their prowess. Particularly concerning are the exiles, many of whom are adept assassins. The nobility of the kingdoms dread the prospect of being slain in their slumber by a swift cut to their trachea. Moreover, behind the scenes, some nobles rely on these exiles for numerous clandestine endeavors, thus harboring no desire for the downfall of the free city. In addition, the mysterious powerful figures on the continent, including dark sorcerers, also choose to resupply in the free city. These individuals instill fear even in the hearts of the ecclesiastical authority, further dissuading any attempts to assault the free city, for encountering a formidable dark sorcerer could spell doom for an entire army. At this moment, Jason found himself still within the territory of the Purity Conquest, increasingly perplexed by the idiosyncrasies of the nobility. This William, willing to pay 10 gold coins for Jason to escort him to Eisenberg, refused to enter the city, and the two of them traversed the foothills together. This was somewhat tolerable, as Jason himself was not particularly eager to enter the city, Supplies could easily be procured from smaller villages. However, the absurdity escalated when two grown men found themselves camping in the mountains at night, and William insisted that Jason not even witness him washing his feet. Yet, this was not the most outrageous of behaviors. What truly irked Jason was that after he returned from hunting a rabbit, William engaged him in a lengthy debate over the matter, ultimately asserting, in his capacity as employer, that they were permitted only to consume provisions and the dried meat they had brought, forbidding Jason from harming any small creatures. Jason was immensely frustrated. Did dried meat grow on trees? Nevertheless, he was too weary to argue with the young duke, continuing to hunt as necessary. And it seemed that William partook generously of the roasted meat each time. The two had now been traveling for 5 days, and according to Jason's estimation, they would reach Free City in approximately 3 more days. In the border region of the Purity Conquest and the Yuyi, the imposing Chimus Mountains stretched across the continent, separating the southern highlands from both Yuyi and Purity Conquest, forming an unbroken chain that extended for thousands of miles. The mountains were perilous and difficult to scale, leaving only the Tianjia fortress as a passage to and from the highlands. At this moment, Jason and his companion chose to traverse the mountain range from Xiaogu City, proceeding to the border of Jingzheng and Yuya, following the boundary between the two nations until they reached Free City. From there, they would enter the Jiasai Empire, continuing until they arrived at the edge of the marshlands, specifically Eisenburg. This route was merely delineated on a rudimentary map Jason had procured from a small town along their journey. The path they selected was not through deep mountains or expansive rivers, but rather across desolate grasslands. Such a route was typically untraveled by merchants, who would never dare to embark upon it. This notion had originated from William, yet for reasons unknown, the young duke appeared exceedingly reluctant to enter the city. Coincidentally, Jason was equally unaccustomed to interacting with the plainsmen along the way, making this route an ideal choice to avoid numerous inconveniences. Upon reaching Eisenburg, he planned to meet Carlo and then directly seek out Liao, subsequently journeying northward across the polar snow mountains to find the tribes of the far north. Jason had already discerned from the map that the only access to the glaciers was through the divine war city of Jiasai. Other routes would require traversing the treacherous snow mountains, given the legends that spoke of snow mountains so formidable that even deities could not cross. It seemed prudent to favor Jiasai. After all, even if the tales were somewhat exaggerated, they underscored the perilous nature of the snow-capped peaks. At this juncture, escorting the young duke aligned perfectly with Jason's intentions, serving as a convenient detour. Upon arriving in Eisenburg, he contemplated handing the duke over to Galilee. Yet this arrangement seemed akin to a veiled abduction. It would be better to allow him to depart on his own accord. Why have you remained silent throughout our journey? The night had fallen, and the sky was adorned with countless stars. In this vast expanse of desolation stretching for miles, it was prudent to avoid traveling at night, especially since neither of them was pressed for time. Thus, Jason had early prepared the campfire and hunted a small beast, with the presence of summoned creatures. Capturing a couple of rabbits or wild chickens was merely a matter of ease. However, Jason refrained from disclosing the existence of the mist to William. It was prudent to conserve some strength until the other party's intentions became clearer. Conveniently, every day when they paused for rest, William would request that Jason take a brief respite, claiming that this duration was perfect for hunting. It was curious that a grown man would indulge in such trivialities at this time, even asserting that he was merely washing his feet. Perhaps the rabbit Jason was roasting would believe such an excuse, but he paid little mind to it, preferring to maintain a certain distance from these nobles. Eat up. Jason offered the roasted meat. Each time he returned from hunting, encountering bloodied animals, William would chide him for his perceived cruelty and lack of compassion. Yet, once the meat was prepared, he consumed it with more relish than anyone else. Indeed, more so than Jason himself, as it seemed their group comprised merely the two of them. Have you always been alone? William had been incessantly engaging Jason in conversation over the past few days, yet it seemed Jason's enthusiasm was waning. It was understandable. No Highlander would likely extend a warm demeanor towards these aristocrats. In fact, Jason was comparatively amiable. Had he encountered Carlo or Lo, William might have already met his demise. Even with Aya, he would probably face a similar fate, for the possibility of two individuals journeying together was implausible. What is so remarkable about silence? Humph. I'm going to the waterside, do not follow me. William, accustomed to Jason's persistent silence, had long since adjusted to it. He had grown accustomed to engaging Jason in a few moments of idle chatter, feeling that without such exchanges, the day would be incomplete. This routine unfolded daily, and Jason, well accustomed to it, hardly lifted his gaze, engrossed in savoring his roasted meat. In the distance, William could be heard calling from the riverbank, warning against peeking. Jason seemed oblivious, or perhaps he simply chose to ignore it. The latter possibility seemed more plausible. At the border between the two nations, though uninhabited, the military commanders often led their troops for hunting excursions. Consequently, the area was home to some small game, yet no ferocious beasts had been encountered. However, the absence of sightings did not imply their non-existence. A black bear roamed the woods, thriving in this small patch of forest. It dared not approach the towering mountain ahead. But on the surrounding slopes, it reigned supreme. In this verdant region, abundant in water sources, food was never a concern. Numerous small creatures often fell prey to its traps near the water. At this moment, it fixed its gaze upon an unexpected intruder in the stream. The arrival of this human had startled away some of the drinking animals, inciting its fury. For this was a violation of its territory and the reason it remained hungry for dinner. Chapter 10. Melina at the border between the two nations, though uninhabited. The military leaders stationed there frequently led hunts. Consequently, this region was home to a variety of small game, though no formidable beasts had been detected. However, the absence of sighting does not imply their non-existence. A black bear roamed the woods, thriving in its modest domain. Except for the towering mountain it dared not approach. It reigned supreme over the surrounding hills. In this lush, water-rich mountainous terrain, food was never a concern. Numerous small creatures often fell into its traps near the water source. At present, it fixated on an unwelcome visitor in the stream. The arrival of this human had startled away several drinking animals, inciting its wrath. As this intrusion was an affront to its territory and the reason for its empty stomach at dinner time, Jason, seasoned by the crucible of battle, immediately sensed the encroaching danger, though the malevolent aura was muted. It likely emanated from some ordinary woodland creature. He did not allow himself to dwell on it. A young master from a ducal family should not be intimidated by such beasts. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, attentively observing the movements of the wildlife. For he understood that any potential threat should not be underestimated, a lesson learned through blood. The piercing cry made Jason question his earlier judgment. Could it be a monstrous beast that had approached? However, in his haste to reach the stream, Jason overlooked the timbre of the cries, a duke's son, or rather a male, emitting such a shrill sound. In this detail, the young shaman appeared more naive than an ordinary soldier. At the moment he rose, Jason unleashed the mist. He had never dared to underestimate unknown dangers, a hard-earned wisdom forged in the crucible of battle. The mist moved with a swiftness beyond Jason's capabilities. Upon receiving his mental signal, it transformed into a series of phantoms. By the time Jason arrived at the stream, the battle had long since concluded. The black bear, upon catching the scent of the mist, turned and fled, only to be seized by the mist jaws around its neck. The distinction between magical beasts and ordinary animals is not merely a matter of size. At times, the disparity in power is astonishingly vast. Yet, at the stream's edge, Jason's immediate focus was not on the mist's victorious endeavor, which left the clever summoned beast somewhat dissatisfied. Its intellect was insufficient to comprehend why its triumph had been so effortless, while its master's attention was fixated on a similar creature in the water. After issuing a few low growls and swaying its tail without capturing Jason's gaze, it wisely opted to devour the black bear's flesh. For such fresh meat was its greatest delight. Despite the fact that post-contract, it could sustain itself through the absorption of residual energy. The emptiness in its stomach was always an uncomfortable sensation. Go away. Another piercing scream jolted Jason back from his shock, finally providing a rationale for his daily practice of seeking solitude. He felt a flicker of relief. It seemed his inclinations were indeed normal, at least devoid of any inexplicable attraction towards the same sex. Jason lingered by the campfire, gnawing on the remnants of his roasted meat, which he had not finished earlier. However, tonight's fare tasted oddly different, as if it had transformed into something as unyielding as stone. After Jason's departure, Melina hastily donned her clothes, lingering by the stream for an extended period, uncertain of how to confront her situation, regardless of her decisions or the internal affirmations urging her to be strong. The revelation of her secret to Jason left her feeling timid. After all, she was merely a 14-year-old girl, having spent her years in the Duke's castle, surrounded only by maids and private tutors. As Melina became aware of her solitude in the wilderness, She realized that the enigmatic exiled Jason, akin to an ancient abyss, had long since departed. The trees around her whispered softly in the breeze, while the cries of insects sent shivers down her spine. The weeds by the water's edge loomed in the darkness, resembling a horde of insatiable demons poised to pounce. Ultimately, her fear compelled her to slowly return to the warmth of the campfire's glow. She glanced up furtively at Jason, only to find him lost in thought, gnawing on a bare bone devoid of any flesh, relentlessly chewing at the slick surface. The absurdity of his actions elicited a quiet laugh from her. Jason was roused from slumber by laughter, causing him to drop the bone he had gnawed cleanly. He casually picked up a twig to poke the fire, attempting to mask his current unease. The night was frigid. One ought to draw nearer to the warmth of the flames. Jason did not lift his gaze. Such a situation would leave even the most seasoned shaman at a loss, and it was surprising even to him that he could articulate a complete sentence. Melina took a few steps closer and seated herself by the campfire, uncertain of how to initiate conversation, plunging the atmosphere into silence. The air was thick with awkwardness, and the hearts of the two young souls mirrored the flickering flames, becoming increasingly restless. In the dark mountains, an unexpectedly emerging beast thrust the once familiar pair to the brink of strangeness. Jason refrained from inquiring why the Duke's young master had transformed into a woman. He deemed the question rather juvenile. He had no inclination to delve into Melina's true identity, nor did he consider that the fog had yet to dissipate. His mind was filled with the image of her enchanting form in the water, her fair skin, the graceful curves, and the ethereal beauty that shimmered in the night. Rendered mysterious by the stream, everything appeared so exquisite, as unknown insects serenaded in the nocturnal woods, their vibrations mirroring the duo's unease. The stars tirelessly blinked their bright eyes, while the moon, nearing its end, revealed a romantic crescent. Jason felt no need for deliberate attention. He could sense the pulsation of magical elements in the air, so familiar and comforting. Amidst the exuberant dance of unfamiliar scents, the currents of air stirred his emotions profoundly. Jason was suddenly jolted back to reality, emerging from his nebulous reverie. The howl of the magical wolf resonated, and the elemental fluctuations he had sensed earlier indicated that someone nearby was wielding magic. The sound suggested that Wu was near the stream he had just observed. Hastily, Jason rose and rushed toward that direction. Wu was now his sole companion. A colossal beast was engaged in a fierce battle with Wu beside the flowing water. Wu's once robust form appeared diminutive in comparison to this behemoth. Yet, the magical wolf had assumed the size of a fox, while its opponent loomed like a wolf. Wu's pristine white fur was matted with grass, rendering it somewhat disheveled, but for the moment, there were no visible injuries. Jason exhaled a long sigh of relief. Had his earlier distraction resulted in harm to Wu, he would have found it impossible to forgive himself. The adversary was evidently a magical beast adept in the use of sorcery, as evidenced by the elemental disturbances Jason had perceived in the air surrounding the combatants. Icicles hung from the grass, and Jason felt a twinge of astonishment. He was witnessing a rare ice-type magical beast. Chapter 11. The City of Freedom. Both magical beasts possessed a remarkable intelligence, and over time, they had come to understand their relative strengths and weaknesses. Upon noticing Jason's arrival, the striped tiger emitted a low growl and attempted to flee. However, with agility as its forte, Mist, the wolf, would not permit the tiger to escape. It lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the tiger's hind leg. The tiger, feeling the sharp pain, turned around and unleashed a blade of wind from its mouth. Pressured by the gust, Mist had no choice but to release its grip, allowing the striped tiger to break free and attempt another getaway. Seeing the beast's intent to flee, Jason deftly waved his wand, conjuring a wall of earth to block the tiger's path. With this obstruction in place, Mist pursued the tiger once more. Yet, instead of biting it again, the magical wolf expelled an ice arrow that struck the tiger squarely on its back. Jason, witnessing this turn of events, realized that the earlier ice magic had been the work of his summoned beast. Since forging a pact with the magical wolf, Jason had engaged in several battles. Yet he remained unaware of Mist's ability to wield magic. Today, however, as he observed Mist employing ice magic against the striped tiger, a sense of elation filled his heart. The ice arrow pierced the tiger's flesh, inciting a primal rage within it. The tiger turned and resumed its battle with Mist. With Jason's assistance, the tiger stood little chance and was swiftly brought down. Jason had contemplated signing the striped tiger as a summoned beast. The true terror of a summoner lay not in the strength of their creatures, but in their sheer numbers. No matter how formidable the enemy, an abundance of magical beasts would leave them with no choice but to flee. Just as Jason was about to signal Mist to halt, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Marina standing there. Such a delay allowed the mist to lethally consume the injured striped tiger. Jason found himself powerless, compelled to allow the creature to devour the tiger's flesh. My name is Melina, and William is my brother's name. Within Melina's heart, she could not fathom why she was so affected by the indifference reflected in his gaze. Logically, she had intended to part ways with him upon their arrival in Eisenberg. Yet now she found herself yearning for him to remember her name. Jason paid no heed to Melina's words. According to the rules governing exiles on the continent, he was entitled to leave immediately if deceived by his employer after accepting a task. However, Jason was unaware of this, and even if he were, it is unlikely he would choose to depart. In his heart, he felt a flicker of joy that Melina was a girl at this moment. He simply did not know how to initiate conversation. The two returned to the fire, and after sending the mist back to its dimensional space, Jason retrieved the rudimentary map of the continent he had purchased, contemplating their current location to estimate their journey ahead. My name is Melina, she cautiously repeated, and upon Jason's realization of her femininity, she removed her hat, allowing her long hair to cascade down. The flickering flames cast a warm glow upon her delicate face, which bore a hint of crimson, reminiscent of a ripening apple, evoking an instinctual desire to embrace and cherish her. From here to Freedom City, we still need to travel for 3 days, Jason stated after a prolonged silence, folding away the map without raising his gaze. His demeanor appeared aloof, akin to a wounded lion, solitary in its anguish, quietly tending to its own wounds, while any well-meaning or ill-intentioned individuals dared not approach him. Yet, deep within, he comprehended the rapidity of his own heartbeat. He refrained from gazing at Melina's visage, fearing that once he did, he would be unable to divert his gaze. Terrified of becoming ensnared in the radiant aura of this enchanting maiden, never to escape. Upon hearing Jason's words, Melina felt a slight alleviation of her worries, realizing that he did not imply an immediate departure, but rather intended to escort her. However, observing Jason's indifferent expression, which had seemed inconsequential days prior, now struck a chord within her as she had resumed her feminine form. A sense of disappointment welled up inside her, leaving her disinclined to inquire about the matters concerning the beasts. In the days they had spent together, she had felt a considerable degree of trust in Jason, but now, with the sudden realization of her femininity, she could no longer act as freely as before, eventually drifting into a drowsy slumber in the depths of the night. This mountainous region, after all, was the domain of the unfortunate black bear, and the only creature capable of threatening the surrounding wildlife, the patterned tiger, had been reduced to mere excrement by Jason's summoned beasts. The remnants of the earlier clash between two magical beasts lingered in the air, establishing this area as a temporary sanctuary for the purely wild creatures, which possessed an innate sensitivity to the presence of the powerful. Consequently, the two young individuals by the campfire experienced a tranquil and secure night, though whether their hearts were truly at peace remained a mystery to the woods of the mountains. Only the flickering flames, dancing in a perpetual leap, interpreted the movements of two intertwined souls. The warmth radiating from the burning fire gradually lulled them into a serene slumber. The remainder of their journey was dominated by towering mountains, with Jason forging ahead. The summoned beast had already been detected by Melina, leaving Jason with no need for further concealment. The aura of the magical wolf from the Lost Forest, undeniably a formidable presence, lingered in the narrow woods along the border of the two nations. Fortunately, their path was largely devoid of beastly disturbances, allowing for a more seamless passage. Melina concealed her beautiful long hair once again, adopting the guise of a handsome nobleman. However, the splendid tailcoat she wore bore the marks of their journey, having been torn by thorns, rendering her appearance akin to that of a beggar. The events of that fateful night were left unspoken between them, and their relationship resumed its previous demeanor. Yet, Melina refrained from engaging Jason in conversation, while he, either consciously or unconsciously, cleared the thorny obstacles from their path. This task posed little challenge for Jason, born amidst the highlands, as his physique was not as frail as that of other mages. For Melina, however, it greatly facilitated their progress, allowing them to advance much more swiftly than in the preceding days. Time slipped away in the monotony of their journey, and their increased pace brought them to the outskirts of Free City half a day earlier than anticipated. Given the relatively lenient stance of various nations toward Free City and the multitude of merchants traversing the borders, their departure from the cleansing zone encountered minimal difficulties. After ascending a peak, the distant silhouette of Free City came into view. The Free City is described as a settlement, yet it lacks a lord or officials. There are no city walls encircling it, merely a cluster of houses positioned beside a grand river. Apart from the headquarters of some formidable mercenary factions, the majority of the structures are nothing more than rudimentary dwellings. These houses are constructed upon the flatlands carved by the river through the mountains, surrounded solely by wooden fences. Those who find refuge in the Free City are predominantly affiliates of powerful factions or individuals of considerable prowess, who, naturally, harbor no fear of the wild beasts in the mountains or the ambushes of the kingdom's army. Furthermore, if the kingdom contemplates a military campaign against the Free City, the inhabitants would likely be aware of such intentions even before the border guards, as the mercenaries and vagabonds within the city often conspire with various nobles. Renowned for its exceptional intelligence network, the leaders of the Bandit Alliance and the Mercenary Alliance are perhaps more informed about the internal affairs of the kingdom than the king himself. Put this on. "We shall enter the Free City," declared Jason, the first words he had spoken in the last 3 days. He handed Melina a mage's cloak. Remnants from the remnants of Kyut. If there is anyone who navigates the Free City with ease, it is undoubtedly the dark sorcerers, whose aloof demeanor often incites discontent yet few dare to provoke them, while encountering a mage in other parts of the continent may be a rare occurrence. In the Free City, it is hardly remarkable. In one corner of this city lies a unique marketplace dedicated to the wares of dark sorcerers, where merchants procure materials directly from the mages and also offer various products and raw materials for sale. Indeed, the price difference is exorbitant. However, the haughty mages remain indifferent to such matters. They traverse the desolate expanses for nearly the entire year, gathering various treasures, albeit modestly. Moreover, the items acquired from magical beasts, which they have no use for, can fetch a handsome price. Should they find themselves in dire straits, they might emulate Uth, seeking a formidable patron, as it would not be difficult for a mage of their caliber. Many nobles vie for their favor. Mariina donned the cloak, her slender figure concealed within its folds, rendering her virtually indistinguishable from the outside. The cloak, albeit somewhat lengthy, hampered her movement, prompting her to grasp its hem with one hand. Observing her predicament, Jason procured a dagger and trimmed the cloak to a more manageable length. He then retrieved the wand he had originally used from his satchel and handed it to her. Currently, he wielded the Wand of Count, which proved to be far superior in efficacy. Satisfied that no flaws were apparent, the two then proceeded towards Free City. Chapter 12. The Chaotic City. As Jason approached Liberty City, he discovered that it was not entirely defenseless. Those seemingly useless wooden fences in the distance were adorned with formidable iron spikes, and before the barriers lay a narrow trench, its waters diverted and occasionally disturbed. With the surface marred by the floating remnants of blood, one could easily surmise that such waters harbored vicious pike or other malevolent creatures. The ground appeared level, yet Jason was acutely aware of the countless traps concealed beneath. Covert had mentioned Liberty City more than once in his notes. Gaining entry into Liberty City posed no challenge, for the mage's cloaks worn by Jason and his companion dissuaded the mercenaries stationed at the gate from attempting to collect a toll for protection. 2 figures clad in cloaks, even in Liberty City, were sufficiently captivating to draw attention. Melina quickened her pace to walk alongside Jason on the city streets. In the presence of the menacing mercenaries surrounding them, she felt a sense of security in staying close to Jason. A saying circulated across the continent, asserting that in Liberty City, one should not be surprised by any circumstance, for it was a realm of true freedom. Melina had certainly heard this adage, as had Jason. Prior to their entrance into Liberty City, they had prepared thoroughly. However, after traversing a short distance, they realized how naive their perceptions of freedom had been when contrasted with the stark reality before them. Along the streets, a row of mercenaries leaned against the walls of the shops, each clutching a weapon and casting savage glances at Jason as he passed. The atmosphere was imbued with the essence of bloodshed, and Jason understood that every one of these individuals was likely stained with the blood of their adversaries. The aura of malevolence they exuded could only arise from the crucible of life and death battles. The chaotic scene on the streets was unfathomable to those who had never set foot in the Free City. Here, civilization had completely surrendered to primal savagery, with some mercenaries engaging in carnal acts with women in the corners of the streets. The onlookers appeared to regard such debauchery as commonplace. Melina was not oblivious to the lascivious sounds emanating from the shadows. The lives of the nobility also encompassed vice and decadence. However, the rawness of the current scene was unparalleled. People typically adorned themselves with an air of elegance in public. Even those of questionable repute would don regalia fit for a queen at social gatherings. Melina had no choice but to closely follow Jason's footsteps, her hands gripping her wand tightly, though she possessed no magical abilities. In one of the three grandest edifices of the Free City, in a dimly lit chamber, Anx pushed aside the woman he had been engaging with. He turned to his subordinate, who was prostrate on the ground, and inquired, "Are you certain it is Cowart?" The master, shrouded in a mage's cloak, had his underlings maintain their distance, yet the wand he wielded was unmistakably Cowart's. Following him was another figure, evidently a mage as well, clad in the garb of the Adventurers Guild. Had Jason seen the individual at that moment, he might have recalled that it was indeed the gate captain he encountered upon entering the city. You should return and closely monitor the movements of Cowart. Additionally, gather intel on the mage who accompanied him. After dispatching his subordinate, Anquise pondered whether the current plan had been compromised. It seemed implausible to him that Cowart, accompanied by a dark mage, had arrived in Free City purely by chance, even if it were mere coincidence. The presence of two mages could utterly disrupt his meticulously crafted scheme. With Cowart's formidable prowess, he could easily influence the outcome of the entire affair. It appeared that he would need to observe the reaction of that cunning fox, Tielcha. Cowart's brazen entry into Free City would likely not escape the notice of others, as it was hardly a secret to his own men. It seemed that Fofu was unwilling to accept the terms of their previous distribution agreement. Upon receiving the news of Cowart's entrance into Free City, Tielcha did not display the same level of concern as Anquise. He had no intention of sending his subordinates to monitor Cowart. Cowart was bound to visit the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, and any surveillance by his men would be futile. Furthermore, the distribution agreement had already been accepted by Fofu, and it was unlikely he would risk severing ties over it. However, the mage accompanying Cowart piqued Tielcha's interest. As Cowart had always operated alone, when had he acquired a companion? The members of the Bandit Alliance were indeed watching Jason, but they could not evade the scrutiny of the Mercenary Alliance. Tercha harbored a cold smirk within. If Cowart truly was a summoned aide of the Adventurers Guild, it was rather brazen of him to align himself with the Mercenary Alliance and venture into Free City. That old fellow, Fofu, must be using Cowart as a means of intimidation. Jason, on his current trajectory, was indeed heading towards the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. Yet it was not as Tercha had surmised. Rather, it was merely because he had gleaned from Cowart's notes that the magical goods market was adjacent to the guild's headquarters. Unbeknownst to Jason, his entrance into Free City wielding Cowart's wand had stirred considerable commotion. It was likely the misunderstandings of those around him that facilitated his smooth passage. Otherwise, as a mage entering the territory of the Mercenary Alliance, he would have been swiftly confronted. Cowart's name, whether in Free City or across the continent, evoked terror. His eccentric and reclusive demeanor had taught a severe lesson to all who dared to offend him, a lesson often paid for with their lives. Elder Cowart, the Exile Bong extends his greetings to you. Lord Fofu has heard of your arrival in the city and sent me to welcome you. You are aware, of course, that it is not fitting for someone of Lord Fofu's stature to come here at this time. A young man clad in a black robe bowed from a distance towards Jason. Bong dared not approach the individual before him too closely. For any mage, close-range defense was generally lacking, and should he rashly draw near, he might be perceived as an assassin and face dire consequences. Thus, he remained oblivious to Jason's visage. In Jason's notes regarding Cowart, he learned that Cowart is an elder of the Adventurers Guild in Free City. Upon the unexpected appearance of Bazin, who mistook him for Cowart, Jason was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. The wizard's staff is indeed a distinctive emblem, and Cowart's staff had accompanied him for decades, making it unsurprising that others would recognize it. Take me to see Lord Buffu, Jason instructed. He understood that if he revealed he was not Cowart at this moment, he would likely face hostility from those around him, leaving him no opportunity to explain. It was only after meeting Buffu that he could clarify his identity. Cowart had noted in his writings that he had only two friends in his lifetime. One was a deceased summoner, and the other was Buffu. It was precisely because of Buffu that he accepted the position of elder in the Adventurers Guild. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would never have assumed such a role. At your command, my lord, Bazin replied, feeling slightly perplexed by the voice emanating from the cloak, which seemed somewhat off. However, he dared not approach to confirm his suspicions. He simply led the way, as they were soon to arrive at the guild, and such matters were not his concern. With a guide, they swiftly exited the Mercenary Alliance's territory. The division of power in Free City is distinctly marked. Upon entering the domain of the Adventurers Guild, it became evident that the individuals moving about were markedly different from those affiliated with the Mercenary Alliance. They either wore black robes like Bazin or donned uniquely styled garments adorned with intricate patterns. Those in patterned attire were typically equipped with bows and arrows, and carried daggers and short swords at their waists, in contrast to the standard long swords wielded by mercenaries. Upon encountering Jason's attire, nearly everyone instinctively retreated to the roadside, offering him distant salutations. They dared not approach too closely, fearing that Jason might perceive them as a threat. This allowed Jason to navigate undetected all the way to the entrance of the Adventurers Guild. Melina was unaware of Jason's name. He had never disclosed it to her from the very beginning. Therefore, when Bazin referred to Jason as Elder Kyut, she was taken aback. This name had graced her ears during her father's council meetings, and it was precisely that inadvertent eavesdropping that inspired her decision to journey to Eisenberg. Yet, she could never have fathomed that the person she casually sought was Kyut himself. She resolved to inquire further when they were alone. Bazin guided Jason to the threshold of a room within the guild. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open. An elderly man with wispy white hair emerged, clad in a cloak akin to Jason's, though without a hood. Upon sighting Jason, he momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure. Gesturing for Bazin to depart. "Come in," he beckoned, and without further ado, he stepped into the room. Jason instinctively sensed that this individual was Fofu. After a brief hesitation, he followed him inside. Chapter 13. The Free Market. Who are you? Upon entering, Jason and Melina witnessed the door behind them close automatically. Jason sensed a fluctuation of elemental energy in the air. He understood that a careless remark could lead to dire consequences. "I am Jason Dofield. Are you Mr. Vold?" Jason was unprepared to wield magic, as the individual before him exuded an aura of unfathomable depth. He feared that if he was not adequately prepared, a misunderstanding could prompt the other party to strike first. "I am indeed Vold. Pray tell, how did Corvette meet his demise?" At this inquiry, Jason was taken aback. He had yet to provide an explanation. So how could this man already know of Corvette's death? There is no need for astonishment. If Corvette had not perished, how could the soul-devouring wand have departed from him? Moreover, I can sense Corvette's emotions emanating from you. Those who earn his friendship are not of ordinary caliber. Wouldn't you agree, O shaman? Vold's back was turned to Jason, yet Jason could feel the sharp intensity of his gaze. "We encountered Uth and 2 other mages in the Lost Forest." Jason felt no need to elaborate further. The wisdom of the man before him was simply beyond his imagination. It was not difficult to comprehend how Vold knew of his shamanic identity. After all, he had fought against the Holy See for 2 years. His name had become synonymous with the dark legends of the continent, used by many to frighten children. However, Melina, trailing behind, began to feel bewildered by the exchange between the 2 men. However, upon hearing later that Jason's true identity was that of a shaman, her astonishment exceeded that of her previous belief that he was a Kyut. Jason Dollyfield. Initially, she found the name vaguely familiar, but after the revelation by Fu, her eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might pop out. Xiaogu City, near the plateau, had been the backdrop for countless stories about Jason over the past 2 years. In those tales, he was depicted as a green-faced, fanged murderer or as an ancient, gloomy figure who feasted on human flesh and blood. Alas, he had indeed come. Fu seemed to age considerably in an instant, and as Jason observed his silhouette, he noticed a slight hunch in his posture. "Since you have arrived in Free City, please take some time to rest here. In 3 days, I will convene a meeting to announce your succession to the position of elder." Fu turned to look at Jason, his voice imbued with warmth. If anyone were to witness Fu at that moment, they would surely be astonished by the benevolent side of the exiled king. "Lord Fu, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. I am merely passing through. I may depart for Eisenberg tomorrow. Call me uncle. As for the journey to Eisenberg, let's postpone it. It won't delay for more than a few days. I require your assistance, Jason. Surely, you cannot deny an old man's request." Fu regarded Jason as an apprentice of Kyut, for Kyut had once mentioned during their conversation that his wand was reserved solely for his disciples. "Very well, Fu, uncle." Jason pondered for a moment and concluded that staying for a few days should pose no issue. After all, he was on another's territory, and thus he acquiesced. Bofu exchanged a few inconsequential words with Jason before instructing someone to escort him to rest. Jason expressed a desire to explore the free market, prompting Bofu to find a guide to lead the way. The guide was none other than Bong, while Melina, unwilling to remain alone in the Adventurers Guild, accompanied Jason. She had numerous questions for Jason, but found no opportunity to voice them. Bong made no mention of Jason's identity, seemingly accepting the situation as it was, merely referring to Jason as young master, likely at Bofu's behest. The free market was not far from the Adventurers Guild. Upon exiting, they could hear the sounds of the market after traversing a single street. This did not imply that the free market was particularly noisy. On the contrary, the murmurs of traders, mercenaries, brigands, and exiles were less raucous than those found in a mercenary tavern. What reached their ears were the sounds of blacksmithing and neighing horses. The entire market was jointly protected by the three formidable factions of Free City, yet this did not mean that only three factions existed within its confines. In truth, the power dynamics of Free City were intricate and convoluted, with no one able to fully comprehend the multitude of influences at play. The market's administration was managed by a coalition beyond the three major factions, known as the Merchant Guild, composed of traders. This guild, though lacking the numbers of mercenaries, the ferocity of brigands, and the strength of exiles, was nonetheless formidable in its own right, for they possessed a unique advantage that other factions did not: wealth. Each year, they pay a protection fee to the three dominant factions, ensuring that these powerful figures keep their subordinates in line within the marketplace. The trading area for magical goods is situated at the corner of the market near the Adventurers Guild, primarily because the mages of Free City predominantly belong to this guild. Jason and his companions are not in a hurry, as Bong takes the opportunity to explain some of the rules of Free City along the way. Melina trails behind, attempting several times to engage Jason in conversation, yet his attention remains fixed on Bong, leaving her uncertain of how to approach him. By the time they enter the market, she has yet to find a suitable moment and resolves to speak with him later, wandering alongside him in a state of mild frustration. The storefronts of the free market do not resemble those in other regions of the continent, where goods are displayed on the streets, forming numerous stalls. Instead, the streets here appear spacious, with all transactions occurring within the shops. Jason shares his confusion with Bong, who explains that most individuals in Free City prefer to keep their trading items confidential, as some goods are deemed secretive. After pondering this for a while, Jason comprehends that this implies many items traded by the Thieves Guild or outlaws are of dubious origin. Even mercenaries occasionally indulge in ill-gotten gains, and naturally, they do not wish for others to witness their dealings. Furthermore, the inhabitants of Free City are not inclined to flaunt their wealth. This is not a place for ostentation unless one possesses sufficient prowess. However, those who are indeed powerful seem to care little for displaying their affluence. Guided by Bong, Jason entered the largest magical goods emporium in Free City, a spacious two-story establishment adorned with open display cabinets. Upon crossing the threshold, he immediately noticed a cloak, strikingly similar to his own, elegantly draped on the wall, a captivating centerpiece that drew the eye. Surrounding it were an array of wands and hides, also displayed prominently. Smaller items and materials were neatly arranged within the counters. This was Jason's inaugural visit to a shop dedicated to magical wares, and everything appeared remarkably novel to him. Behind the counter stood an elderly man, roughly the same age as Bofu, accompanied by two assistants. Bong seemed to be a regular patron here. Upon entering, he engaged in casual conversation with the old man. After admiring the wall hangings, Jason approached them. "Young master, this is old Ron, the proprietor of this establishment," Bong introduced, gesturing towards the elder. He then turned to the old man, saying, "This is young Master Jason, the nephew of Lord Bofu, and a disciple of Elder Kyut." "Oh, young Master Jason, it is a pleasure to welcome you to my humble shop." "It is indeed an honor to meet such a young sorcerer," Ron said, executing a nobleman's bow that resembled a rather clumsy ballet performance by a duck. Fortunately, Jason was indifferent to such theatrics. He hailed from a background far removed from nobility, regarded by those of the plains as belonging to a somewhat uncivilized and barbaric tribe. "I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance, Mr. Ron," Jason replied. Jason also returned the gesture, albeit with a more refined demeanor than line. However, to Melina, who stood behind him, the distinction was as trivial as that between two ducks. In essence, there was none. Both were merely pretenders to sophistication. This ceremonial action had been instilled in her since childhood through rigorous instruction. yet she chose to remain silent on the matter at this moment. Chapter 14. The Magic Shop. Jason remained oblivious to the irregularities of his companion's manners. Even if he were aware, it would hardly matter to him. Such concerns were likely to be the preoccupations of idle nobles, who tended to nitpick over trivialities. Under the guidance of Lahan, Jason examined the various magical items with keen interest. These artifacts were entirely unfamiliar to him. Although he had engaged in countless magical battles on the plateau, such materials were unattainable for the shamans of his people, having relied on instinctive combat for so long. The shaman found himself filled with curiosity as he beheld the bizarre array of magical implements. Each novel object heightened his intrigue, while Lahan followed closely behind, offering explanations for each item. "What is this?" Jason inquired, pointing at a black, cylindrical vessel from which a plume of pink smoke emanated. "That is embryonic fluid. Have you not encountered it before?" Lahan replied, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Such commonplace magical tools were typically familiar to any practicing sorcerer. Yet this young mage seemed to lack knowledge of even the most basic magical ingredients. Rumors had circulated that he was a student from Kyut, yet his ignorance was perplexing. Embryonic fluid generally consists of the blood of magical beasts or liquids extracted from rare plants, serving as essential experimental materials for sorcerers. "This is the blood of a swamp lizard, unrefined," Lahan clarified, despite his confusion. After all, they were guests here, and he had no desire to offend the Adventurers Guild. "Oh," Jason responded. Jason casually replied, and then turned his attention to other matters. A question lingered in his mind. If these were indeed essential tools for a magician, why did he not rely on them? It seemed that in the tomes on summoning magic given to him by Corvette, there was no mention of needing such aids. In fact, Corvette's notes occasionally referenced experimental formulas that required certain raw materials. After contemplating for a while, he couldn't help but turn to old Ron and ask, "Why do I not need these items when casting spells?" Upon hearing Jason's inquiry, Ron paused momentarily before chuckling. Was this young man truly a magician? The faint magical aura emanating from him indicated that his magical prowess was quite advanced, yet he was unaware of such a fundamental question. Nevertheless, Ron patiently offered an explanation. He elaborated that during combat, magicians typically employed incantations in conjunction with the elemental molecules within their bodies, invoking the elemental fluctuations in the air through a series of frequency vibrations to achieve specific outcomes. The greater the number of molecules stored within a magician's body, the more intense the vibrations they could generate, resulting in more potent spells. As for the magical materials, they were not supplementary aids for casting spells, but were utilized to draw magical circles and construct magical constructs. Items such as magical cloaks and wands were crafted from special materials and enhanced by the magician's own power. "Are you a magician?" Jason asked, observing Ron's face, which displayed a moment of surprise upon hearing his question, only to quickly revert to a merchant's smile. "How could that be? I am merely an ordinary merchant." Young Master Jason jested. He did not inquire further, turning his attention back to the wares displayed on the counter. He perceived that Rahan was akin to a sorcerer, yet for some inexplicable reason, he seemed reluctant to divulge that information. Since he was unwilling to speak, it would be improper for Jason to press on. Melina followed closely behind. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the peculiar items, while a shop assistant provided her with descriptions. Rahan observed these two sorcerers, his bewilderment surpassing even the peaks of the Yamas Mountains. A sorcerer devoid of fundamental knowledge? Was this the caliber of disciples taught by Kyut? Unbeknownst to Jason, who was engrossed in inquiring about the names of the various goods with unflagging enthusiasm, Rahan's thoughts wandered. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the marketplace, two shadowy figures swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, several cloaked individuals approached the shop where Jason had entered. Two remained at the entrance, preventing some apprentices from attempting to enter. The patrons of this establishment were predominantly apprentices, for the sorcerers were engaged in their magical studies at home. A shop assistant greeted the newcomers, while Rahan glanced up momentarily before continuing to introduce the merchandise to Jason. With so many customers arriving daily, it was impossible for him to attend to each personally. Jason, as the president of the Adventurers Guild, nephew of the King of Exiles, and a disciple of Kyut, warranted his personal attention. "Ah, what are you doing?" Jason turned at the sound, noticing Melina standing there, one hand pressed to her chest, glaring indignantly at the cloaked figure who had just entered. Upon seeing that Mariana seemed injured, Jason swiftly cast a spell before her, summoning a wall of earth to thwart any further attacks from the assailants. He then drew forth his wand, prepared for magic. Bazin, who was guiding Jason, also came to his senses and brandished his wand, glaring at the intruders, inquiring, "Who are you?" The assailants did not strike again. Instead, they stood there in a daze. Upon hearing Bazin's shout, they turned their heads. To their surprise, it was a woman. As they recognized Mariina, they murmured in confusion, seemingly perplexed by her identity. "Moselin, what do you intend to do?" Bazin, evidently familiar with the intruders, called out the name of their leader after discerning his features. "And what about you?" Jason observed Mariina moving closer to him, noting that her chest bore no signs of blood, indicating she was unharmed. "It's nothing. That person was just being a rogue," Mariina replied, her face flushed with anger. Moselin gazed at Mariina, a look of resignation upon his countenance. He had originally received orders to ascertain the strength of this sorceress. Thus, upon entering, he had approached her with the intent to provoke, anticipating that her pride as a mage would incite a response, leading to a private duel that would allow him to avoid any intervention from Kuert. However, he had not anticipated that she would be a woman. Now, he found himself branded a rogue. The irony of being labeled a scoundrel by a mere woman struck him with dismay, and the realization that if she chose not to engage him, Kuert would undoubtedly intervene filled him with silent despair. Hastily, I clarified. I was unaware that she was a woman. Melina had been trailing behind Jason, cloaked in that oversized mantle, and Bong, too, had not realized her true identity. Upon hearing the words exchanged, Bong oscillated between glancing at Melina and then at Jason, uncertain of how to proceed. Jason, relieved to find that Melina was unharmed, turned to Bong and inquired, "Who are they?" It had been a few days since Xiao Mu had any matters to attend to. She had been absent for 2 days. "I sincerely apologize to everyone. I truly regret the inconvenience. I will make up for the updates in a couple of days." Haha. Chapter 15. The Bandit Alliance. These individuals belong to the Bandit Alliance, with a certain Moselin serving as their leader. In the context of Free City, he wields considerable authority, akin to that of a local warlord elsewhere. The few men accompanying him are likely his subordinates. The Bandit Alliance and the Adventurers Guild are both significant powers within Free City, and their interactions are often marked by underlying tensions. Although they generally maintain a facade of civility due to their frequent encounters, petty conflicts and disputes are not uncommon behind the scenes. This is why Bisang's tone was less than cordial during the introduction, when referring to the other party. He resorted to terminology synonymous with bandit. It is rather peculiar, as he himself is a thief, yet others cannot openly call him that, and instead, he should be referred to as a traveling performer. It is much like our own situation, where a butcher might prefer to be called a gentlewoman. Should one dare to label their profession as prostitution, it is certain that the individual would turn hostile. Thus, as Bong spoke in a tone that was neither loud nor soft, sufficiently audible for the other party to grasp the gist, he informed Jason that they were dealing with local ruffians. The earlier, inexplicable accusation of being a lecherous figure weighed heavily on his conscience, soon overshadowed by his displeasure towards Bong's remarks. Moselin was inherently a difficult character to engage. Few who are content to reign over their territory possess amiable dispositions. Moreover, as a leader of a faction, his influence within the Bandit Alliance of Free City is substantial. Consequently, upon hearing Bisang's words, an inferno of rage erupted within him. Akin to a wildfire in the summer forest, as he bellowed, "You vagabond, I'll take you down." As he clenched his fist, it was directed towards Jason. He had already discerned that Jason was not Kuet. If he were truly Kuet, he would have long since apologized and fled. It was precisely because he had never encountered Jason before that he dared to retaliate. He understood that when dealing with a sorcerer, one must first close the distance to strike. The girl he had just provoked, Melina, was not to be underestimated. In his simplistic worldview, women were not formidable opponents, even when clad in a wizard's cloak. Everyone in Free City was well aware of Bazin's capabilities. If he were genuinely skilled, he would not still be relegated to menial tasks within the Adventurers Guild, merely serving as a guide for errand running. Thus, he believed that as long as he could incapacitate Jason, he would have no further concerns. As for the Adventurers Guild pursuing the Bandit Alliance afterward, someone would inevitably take the blame. After all, they were not on the same path. It was unlikely they would sever ties over such a trivial matter, and he felt assured he could manage the situation. However, despite his meticulous calculations, he failed to consider whether he could actually defeat Jason. Before his fist even reached Jason, a fleeting blur caught his eye, and he suddenly found himself knocked to the ground. His companions, adept at ambush and robbery, were quick to react with startled exclamations. Yet upon realizing what had transpired, they promptly fled, leaving Moselin abandoned on the ground. Who would dare to confront a beast towering over them, with only a shoulder's height separating them? They usually rely on their numbers, shouting slogans from the back of the line, and while they may not care much when it comes to a true fight, it becomes apparent that when faced with insurmountable odds, they cannot muster the courage to confront the beasts directly. It seems that Mosin, their leader, has not instilled sufficient loyalty in them. They falter at the sight of the monsters, unable to exhibit the bravado they should possess. Mosin himself is rather unfortunate. He had the potential to become a regional tyrant, with capable subordinates at his command. In normal circumstances, his martial skills are formidable, which is why he was dispatched to assess Molina's strengths. His cunning among thieves cannot be underestimated. He quickly discerned that Jason was the pivotal figure in the situation. However, he did not anticipate that this mage had a wolf tucked away, not just any wolf, but a dire wolf from the depths of the Lost Forest. This turn of events has proven disastrous for him, akin to a minister capsizing in a muddy ditch. One could hardly say he is merely unlucky, but rather a victim of his own hubris. Bazin watched in awe as the mist pinned Mosin to the ground, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Although there were beastmasters among the exiles, they typically dealt with ordinary wildlife, and his experiences in the Adventurers Guild were far from extensive. Yet, witnessing the training of magical beasts for combat was indeed a first for him. The admiration in his gaze towards Jason shifted from respect to reverence. It was no wonder he was a disciple of Elder Hewitt. His prowess bordered on the monstrous. With the dire wolf's mist pressing Mosin down, the beast's jaws gaped before him, the acrid scent of blood wafting through the air, striking straight to his core. He was also a man of resolve, yet in this dire situation, he found himself paralyzed with fear, his limbs trembling and his hands devoid of strength to struggle. Jason stepped forward, observing the terror-stricken face of Moselin. He harbored no inclination for mercy towards his adversaries. His nature dictated that he would only retaliate with utmost vigor when provoked. However, now in the unfamiliar territory of Freedom City, he pondered the best course of action regarding the individual before him and deemed it prudent to consult Bong. He wished to avoid any missteps that might bring trouble to the Adventurers Guild, especially since Falvo was, after all, a friend of Hewitt and there existed a tenuous connection between them. Turning to Bong, he inquired, "What shall we do with this fellow?" Bong, still reeling from the sudden appearance of the magical wolf, only then responded to Jason's query. Being astute by nature, otherwise Falvo would not have entrusted him as a guide, he recognized the man as a member of the Bandit Alliance. While administering a beating was an option, the potential consequences of causing a death were grave. The Bandit Alliance would likely retaliate. Given Jason's status as a disciple of Elder Hewitt, it was plausible that he would bear the brunt of their wrath, leaving Bong to fear that he would ultimately suffer the consequences. "Young master, they belong to the Bandit Alliance. Perhaps we should take him back and have their leader, Anquis, pay a ransom for his release. This, too, is a customary practice in Freedom City. When one's skills fall short, execution was the straightforward resolution in years past. Subsequently, it became evident to all that the cycle of vengeance only deepened enmities, while the number of individuals involved in such conflicts dwindled. As everyone relied on their respective factions for sustenance, there was little need for absolute enmity in the City of Freedom. Thus, an accord emerged amongst the major factions. A certain ransom would be paid according to the identity of the captured individual, allowing for their release. This arrangement not only spared the dignity of the opposing leader, but also provided an avenue for additional revenue, proving to be a clever tactic. Naturally, if a minor character were to be apprehended, no one would be inclined to pay for their release, and it would be far more practical to eliminate them on the spot. This also elucidated the reason for the subsequent escape of a few younger subordinates, as the Adventurers Guild had no intention of exchanging them for monetary gain, and the blood butcher, Anquis, would certainly not squander funds to redeem a handful of petty thieves. Upon hearing this proposal, Jason agreed wholeheartedly. He placed a restraint on Moselin, allowing the fog to return to the dimensional space, and instructed Bong to subdue the captives. After this incident, he lost interest in browsing the market and headed straight back to the Adventurers Guild. During this time, Jason had overlooked one individual, the shopkeeper, Old Ron. Observing Jason's departing figure, a smile, distinctly different from the typical merchant's grin, crept across Ron's face, revealing an enigmatic depth. He muttered softly to himself, and had anyone been close enough to hear, they would have caught him saying, "Heh, Kyut actually entrusted the old ghost's belongings to this young fellow. It seems the tides in the City of Freedom are about to shift once Jason and his companions had distanced themselves. Ron instructed 2 of his associates to keep a watchful eye on the shop and turned to make his way into the back courtyard. The 2 associates appeared unfazed by their employer's actions, continuing their duties of attending to customers behind the counter. In recent days, Xiaomu has been unwell, experiencing chaos with excessive charges at the hospital for 25 hours. Subsequently, her computer has also malfunctioned, and she has yet to gather enough funds for its repair. I sincerely apologize, but updates will be slowed down for the time being. I shall resume in a few days. Chapter 16. The Mercenary Alliance Anquis truly exhibits impatience. Let this matter rest, Bong. Send someone to the Bandit Alliance to fetch Anquis and have him take the person away. Remember, there shall be no ransom. Fofu remained in the room, standing by the window. After listening to Basang's report, he instructed him accordingly. Bong glanced up at Fofu. Unable to comprehend why Fofu chose to forego the ransom, yet he refrained from voicing his question. Fofu, proclaimed as the King of Exiles, undoubtedly had his reasons for such a decision. His duty was merely to comply. Questioning Fofu's judgment could lead to dire consequences. Hence, he accepted the orders and departed. In contrast, Jason was not like Bong. Along the way, Bong had informed him that the custom in Freedom City dictates that capturing someone is tantamount to a monetary exchange. Justice lay with him. Thus, the opposing party should certainly pay. Unlike Bong, who would unquestioningly follow Fofu's commands, Jason felt compelled to voice his inquiry. Uncle Fofu, why do we not demand a ransom? After all, it was that fellow who initiated the confrontation with me. At that moment, the room was left with only Jason, Fofu, and Melina. Fofu turned to regard Jason, the young man brought to him by his closest friend. Jason was still clad in a Kyut cloak, the oversized garment draping awkwardly over him. The hood had been removed, revealing his long, raven-black hair and the distinct purplish-black complexion characteristic of Highland dwellers. His bright, expressive eyes were fixed intently upon Fofu. In the eyes of the young man, one could discern his sincerity and strength. It was not merely for the sake of Kyut that Bofu silently sighed within. When Jason appeared before him, he immediately sensed the young man's uniqueness. The honesty in his eyes was not a simple purity, but rather a kind of clarity forged through the trials of life, imbued with a composure that transcended restlessness. A testament to the passage of time and the tumult of worldly affairs. Once upon a time, he had glimpsed such qualities in the gaze of an old friend. Kyut had referred to Bofu in his notes as one of the few friends he had in his lifetime, and in his heart, Bofu regarded Kyut as his sole companion. As the leader of exiles and a prominent figure among the 3 great powers of the Free City, how could his thoughts be solely dictated by his own desires? Occupying such a position necessitated a commitment to political machinations, and thus, his actions were not entirely of his own volition. Kyut, my old friend, trust that I would never harm this child. Perhaps this occurrence is not entirely a misfortune for him. Jason gazed at Bofu, who had turned away. Clad in a black magical cloak akin to his own, the gentle breeze flowing through the window tousled the elder's white hair, and time had left indelible marks upon his face. The warmth in Bofu's gaze was filled with affection, reminiscent of the late elder shaman, who, in the distant past, had looked upon him with the same expression during his final moments. You may now go and rest. Bofu finally broke the silence that had enveloped them, awakening from the stirrings of his soul. After speaking, Buddha turned to gaze out the window, having grown accustomed to observing the world beyond this pain, quietly taking in all that Freedom City had to offer. Jason complied with Buddha's words, turning to leave with Melina, no longer in need of Buddha's answers. Within Buddha's eyes, he discovered the very essence he sought, and at the moment Buddha turned away, Jason sensed a profound resolve within him. However, at that instant, Jason was unaware that this fleeting moment of eye contact would precipitate a transformation in his life. If previously Jason had been relentlessly pursuing the remnants of the plateau to aid his friends, henceforth, his destiny would be irrevocably steered by Buddha's decision towards an inevitable path. Sir, someone from the Tielcha has come to visit. Bong lifted his gaze to the figure of Buddha, who was still peering out the window. Since entering the guild, this legendary exile had continuously stood at this window, and Bong suddenly felt an illusion that the figure before him had been standing there since the dawn of time. The air was thick with a sense of the ages, imbued with a profound depth. Each time he entered this room, he was enveloped by distant memories, feeling an innate reverence for the elder, whose appearance resembled that of a statue, cloaked in dust. Like an antique, he stood there, exuding an aura of wisdom and mystery that was impossible to overlook. "Oh, please let them in." The corners of Fofu's mouth curled upward, and for an extended period, Bong could not forget the smile he had witnessed today, reminiscent of a deep well, evoking an inexplicable chill each time it crossed his mind. What purpose did this Tikhar have in sending someone? Could it be regarding the matter of Anquis? This cunning fox must be unable to contain himself. How would he react upon discovering that the visitor was not Kyut? The thought of this long-standing adversary, with whom he had sparred for so many years, sent waves of headache through Fofu. The fellow's craftiness was undoubtedly on par with the enchanted fox of the Lost Forest. As Bong ushered the newcomer in, Fofu was already seated in the chair that symbolized the leader of the exiles. During such receptions, he always positioned himself across the spacious table, engaging in conversation with visitors. Fofu believed this arrangement allowed him to discern the intentions of his guests more clearly, thereby gaining control over the dialogue and the negotiations. The newcomer was clad in a blue, short-collared samurai outfit, cinched at the waist with a four-finger-wide belt, a quintessential mercenary attire. Strikingly, he bore no weapons, and his fair complexion was a rarity among mercenaries. His golden curls, reminiscent of gently rolling waves, danced rhythmically as he moved. With broad shoulders and muscular arms exposed beyond the sleeves, he exuded latent strength. A light stubble adorned his chin, indicating his youth. "Greetings, esteemed ruler, Lord Fofu. I am Finch, and the leader of Tikhar has sent a letter intended for you." Finch bowed, performing a noble gesture before Fofu. From his bosom, he produced a letter sealed with wax and handed it to Bong, who stood nearby. "Finch, the illustrious leader of the Miracle Mercenary Corps, welcome. It seems that the esteemed Chief Tikhar has summoned the renowned Captain Finch for more than just the delivery of a letter. In this realm, it would be an egregious ignorance for anyone to be unaware of the Miracle Mercenary Corps, one of the top 3 mercenary groups on the continent, alongside the Imperial Defense Corps of the Yuya Empire, in various nations across the land, to economize on military expenditures. It is often permitted for noble families to organize mercenary bands composed of their non-inheriting offspring. These mercenary groups enjoy certain privileges while undertaking missions domestically and are afforded assistance from regular troops along their routes. However, during homeland operations, they are obliged to assist in defense. Nobles who establish such bands and achieve military merit may receive titles from the king. Typically, many prominent families have evolved through this very model. Such mercenary groups, backed by state support, generally refrain from joining mercenary alliances. Yet, the Miracle Mercenary Corps stands as a notable exception, with Captain Finch Grimus being the 3rd son of the Prime Minister Baibe Grimus of the Yuya Empire. Due to various political circumstances, he has aligned himself with the Mercenary Alliance, making it the sole Imperial Defense mercenary group within that coalition. Bofu could scarcely fathom that this matter would bring Finch to Freedom City. Although the Miracle Mercenary Corps has become a part of the Mercenary Alliance, its headquarters is not located in Freedom City, and Finch seldom makes appearances there. Could it be that the Yuya Empire is preparing to intervene? Bofu found himself compelled to reconsider whether he should persist in his ambitions for dominance. Due to its specific geographical location, the Empire will refrain from intervening in the internal struggles of Free City. What, then, is the purpose of the actions taken by the Yuya Empire this time? Is Tikhar sending Finch to deliver a message, perhaps subtly hinting at the involvement of the Yuya Empire? The old fox is unlikely to consent to the participation of Yuya's personnel. Fofu finds himself somewhat perplexed by Tikhar's motives. After exchanging pleasantries with Finch, Fofu rises to see him off. If it were merely a matter of delivering a message, he could have simply summoned a subordinate. What exactly does Tikhar intend to accomplish? Fofu instructs Bong to step out and opens Tikhar's letter. I must take a moment to apologize to everyone. The efficiency of the telecommunications service is indeed questionable. After a month of waiting for the installation scheduled through a phone call, the personnel from their engineering department have finally arrived today. Testing is underway, and normal updates should resume by tomorrow or the day after. Additionally, my laptop has malfunctioned, and the hard drive has failed, resulting in the loss of all data. Consequently, I currently have no written drafts at hand. However, I have now acquired a desktop machine, and I am confident that I will maintain the pace of updates. In the coming days, I will diligently work to recover all the lost figures from this period. Thank you to all the friends who have continuously supported this book, especially to my dear brother Xiaojun. Friends who appreciate my work can join the QQ group 843-3794 to stay informed about my situation. Thank you. Chapter 1. the gold mine contest the following morning. As Jason rose from his slumber, Bong approached him with an invitation to visit Bufu's chamber. Bufu informed Jason of the discovery of a gold mine adjacent to Free City, prompting the three principal factions to organize a contest. However, the leaders and elder figures of these factions were prohibited from participating, as they needed to remain vigilant against incursions from surrounding empires. Should any leader sustain harm or loss during the contest, it could incite a cascade of turmoil. Thus, it was decided that each faction would send forth a cadre of youthful contenders to compete. The victor would gain the rights to manage the gold mine, and naturally, their share of the spoils would be more favorable than that of the other two factions. Jason gazed at Bufu, his mind ensnared in contemplation over whether he ought to assist the individual before him in the competition. In former times, had Bufu approached him, appealing to the bond they shared through Korit to aid them in contending for the allocation of resources, he would have undoubtedly declined with polite reluctance. Such an endeavor would only serve to delay him, while his brethren on the plateau were enduring suffering. How could he squander time in Free City? His relationship with Korit would scarcely influence this decision. At most, it would render him slightly embarrassed during the act of refusal. Yet yesterday, in that fleeting moment of eye contact with Bufu, he discerned a profound affection reflected in his gaze. Jason could not dismiss this sensation as mere illusion. He was no naive native, untouched by the world. Despite his youth, he had endured countless separations and farewells, and on the battlefield, he had navigated through a myriad of treachery and schemes. He wholeheartedly believed in his feelings, and in that fleeting moment, Bufu regarded him as a true kin. Uncle Bufu, I think I can stay in Free City for half a month. That is my utmost limit. Please forgive me, Jason said, bowing to Bufu. The prospect of Jason agreeing to remain for the tournament brought great joy to Bufu. A smile crept across his weathered face, filled with both solace and excitement. Jason, I knew you would stay to assist your uncle. Rest assured, once the tournament concludes, I shall send the finest exile as your guide to take you to Eisenbug. Now, go have your breakfast. In the morning, let Bazin explain the power dynamics of Free City to you, and I shall seek you out in the afternoon. Very well, uncle, Jason replied before taking his leave and returning to his quarters. His abode was nestled in the backyard of the Adventurers Guild, a courtyard within a courtyard, complete with its own independent entrance. The architectural style of Free City diverged significantly from that of the mainland, where one might constantly face the threat of enemy ambush. Thus, although the houses lacked the imposing walls of noble castles, they featured many open spaces to guard against lurking adversaries. Jason's courtyard occupied a corner of the Adventurers Guild, designed with a distinct square courtyard wall. Breakfast had already been delivered, and upon his return, Jason found Mariana dining. Upon seeing Jason enter, a shy expression graced her face, as she felt a twinge of unease for not having waited for his return, a gesture considered quite impolite in noble society. However, Jason remained indifferent to these matters. He turned around and called out to Bong, who was about to leave, inviting her to dine with him. Bong hesitated for a moment, but Jason insisted that he wished to inquire about Freedom City and the upcoming competition, prompting her to stay. In Freedom City, although the social hierarchy is rigorously defined, it is not as pedantic as the aristocratic circles. Dining together with both the lower and upper classes is not considered an unusual occurrence. The competition had, in fact, been determined approximately 2 weeks prior to Jason's arrival in Freedom City, though the stipulation that only young contestants could participate seemed to have been decided just yesterday. The event was scheduled for 1 week later, to be held at the recently discovered gold mine. Originally a modest iron mine, it had been developed by a commercial consortium. However, 6 months ago, a gold vein was unexpectedly discovered there. Such is the nature of the world. When something holds little value, it garners little attention. But once this seemingly insignificant iron mine transforms into a gold mine, it becomes the focus of many ambitious individuals. Initially, there was little action taken. Pressure was merely applied to the consortium, demanding a fair distribution of profits. Yet, the leader of the consortium maintained a very rigid stance, intent on monopolizing the entire gold mine, ultimately vanishing inexplicably from Freedom City. Consequently, the gold mine became an unclaimed asset, and various factions engaged in several skirmishes to vie for the rights to its exploitation. After much deliberation, they arrived at a solution. The victor of the competition would gain management rights over the mining operations, while the defeated would receive a share of the profits, albeit considerably less than what would be gained from actual mining activities. The three major factions are placing significant emphasis on the situation. The gold content of the mine has already been surveyed, and the precise figures are beyond the knowledge of someone of Basang's stature. However, judging by the attitudes of these factions, it is evident that the potential is substantial. Several neighboring empires appear to be taking action as well. After listening to the introduction, Jason felt that this matter had little to do with him. His sole responsibility was to represent the Adventurers Guild during the competition. Therefore, he sought clarification on the specific rules of the contest. Bong had not heard of any formal regulations, but the tradition in Free City dictates that one individual takes the stage, followed by a series of challenges. This format harbors significant vulnerabilities. A highly skilled individual, after enduring several challenges, is bound to be toppled by subsequent opponents. After all, humans are not made of iron. There comes a time when their strength wanes. Nevertheless, this structure indeed caters to the reckless. They revel in such displays. Upon reflecting on this, Jason deduced that the initial contestants would likely not be particularly formidable. The true powerhouses would emerge later in the contest. With such a fighting format, the first to take the stage inevitably faces disadvantage. As for the identities of the opposing participants, Bong could only surmise a few possibilities. The mercenary alliance would certainly include Finch, the individual who delivered the message yesterday. He wields a broad-bladed sword, seemingly favoring a brute force approach. As for the robber alliance, it remains uncertain who will take the stage, though there is speculation that it could be Moselin. However, during the last encounter at the market, he suffered a setback at Jason's hands, leaving one to ponder whether the notorious bandit leader Anquise would consider a change in personnel. Furthermore, there was no stipulation regarding the number of participants this time. It is likely that individuals may ascend the stage in multiples. Aside from Jason, two others from the Adventurers Guild are set to participate as well. Yet, they remain outside and have yet to return. Given the proximity to the competition, they should be arriving in Free City within the next few days. Melina listened intently as Bazin introduced the matter. She was perplexed by Jason's willingness to engage in combat on behalf of Fufu, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Since her identity was unveiled by Jason at the riverside, she had scarcely exchanged words with him. Although she continued to follow closely behind Jason each day, silence often enveloped her. In truth, Jason was unaware of a customary practice on the continent. Once a task has been accepted, one is prohibited from undertaking additional commitments. Having pledged to escort Melina to Eisenberg, he could not simultaneously agree to Fufu's challenge. Melina possessed the right to decline. Fufu remained oblivious to this nuance, as did Jason regarding this rule. Melina too was unaware. Had she known, she might have invoked this regulation to dissuade Jason from participating. The bouts in Free City are notorious for their life-threatening nature, not only within its confines, but in other cities as well. It appears that combat in the arena typically allows for only one survivor. Jason devoted the morning to scrutinizing a dossier provided by Bazin. This document was meticulously compiled by Fufu based on the intelligence gathered by the Adventurers Guild, whose information network is renowned as the most exceptional across the continent. With their scouts seemingly omnipresent throughout the land, it has been humorously suggested that if the leader of the Adventurers Guild so desired, he could ascertain the color of the undergarments worn by the king's concubines on a daily basis. This report meticulously analyzes the personnel that various factions might deploy. Jason discovered that this competition would not only involve the three major powers, but also several other organizations. However, as Bong implied, these smaller factions seem to have been permitted to participate merely to appease certain influential figures behind the scenes, and thus are not regarded as serious contenders. Even if they possess formidable warriors or mages, they would not dare to vie for the championship, for even if they were to secure the mining rights, they would lack the means to execute any operations. Jason comprehended this well, just as in the past on the plateau. No matter how formidable the leader of a small tribe might be, he could never attain command over a significant territory during a battle, as no one would be inclined to heed his authority. In the afternoon, Jason arrived at Fufu's chamber as per their morning arrangement. He encountered a stranger standing before Fufu's desk, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Upon noticing Jason's entrance, Fufu promptly beckoned him over. "Jason, come here, come here. This is Sam. He will be joining you in the competition. You young men should get to know each other," he said with a radiant smile, appearing quite pleased. "Greetings." Jason politely acknowledged the newcomer. "You are the disciple of Elder Hewitt, I presume? It's not that I doubt the Elder's magic, but may I inquire how long you have been studying?" You see, mages are not typically suited for combat in the arena. Sam's tone was rather indifferent. Jason was taken aback by the unexpectedly frosty reaction from the other party. Hewitt, standing within the Adventurers Guild, is undeniably exalted. Bolfer's decisions within the guild are also beyond reproach. However, the individual before him openly questioned Hewitt's spells right in front of Bolfer. The materials Jason reviewed earlier that morning did not include any information regarding the guild's competitors, a precaution taken to prevent any potential leaks. Jason had no knowledge of who Sam was, yet since Bolfer claimed he represented the guild in the competition, he should presumably be a talent from the guild. So why did he dare to show such disrespect towards Hewitt and Bolfer? Chapter 2. Internal competition. It seemed that Fofu had anticipated Sam's reaction and made no effort to intervene, instead observing Jason closely, as if assessing his response. Jason glanced at Fofu, fully aware of the expression on his face. It was clearly a test of his mettle. Yet, Jason could not fathom Fofu's intentions. If Fofu had already resolved to allow him to represent the Adventurers Guild in the competition, why would he permit Sam to provoke him? Oh, Sam, please refrain from this behavior. You should have faith in Elder Hewitt's magic and my discernment. Or do you believe you ought to engage in a more thorough discussion with Jason in the backyard? It would be beneficial for you, trust me. Fofu's words unmistakably indicated to Sam that he could challenge Jason. If Sam failed to grasp this implication, he would indeed be a fool. A person who had honed their skills to such a level could hardly be considered simple-minded, regardless of their intellect. Thus, upon hearing Fofu's remarks, Sam shot Jason a fiercely provocative glance before striding towards the backyard. Uncle Fofu. Jason's eyes were filled with confusion, but his thoughts were interrupted by Fofu. Do not worry. Consider it a lesson for my subordinate. They have been far too arrogant for too long, seemingly forgetting that their ancestors were exiled from the Empire. The Empire cast us aside, which is the essence of our identity as the Adventurers Guild. Fofu's tone was laden with a sense of melancholy and resignation. Most of these young individuals were descendants of those who had been exiled, flourishing in the freedom that followed. Over the years, as the influence of the Adventurers Guild steadily expanded, numerous nobles began to cultivate relationships with these individuals. The younger generation, having never experienced the humiliation and torment of exile, found themselves increasingly entangled with the upper echelons of the empire's aristocracy. If this trend persists, they will inevitably become embroiled in the conflicts of the nobility, falling victim to their power struggles. Jason said nothing further. He courteously bowed to Buddha and made his way towards the courtyard. Observing his retreating figure, Buddha let out a deep sigh, hoping that his decision had not harmed the young man. Jason's overly gentle disposition was perhaps the reason for the failure in the Plateau War. How could a leader of such temperament effectively command an army? Jason was indeed a commendable ruler, yet not a capable general. Buddha's thoughts were not unfounded. Had Jason possessed a different character, one where kindness was not at the expense of decisiveness, he would never have acquiesced to the church's request to venture to Angry. Buddha endeavored to alter Jason's perception of the world in hopes of reshaping his character. Yet, could such aspirations truly be realized? The outcome remained beyond Buddha's foresight. And today's actions would undoubtedly influence the course of Jason's life for years to come. In the future, when Jason reflected upon this moment, he would inevitably feel a sense of nostalgia. Upon arriving at the backyard, Jason found Sam already waiting for him, accompanied by several warriors from the Adventurers Guild who observed the encounter. In a one-on-one confrontation, the mage was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, in close combat, the casting speed of a mage could not possibly surpass the swift strikes of a warrior's weapon. However, Jason's mentor is Kaut, the renowned harvester of souls. The onlookers felt a flicker of anticipation, hoping that this seemingly robust young man might deliver an unexpected surprise. Jason, you. Mariana, upon hearing the commotion outside, emerged from her room to inquire with Bong about the situation. Upon learning that Jason was to engage in combat, she hurriedly made her way to the arena. Yet, upon arrival, she found herself at a loss for words before Jason. After a prolonged hesitation, she could only muster a name. What is it? Please wait a moment. I'll explain shortly. Jason, however, received no further clarification from Mariana, as the crowd of exiles continued to jeer and urge him on. With no other choice, he uttered a brief remark and stepped into the circle formed by the spectators. This battle should pose no real danger, yet Jason could not afford to falter. Not even slightly, for any hint of weakness would tarnish Kaut's reputation. Although Jason had not formally acknowledged Kaut as his mentor, in the eyes of the people in Freedom City, he was regarded as Kaut's disciple. Furthermore, Jason had always considered Kaut to be his closest friend in his heart. Even though their time together had been brief, merely 2 days, the bond of that unique friendship forbade Jason from losing face. Prepare your spells. I wouldn't want you to be unable to execute your moves after I strike you. Sam scoffed at Jason, his tone brimming with arrogance. A warrior inherently held a significant advantage over a mage. Had it not been for the insistence of President Fofu, I would not have felt compelled to challenge this audacious young man before me. He seems blissfully unaware of his own insignificance, mistakenly believing that his studies under the tutelage of Kiwit would elevate him to a position of dominance in my presence. No matter how formidable he perceives himself to be, it is inconceivable that he could master the arts of a powerful mage within a mere year. It is worth noting that when Elder Kiwit first encountered me a year ago, he had yet to take on any disciples. At that time, I had even recommended my own brother to study under the Elder, only to be met with rejection. I never imagined that this young man would be granted such an opportunity. It's unnecessary. You may strike whenever you wish. Even with Jason's typically placid demeanor, the incessant provocations from Sam would inevitably ignite a spark of anger within him. While his magic may not manifest with overwhelming immediacy, his summoned creature, Mist, is always at his beck and call. In the absence of support from earth magic, the assault from Mist should easily overwhelm his opponent. Yet, deep within, Jason remains reluctant to summon the magical wolf Mist here. It is not his nature to reveal his strength so openly. In previous confrontations, he had called upon Mist out of fury at the sight of the corpses of the Highland people, and because his adversaries were those who had participated in the slaughter of the innocents. However, Sam is an underling of Uncle Fofu, and there exists no animosity between them. Should Mist prove too forceful and inadvertently harm him, it would create an awkward predicament. Sam, noticing Jason's refusal of his seemingly generous offer, stood there with an air of arrogance, his scorn evident in his gaze as he refrained from uttering any incantations. Since you are so confident, let us see how the arrogance you possess brings you pain. Enduring your own injuries and failures is far preferable to losing face for the guild in the arena. Sam thought to himself as he slowly drew his sword. Although he had already resolved to strike, he deliberately slowed his movements, intending to demonstrate to the onlookers that he had allowed his opponent ample time to prepare spells before triumphing over him. In doing so, he aimed to show that his victory was not merely a consequence of his profession. He desired to exhibit perfection and prevail through sheer force. The members of the Adventurers Guild had nearly all gathered in the backyard or near the windows from which they could observe the duel. Many secretly felt anxious for Jason, who seemed excessively arrogant for forsaking the time to prepare his spells. Did he truly believe his magic could outpace the swing of a sword? A few others questioned whether Jason's magical prowess had indeed reached the instantaneous level of Elder Cowitz. Bofu stood by the window, watching the two young men in the center of the courtyard. As his gaze swept over Sam, it noticeably dimmed, tinged with a hint of disappointment. If anyone were to witness his expression at that moment, they would undoubtedly believe that Sam's defeat was imminent. For Bofu's demeanor had unequivocally revealed the outcome of his observations and judgments. In terms of insight within the Adventurers Guild, few could rival Bofu's acumen. Labor Day, a grand holiday, on which many friends are enjoying their day off. Wishing everyone a joyous celebration, Xiaomu hurriedly set to work, striving to produce more updates during the extended holiday. Chapter 3. Character Sam reluctantly retracted the sword he had swung, fully confident that it would have severed Jason's left hand. However, the forward motion would inevitably lead him to collide with the emerging spikes from the ground before Jason. This was not the outcome he desired. Inflicting severe harm upon his opponent was acceptable, but sacrificing his own life was not a price worth paying. In Free City, even duels among allies often resulted in injuries. Had he successfully severed Jason's hand, Buddha would have no grounds to blame him. Yet, the prospect of such a sacrifice rendered the endeavor futile. Before Jason, the sudden emergence of the ground spikes astonished Sam more than the onlookers around him. This young man had managed to cast magic at the very moment Sam had drawn his sword. Notably, he had seen no prior signs of preparation from Jason. In a sense, this duel could be deemed concluded. Though it had only been a single move and Sam had not exerted his full strength, merely a casual swing, the reaction from Jason had unequivocally demonstrated his prowess and combat skills. This underscored that Sam's earlier justification for the duel had fully revealed his position as a disciple of Kit. However, this was not the conclusion Sam sought. He yearned to utterly vanquish his opponent and obliterate his dignity within Free City. For Sam, this setback was merely a consequence of his own negligence. it would not waver his resolve to humiliate Jason. With the next move, he would unleash his fighting spirit, ensuring that this young man would not emerge unscathed. Though Jason possesses a somewhat timid disposition, his combat experience and reflexes are unparalleled. Confronted by Sam's intense fighting spirit and formidable presence, he felt as though he had been transported back to the battlefield. Having endured countless life and death trials, Jason erupted with an aura entirely distinct from his usual self. The spectators gradually retreated a few steps, granting the two combatants a larger arena. Although both are seasoned warriors, having been tempered by the crucible of bloodshed, the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Jason instilled a sense of trepidation within them. It was a ferocity that transcended the ordinary skirmishes they were accustomed to, a raw dominance that spoke of his formidable strength and resilience. You truly are formidable. I must concede that Elder Corvette is indeed an exceptional mentor. However, in the forthcoming battle, I shall regard you as my true adversary. Do be cautious, Sam declared, slowly raising his sword to align with his chest. This deliberate motion diverged sharply from his earlier haste, and with it arose a palpable desire for combat. Following their previous encounter, Sam had shed any lingering arrogance. Faced with a mage capable of instantaneous action, he recognized the necessity of earnest engagement. In that moment, he finally regarded Jason as a worthy opponent, having earned his respect through sheer prowess. One can anticipate that the ensuing battle will showcase Sam's utmost dedication. After all, a warrior forged in the fires of life and death, trials cannot cower before a formidable foe. Jason embodies this truth, as does Sam. Almost all the onlookers instinctively took a few steps back, as the intensity between the two individuals escalated to a daunting height, continually rising. Jason had drawn his wand, and in comparison to Sam's imposing aura, he seemed like a mere tree beside a mountain. What was once a simple internal spar had transformed into a clash of unwavering resolve, as both warriors, seasoned and proud, stood resolute in their dignity. In this arena, the notion of retreat was inconceivable. What they sought now was not peace, but an insatiable thirst for battle. Let us commence, Sam bellowed, his voice resonating with determination as he swung his diamond-forged sword toward Jason. At the moment of his strike, his voice served as a harbinger of the tempestuous onslaught that would utterly vanquish his adversary. Yet, deep within, he harbored a layer of doubt. Despite Jason's display of instantaneous magic, he found it hard to believe that a mere mage could triumph over him in close combat. His pride forbade him from resorting to treachery. Even in a direct confrontation, he insisted on facing Jason only when the latter was fully prepared, for such conditions would render his victory truly complete. In the face of Sam's assault, Jason's expression remained as tranquil as the earth lost in an enchanted forest. Such an attack might be deemed fierce upon the battlefield, yet a singular strike, no matter how potent, could never rival the pressure of countless simultaneous assaults. Having endured such scenarios, how could Jason allow himself to falter in the presence of Sam's overwhelming presence? The greater the pressure, the more it ignites Jason's desire to fight. However, despite this assertion, when confronted with an actual assault, certainty is a fleeting notion. Even as Jason stands resolute on the battlefield, undeterred by overwhelming pressure, he cannot match the ferocity of the onslaught that Sam unleashes. Yet, as a formidable warrior and a powerful adversary, Sam's attacks are beyond what Jason's relatively slender physique can withstand. At this moment, Jason's wisest course of action would be to summon his familiar, for the sudden appearance of the magical wolf, unbeknownst to Sam, would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow. Sam, consumed by his offensive strategy, may find Jason's prowess impressive, yet he remains merely a mage. The swiftness of his movements cannot evade the relentless tide of Sam's assaults. Even if he resorts to magical defenses, how long could they endure? Sam's sword is far from the feeble weapon of an assassin. The gust of wind it creates as it arcs toward Jason's head attests to its terrifying power. Should it strike true, Jason would bid farewell to this world. He hesitates to unleash his familiar, for while it might afford him an easier path to victory through surprise, he is repulsed by the bloodthirsty nature of the wolf's attacks. Moreover, facing an opponent who serves Uncle Buff, one could argue that Sam is, in a sense, a comrade. In such circumstances, summoning the magical wolf leaves Jason uncertain of his ability to neutralize the threat without causing harm to Sam. Though the passage of time may seem extensive, all these reflections transpired in the fleeting moment after Sam launched his assault. Jason, gazing at the dazzling radiance of Sam's sword, resolved to make a bold decision. He vowed never to excessively rely on summoned beasts. Through countless battles, Jason had come to understand a profound truth, no matter how formidable the support. There are always moments of unreliability. True strength arises only when one's own power is formidable. From that instant onward, Jason's character embarked on an entirely new trajectory. Years later, as he reminisced about that pivotal decision, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia, pondering that had it not been for his choice in the face of Sam's sword, he might have led a wholly different life. The brilliance of the sword, the howling wind, the piercing pain, the astonished gasps of the onlookers, the bewildered Melina, and the flustered Bong. Time seemed to decelerate at that moment, poised to witness the transformation of everyone present. During this long holiday, I wish everyone a delightful time. Haha, for the past few days. Shumu has been seated beside the computer, feeling rather despondent. My QQ was hacked, and after much investigation, the cause remains a mystery, which is quite disheartening. Nevertheless, updates will continue. Haha. Chapter 4. The competition team surrounded by an all-encompassing haze. Jason's sole focus was the blade hurtling towards him. At that moment, he resembled a seasoned warrior, for a mage would never expose himself to the strike of a swordsman without invoking magical defenses. As the onlookers anticipated the inevitable impact of the sword upon the young mage, foreseeing his blood staining the earth, Sam, the aggressor, discerned an unexpected expression on Jason's face, one that should belong to a man facing his demise. It was confidence. Yes, Sam seethed with anger. This audacious individual dared to disregard him in the face of impending assault. With renewed ferocity, he intensified the force behind his strike, redirecting the sword that was initially aimed at Jason's neck straight downwards. Jason refrained from casting a spell, for at such a close range, even the swiftest of his incantations would be futile against Sam's rapid onslaught. He opted instead for evasion, although his physique was not as frail as that of other mages. It paled in comparison to the robust strength of a warrior. Despite his utmost efforts to maintain composure and analyze the trajectory of his opponent's weapon, he could only manage to evade the vital areas. As Sam's colossal sword descended upon Jason's shoulder, a surge of pure earth element coalesced beneath Sam's feet, swiftly materializing into a sharp earthen spike. This was the simplest of spells, and ordinarily, its destructive capacity would be quite limited against such a formidable warrior. However, at this moment, Sam remained in a state of shock, confronted with the undeniable truth that he had so effortlessly inflicted harm upon Jason. He could hardly believe that his sword had truly drawn blood from the mage, despite his long-standing conviction that this sorcerer was unworthy of leading him, and his persistent desire to vanquish his adversary. Yet, the outcome was so abrupt, so unforeseen, that he found himself unable to evade the spikes rising from the ground beneath him. The injury inflicted by these spikes was, in essence, self-inflicted, for once they emerged, they were immovable. Sam, caught in his astonishment, had collided with them. One of his legs had entirely succumbed to numbness, and Jason's second spell began to materialize before him. Again, it was the spikes, a mere rudimentary spell. Was it truly the fate of a great warrior, endowed with formidable strength and honed combat skills, to perish at the hands of such a feeble magic? In that final moment, Sam let out a cry of unwillingness. This was not the terror of surprise, nor the discontent of the weak. It was a profound, vehement refusal and resentment. But what did it matter? Defeat loomed ahead, and reality often unfolds in ways that defy the expectations of the majority. Just as Sam closed his eyes, bracing himself to embrace death, he heard a feeble voice. He recognized it as Jason's, though their acquaintance had spanned less than an hour. The voice, marked by a distinctive hoarseness yet imbued with steadiness, now bore a hint of fatigue, perhaps a sound he would never forget in his lifetime. "Are you all right?" Jason extended his uninjured hand towards Sam. His intentions were unmistakably clear. He aimed to uplift Sam. The incredulous expression on Sam's face revealed the extent of his astonishment at that moment. Just as Sam was bracing himself to confront death, Jason halted the ascending spikes, which, sharp and composed of earthy elements, came to a standstill after piercing through Sam's armor. Such an ability, even if wielded by the venerable Elder Kyut himself, would scarcely surpass this feat. How many sorcerers in this world possess the power to forcibly interrupt an ongoing spell? Meanwhile, Buddha by the window pondered silently. When Sam fell, he experienced a rare moment of regret regarding his decision. If Jason truly killed Sam, he might never have another opportunity to remain in the Adventurer S Guild. Sam's friends and confidants held considerable influence within the guild. Sam, however, did not accept Jason's apparent benevolence. Instead, two individuals emerged from the crowd to assist him. In truth, Sam's injuries were not severe. He had merely stumbled upon the spikes due to his own powerful momentum. After applying a potent healing salve, he felt only a lingering pain in his foot, yet it had already regained sensitivity. Supported by the two warriors, Sam approached Jason, disregarding Mariena's predatory gaze. Unlike Sam, Jason did not receive such favorable treatment. Only Bazin was occupied with staunching his shoulders bleeding. "This is a homemade healing salve. Apply it to him," Sam instructed. Tossing the vial he had just used to Bazin, he then turned to the weakened Jason, saying, "You have indeed done well. Take care of your injuries. The duel is just a few days away." Upon concluding his words, Sam turned and departed, supported by two warriors. He felt immense gratitude towards Jason for his mercy. In Freedom City, fatalities even during internal duels were a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, given the circumstances, Jason could have effortlessly refrained from forcibly interrupting the spell. Though unspoken, it was evident to all that the pallid injuries adorning Jason's visage were not inflicted by Sam's blade, but rather a consequence of the backlash from the disrupted magic, resulting in internal wounds. Sam's final remark before his departure signified his complete acceptance of Jason, albeit veiled by a reluctance to relinquish pride. Yet, what significance does that hold? For Jason, this outcome was likely the most favorable. Through this encounter, Jason seemed to glimpse a novel trajectory. Whereas he previously wielded magic with agility, he now discerned the potential to employ the most suitable spells at opportune moments. Though perhaps still in its infancy, he held a steadfast belief in his capabilities. Jason appeared to possess an innate affinity for the control of magic, a quality that had originally prompted the old shaman to select him as his successor. Furthermore, it was Jason's adept application of magic that drew Cute's attention. In that moment, Jason may not have comprehended the significance, but he now understood the weight of Cute's regard. A mere spike of earth could vanquish Sam, while partially attributed to Sam's negligence. It undeniably indicated a method worth exploring. The figure of Buddha by the window once again revealed a smile upon his visage. This year, perhaps, is the one in which he has smiled the most. With the arrival of Jason, it appears that his laughter has multiplied considerably. He instructed an attendant to diligently care for Jason's injuries, then made his way to the magical goods market. "Are you all right?" Melina inquired, lingering even after the last of the men who had been summoned by Bong had departed. Among that group, she had refrained from uttering a word. The guild members were still unaware of her true identity as a woman. In Free City, women were not permitted to roam freely. Most were the slaves of warriors. Those few women who dared to venture outside were unparalleled experts, capable of effortlessly dismissing any men who approached with unwelcome advances. A woman like Melina, possessing only a modicum of noble swordsmanship, would find herself in considerable peril if her identity were to be revealed in Free City. Even within the guild, she might face rudeness, for in the eyes of the men of Free City, women were largely viewed as mere spoils of war and instruments for gratification. The bandit alliance's Anquis often bestowed his women upon his subordinates for a night, and those fortunate enough to receive such a gift would frequently offer their own female slaves in tribute to their leader. "I'm fine, but right now, I just want to." Since that day by the river when Jason had glimpsed Melina's form, they had not exchanged further words. Melina seemed to deliberately avoid meeting Jason's gaze. In truth, witnessing Melina bathe was not particularly scandalous in Jason's eyes. In the Highlands, water was a scarce commodity. Each year, there exists a fleeting moment when the rivers swell with the melting snow from the mountains, and during this season, the locals revel in bathing within its waters. There is no distinction between genders. The innocent inhabitants of the plateau harbor no malicious intentions. This season is affectionately termed heavenly bathing, where men and women alike immerse themselves in the river, unashamed and visible to one another. Yet, Malaina remains oblivious to Jason's hidden thoughts. To her, it seems as though she has become something of a possession to him, simply because her body has been seen. It is a pity that if she were to discover Jason's true feelings, one wonders if this delicate noblewoman would aspire to emulate the legendary goddess of chastity. Perhaps Jason would not permit her such a course of action. At that moment, Malaina observed Jason struggling to speak, yet his shyness held her back from approaching him. After a brief hesitation, she stamped her foot and fled the room, leaving Jason alone in contemplation. He found himself at a loss for words, realizing that no one was left to assist him. Alas, It was disheartening to see that this woman exhibited no semblance of empathy when he required her aid. She simply vanished. It was utterly bewildering. Those brutish men, burdened with their backpacks, had not even thought to remove them. Given his current injuries, he was incapable of taking action. It appeared that this night would require him to endure the discomfort of sleeping with the pack strapped to his waist. Upcoming, what are the new rules? What endeavors await Jason in Free City? It seems that, as of now, the protagonist has yet to achieve anything significant. Defeated in battle, failed to save anyone, and tasks unfulfilled. Let us bestow upon him a measure of success, shall we? Haha, everyone, do pay attention. Chapter 5. New rules. Jason's injuries were indeed quite severe. The backlash from forcibly interrupting the magic, compounded by Sam's sword strike, had left a deep gash on his shoulder, despite being interrupted by the earth spike at the last moment. As a result, Jason lay incapacitated for 3 days, during which time his left hand only just began to regain feeling. Throughout these 3 days, Sam visited Jason almost daily, and through their conversations, a friendship gradually blossomed. Unbeknownst to Jason, this burgeoning camaraderie would prove to be a significant source of support in his future endeavors. In stark contrast to Sam's consistent visits, Melina seemed somewhat amiss. Previously, she had nearly always been by Jason's side, yet she had not appeared at all in recent days. Jason felt a subtle concern, reminiscent of the moment he emerged from the Lost Forest and found himself separated from Aya. Yet, that did not seem right. Melina was residing within the Adventurers Guild, where no danger lurked, was she not? Jason struggled to comprehend this feeling, ultimately categorizing it as merely a habit. Yes, he must have grown accustomed to the presence of this noble lady by his side, and now that she was absent, it felt rather peculiar. However, it would be much later before Jason understood that this habit bore another name, one that was more universally recognized: love. Though the sentiment shared between them at that moment could only be described as affection, it seemed a far cry from true love. Hey, Jason, my brother, can you move about today? It is truly splendid. Let us find a time to spar once more. Those fellows are simply too feeble, lacking any real challenge. As Jason stepped outside, he fortuitously encountered Sam, who was approaching from the opposite direction. Still up for a fight? A shiver ran down Jason's spine at the thought. Engaging in combat with Sam would likely leave his bones shattered. This fellow fought as if he had no regard for his own life. The last time he emerged victorious was largely due to serendipity. Had he been prepared, it would have been impossible to best Sam. Nevertheless, Jason remained undaunted, for he still possessed a hidden card. Even if Sam were to anticipate his tactics, he would likely not consider the possibility of Jason summoning a familiar. In this vast continent, which summoner would rely solely on his own magical prowess in battle rather than calling forth allies? Hey, brother Sam, if we are to fight again, it must wait until after the competition. The tournament is merely days away, and sustaining injuries now would be ill-advised. After the competition concludes, I shall be departing from Free City, and I wonder how you intend to find me for a rematch? Surely, you won't pursue me all the way to Eisenberg just for a skirmish? Jason resolved quietly in his heart, unaware that he would soon be ensnared in a prolonged entanglement with this combative spirit. Sam, you are right, my dear brother. There is ample time ahead. For now, I must focus on recuperating and preparing to confront that band of brigands and their unruly minions. Sam, in a self-assured tone, glanced at Jason's injured shoulder and inquired, how is your wound faring? Do ensure that it does not hinder you during the competition. If it proves too troublesome, you need not attend on that day. I can easily subdue those ruffians on my own. At this moment, Jason felt profoundly dejected. His injuries had nearly healed, and although Sam was a rough individual, his extensive experience on the road had equipped him with remarkably effective wound ointments. However, Sam's remark about the long road ahead sent a shiver down Jason's spine. Would this fellow cling to him indefinitely? His heavy-handedness was truly a source of frustration. Oh, right. The president requested that you visit once you have recovered. He mentioned discussing matters regarding the competition. Are you able to move about now? What a simple-minded fellow, Jason thought to himself, considering that he was standing here quite well. If he were incapable of moving, how could he have exited the room? They should head over immediately. The two arrived at the door of Fofu, and just as Jason was about to knock, Sam impulsively pushed open the ajar door and strode inside. Jason shook his head in exasperation. He couldn't fathom this fellow's utter lack of decorum. Harvey, when did you arrive from Free City? It's been several months since we last saw you. Come, let us head to the courtyard for a spar. We'll see if you've made any progress. Sam hasn't been idle these past months, and this time he is sure to give you a good thrashing. Before Jason could fully gauge the room's condition, Sam's boisterous voice echoed within. Harvey appeared to be a rather slender young man with a pale complexion, dressed in a noble-style warrior tunic. His tall figure exuded an air of grace, and at his waist hung a slender sword, its scabbard adorned with intricate patterns that spoke of its considerable worth. Her exquisite features were complemented by porcelain skin and captivating, lively eyes. Cascading waves of long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, gently swayed by the breeze filtering through the window. Were it not for the discernible movement of her Adam's apple and the somewhat sparse stubble on her chin, Jason would have suspected he had encountered a second Melina, yet another damsel masquerading as a gentleman. Harry wore an expression tinged with embarrassment. In the presence of Beaufort, he was reluctant to exhibit the same boorishness as Sam. That impudent fellow, if he were the president, would surely be dispatched to the farthest reaches of the north as a liaison. Sam, I am delighted to see you still among the living. Perhaps next time I might exert a bit more force and pierce your brow, he remarked with the grace of a count, exuding the decorum of the nobility at all times. His voice, as light as snowflakes descending to the ground, bore a strength that contrasted with its delicate timbre, devoid of the frailty often associated with women. To Harry's surprise, Sam refrained from retorting, which piqued Jason's curiosity about Harry. From his interactions with Sam over the past few days, Jason had come to realize that Sam rarely held his tongue in such situations. This silence implied that Harry's prowess had once bested Sam, and it seemed not through mere technique, as Sam would never concede defeat in their discussions of that fateful duel. Casting another glance at Harry's physique, Jason noted it lacked the exceptional strength characteristic of a warrior, unlike Sam's robust build. Beneath his warrior's garb, no pronounced muscles were evident. Greetings, esteemed sir, you must be Mr. Jason. It is a privilege to have the opportunity to join forces with you. I am Harry Infu, and I hope our collaboration proves fruitful. Upon seeing Jason, Harry did not await Buddha's introduction. Perhaps Buddha had already briefed him about Jason. Meanwhile, Sam, overhearing Harry's words, sensed something amiss. However, he could not quite pinpoint the source of his unease. Moreover, having previously lost the bandage atop his head to Harry's sword, he felt too embarrassed to engage him further. Jason returned Harry's greeting with a noble gesture, then acknowledged Buddha before stating, I am indeed Jason, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Harry. Now that everyone is present, I wish to address the matter at hand. Regarding the upcoming competition concerning the gold mine, there may be some adjustments to the rules. Thus, I would like to discuss these changes today to ensure your comprehensive understanding of the details. Upon realizing everyone had arrived, Buddha articulated the purpose of their gathering. New rules. A sense of inquiry arose simultaneously in Jason and Sam's minds, with Sam's confusion vividly reflected on his face. Yet, it was evident that Harry was already aware of the developments. Perhaps his composure simply did not permit him to display any undue astonishment. Preview. Chapter 6. New teammate naturally. It is Hiraira. However, what kind of stories will unfold between them? Chapter 6. New teammates feeling the deficiencies in the previous combat format. This competition is poised for reform. However, the specifics of the changes have yet to be deliberated. To ensure fairness, it is likely that individual duels will not be the focus this time. Upon hearing the introduction from Fofu, Jason felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This approach seemed less appealing than the traditional arena battles. At least he was familiar with how to navigate those. With the announcement of the exact rules postponed until the day of the event, any preparatory actions were rendered moot. Nevertheless, Jason found little need for preparation, as whether it was an arena contest or not, the essence remained the same. Combat was inevitable. In contrast, Sam was even more disheartened and voiced his discontent loudly. To him, the arena represented a prime opportunity for battle. In the past, he never missed a chance to engage in the arenas of Freedom City, often charging in headfirst to enjoy a few exhilarating rounds before retreating once his energy was depleted. While Sam's strength may not rival Harry's, his reputation certainly eclipsed Harry's. At that moment, a realization struck Sam. Something was amiss. Given that it had been previously agreed upon for only 2 participants to compete, why was Harry still present and expressing his intention to join? This could not be allowed. If Harry entered the fray, Sam would undoubtedly be left without a chance. After all, both Jason and Harry had previously bested him in combat. The thought of being eliminated was unacceptable. As his temper flared, he was poised to raise his voice, but upon seeing Buddha Fu, he regained his composure. After all, this was the esteemed president. He lowered his voice by 2 degrees and said, "President, there are only 2 participants in the competition. I. He hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, burdened by the memory of his previous defeats at the hands of Jason and Harry, which made it difficult for him to directly request to participate. Budafu, fully aware of his intentions, smiled knowingly. Having grown up in the Adventurers Guild, Sam's character was well understood by him. "There's no need to rush," Budafu replied. "The new competition rules require 3 participants. That's good. Upon hearing that he could indeed participate, Sam's earlier discontent with the prospect of not competing was swiftly cast aside. However, the 3 participants were not necessarily limited to him. He mused that the young man from the Ling family might also be a suitable candidate. With several days left until the competition, he believed there was still time to inform him from Free City. Budafu feigned deep contemplation, murmuring just loud enough for Sam to hear. "That won't he do? Borue. How could the formidable Sam rival the might of the Ling family? President, there's no need to notify him. Sam will undoubtedly bring back news of victory for you." Sam, oblivious to Budafu's playful mockery, was already beside himself with anxiety at the thought of being excluded from participation. Budafu, recognizing Sam's naivety, seized the opportunity to further his own plans. "That will not do. Your martial skills indeed surpass Bo's by a slight margin, yet it seems you do not fully heed Jason's leadership. This could potentially influence the guild's success under the new rules." Not at all. Sam will surely follow Jason's commands, just as he respects you, esteemed leader." In a moment of urgency, this phrase appears to resonate even in a fantastical realm. In his haste, Sam elevated his address to Jason, who, in turn, ascended from brother to elder brother. That is splendid. Your willingness to heed Jason alleviates my need to summon others." Having achieved his objective, Fofu contentedly withdrew his metaphorical net. Secretly, he cast a glance at Jason, conveying the message that he had laid the groundwork, and the remainder was now Jason's responsibility. As the group exited Fofu's chamber, Jason couldn't shake the feeling that Fofu's words contained a flaw. It seemed he was aware of the new rules, yet could not fathom why he had not disclosed this information earlier. The earlier one understands the details of the rules, the easier it is to prepare. No matter how Jason pondered, he could not decipher Fofu's intentions. Fofu appeared to have no intention of concealing his knowledge of the rules, yet refrained from articulating it. Thus, Jason chose not to inquire further. Wise individuals do not impose upon others, and since Fofu was reluctant to speak, what outcome could possibly arise from inquiry? Jason could see through the situation, and naturally, Harry could as well. Consequently, the two merely exchanged a glance before departing. As for Sam, he was completely oblivious to the nuances of the conversation. For him, participating was all that mattered. The rules were of no concern as long as there was a chance to fight. "Harry, let us engage in a match, so you may witness the progress Sam has made over the past few months." Once outside, Sam began to shout excitedly. Having finally encountered Harry in Free City, he was not about to let the opportunity for revenge slip away. "What do you know besides fighting? The competition is just days away. You ought to rest properly. If you injure yourself before the match, you will forfeit your chance to participate." Clearly, Harry understood Sam's tendencies well. This fellow would never relent until he had engaged in combat without sustaining injuries. Their time in Free City was brief, as they were usually traversing the vast expanse of the Continental Empire, so their acquaintances at the guild headquarters were limited. Thus, they accompanied Jason to his secluded courtyard. Contemplating Harry's words, Sam found some merit in them. The prospect of risking his chance to compete for a mere scuffle with Harry seemed unwise. After all, it was far more exhilarating to battle outsiders than to spar with comrades. Although Sam fought without regard for severity, the reckless moves he employed in genuine combat would not be utilized in friendly contests, rendering such encounters less thrilling. "Harry, are you not serving the Trui family in Eisenberg? What brings you back to Free City so suddenly? Have those beasts from the Trui family driven you away?" Sam chuckled. Although he was unable to engage in physical conflict, he was content to gain the upper hand in verbal exchanges. This was Sam's nature. He thrived on confrontation, even if it meant often being the one to lose in a battle of wits. The Trui family? Upon hearing this name, Jason displayed a look of astonishment. In Xiaogu City, the Galilean who rescued Carlo was none other than the head of the Trui family, wasn't he? He had even contemplated abducting Melina at the time. Had it not been for Sam's mention, Jason would have nearly forgotten this incident. There certainly are many enigmas surrounding him. First, the inconclusive kidnapping attempt, then Melina. And now with both Fu and Harry being members of the Trui family, it seems that since he left the plateau, he has been plagued by a multitude of questions. Fortunately, Jason is not one to dig too deeply into matters. Otherwise, this series of mysteries would have left him utterly confounded. At times, he wonders if those beyond the plateau have always lived amidst such uncertainties, and it is only his recent exposure that makes it seem peculiar. Do you know the Trui family? Harry, noting Jason's expression, instinctively sensed that Jason might possess some knowledge regarding the matter. However, the Trui family had not been active in the world for quite some time, and he was unsure how Jason had come to know of them. Harry's words pulled Jason back from his thoughts. Oh, I had some interactions while in Jiaogu City. He instinctively responded to Harry's inquiry. Are you a member of the Trui family? Jiaogu City. Who did you interact with? Harry's curiosity piqued as he pondered. It seemed there were no known members of the Trui family moving about in the outside world. Could it be that Sophia had concealed something from him? That seemed implausible. How could she deceive him? Did she truly make contact? Did she genuinely send someone to Jiaogu City to engage with that individual? How could she do this? How could she? A note from Xiaomo. In order to compensate for the recent delays caused by my procrastination and the cessation of updates, I have resolved to update continuously for 24 hours. This practice commenced yesterday, and moving forward, I shall endeavor to produce no less than 10,000 words each day. Based on the current chapter count, this amounts to approximately 5 chapters. I kindly ask for your continued support. Today's word count has already exceeded 10,000. I shall now retire for the night, but I plan to rise in the afternoon for another update, and depending on circumstances, there may be further updates this evening. There is a possibility of surpassing 20,000 words today. Oh, and by the way, let me give you a preview of the afternoon's content. Chapter 7. The Grievances of Trui. What could these grievances entail? What is Harry's standing within the Trui family? Stay tuned for the afternoon updates. As Little Moo takes a nap. Chapter 7. The Grievances of Trui. It is indeed perplexing. The head of the Trui family is personally present in Jiaogu City. Jason walks ahead, oblivious to the anguish etched on Harry's face. Were he to perceive it, he would undoubtedly lament the multitude of enigmas that plague the world. The head of the family? In Jiaogu City? My dear brother, when did you encounter the head of the Trui family in Jiaogu City? Harry is bewildered by Jason's words. For these past years, he has remained by Sophilia's side, who has never once strayed from Eisenberg. How could she possibly be seen in Jiaogu City? Surely, Jason has erred. It must be so. As this thought crosses his mind, a wave of relief washes over Harry, revealing the depth of his concern for her. Yet, having resolved to depart, why does he still feel such trepidation? What does it matter if she deceived him? Does he still possess the right to inquire into such matters? Just last month, the head of the Galilee family was indeed in Jiaogu City. Jason refrains from mentioning the matter of the abduction. Such affairs are likely confidential, and he remains unaware of Harry's standing within the family, as he is not one to gossip. At this juncture, Jason has begun to sense that something is amiss with Harry. However, by the time Jason turns around, Harry has regained his noble composure, concealing any telltale signs of distress, compelling Jason to proceed onward. Galilee? Ah, so it is that traitor. Harry's heart finds solace in this revelation, as memories of past events flood his mind. Galilee, have you not yet surrendered? How dare you impersonate the head of the Trui family and deceive others? I should have slain you, this wretched scoundrel, with a single stroke back in those days. Brother Harry, do you have any forces at your disposal? Jason paused once more, pondering the notion of betrayal. Could it truly be that a head of a family might turn against his own kin? Was it a struggle for noble inheritance? Ah, but no matter. Galileo was indeed a traitor to the Trui family, having been cast out years prior. It was astonishing that he continued to masquerade as the head of the household. What a despicable individual he was. Harry endeavored to keep his voice steady. Yet the flicker of anger that slipped through made it easier for Jason to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Was Galileo truly a traitor? Did that mean his words about Eisenberg held any truth? And what of Carlo? Still with them? Could he be in danger? Concern for his compatriot began to gnaw at Jason. Carlo was the first familiar face he had encountered since leaving the Highlands, and their bond was undeniably special. However, it was evident that there was little to be done at this moment. They would have to wait until the matters in Free City were resolved before venturing to Eisenberg. A journey that, after all, lay along the same route. In his heart, Jason silently prayed to the god of Masu, hoping to guide Carlo towards safety. The group fell into silence. Even Sam seemed aware of the unsettling atmosphere, sulking in silence. As they approached the courtyard, Jason caught sight of Melina, whom he had not seen for several days. She was draped in the cloak he had given her, her petite frame enveloped by its ample fabric. Resembling a child of 10 clad in an adult's overcoat, standing alone in the yard. In the architecture of Liberty City, few find pleasure in their surroundings. Even the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild is devoid of superfluous decorative elements, leaving the courtyard feeling desolate. In this emptiness, Melina's shadow stands alone, unaware of Jason and his companion's approach. Jason gazes at that silhouette, motionless before his own room. The hood of her cloak is drawn low, obscuring her expression from his side view. Yet, an inexplicable urge to step forward and embrace her, to offer solace, wells up within him. Jason's steps do not falter. He soon draws near to Melina. Upon noticing his entrance, she reacts with the fluster of a child caught in a misdeed. Jason greets her with a warm smile, inquiring, "What troubles you? Have you been well these past few days?" Melina offers no reply, her lips barely visible beneath the brim of her hood. While a hint of skin at her neck glows like the vibrant flame flowers of April, enchanting in its allure. Upon seeing Melina, Harry is suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity, followed by a surge of excitement. She has truly arrived in Liberty City, and it seems almost surreal. Yet, why does Melina pretend not to recognize her? Melina then notices that Jason is not alone. She acknowledges Harry and Sam with a noble gesture before retreating indoors. Jason feels a peculiar sensation, sensing that those around him have been acting rather oddly of late. Jason did not notice that Harry was gazing at Melina's retreating figure, his eyes filled with tenderness and anguish. What a complex mixture of emotions. How could Harry, upon first encountering Melina, display such an expression? "Brother Jason, who was that just now?" "Oh, just a friend. We are preparing to head to Eisenberg together." Jason found no reason to question Harry's concern for Melina. Under such circumstances, it seemed perfectly natural to inquire. However, he overlooked the fact that Harry was a man of strict adherence to noble etiquette. Such an impolite question would not escape his lips. "Shall we go inside and sit for a while?" With Sam and Harry already having accompanied him back, Jason extended the invitation. The two did not engage in further pleasantries, as they were already at the doorstep. Any additional courtesies would have felt insincere. Upon entering, they caught sight of Melina at the end of the corridor, and Jason noted Harry's gaze. Had he discerned that Melina was a woman? Jason did not dwell on this question for long. Even if Harry had figured it out, Jason trusted in his character. After all, a man of Harry's caliber could easily procure a multitude of slaves if he desired companionship. Yet, for some reason, Harry's demeanor unsettled Jason, akin to the feeling of having his treasure scrutinized. Jason shook his head to dismiss these absurd thoughts and led the two into the room. Today's update, initially set at 10,000, has now surpassed that mark with one additional chapter. The hope for the evening appears dim, as there seem to be very few tickets available. However, it seems that the plot of these recent chapters is rather flat. I shall soon embark on crafting a little surprise. Hee. I encourage everyone to continue their support. Chapter 8. The delayed contest. The three individuals engaged in trivial conversation within the confines of the room, yet Harry appeared somewhat disengaged. Meanwhile, Sam, after merely 3 minutes of sitting, felt as though he were perched upon a bed of nails, his impatience palpable. After bidding farewell to the two, Jason found himself alone, contemplating the recent dilemmas that had beset him. It seemed that Harry was concealing certain matters. Could it pertain to Melina? This thought elicited yet another sigh from Jason. The world outside was indeed rife with enigmas. Time passed swiftly, and when people lamented its scarcity, it surged forward with the fervor of a world champion. In contrast, Jason's leisurely days felt interminable, as if the passage of time had rendered his beard on the verge of becoming fossilized. Sam and Harry had visited twice, and during one such occasion, Sam managed to engage Harry in a bout, resulting in Sam's great sword being knocked aside, shattering a crate being transported by a slave. Melina remained unchanged, nonchalantly passing by Jason's door each day, occasionally crossing paths with him. Yet, Jason harbored suspicions. What could she possibly be preoccupied with in Free City? She seemed to traverse in and out numerous times daily, often taking the long way around to pass by directly in front of his room. Astute individuals, even amidst the monotony of life, invariably discern the underlying truths. A proverb that has echoed through the ages, sung by bards for millennia, came to Jason's mind. However, he found himself questioning its validity. After days of tedium, why had he failed to uncover any profound truths? Was he not a person of intelligence? The day of the competition has arrived. After days of recuperation, Jason's injuries have fully healed. With the daily delivery of a large box of restorative medicine from the city of Fofu and the powerful healing ointment carried by Harry, which surpasses even Sam's potent remedies. It would truly be an affront to the hard work and nurturing of the common people if he were to remain unfit. Author Xiaomu here. This is not something I taught him. It just came to me while writing this chapter, especially after my stolen account was returned, which has lifted my spirits, hence a touch of humor. Now, back to the story. This time, rather than gathering in the seemingly monotonous office of Fofu, the adventurers congregated at the entrance of the guild. The usual flow of exiles, who typically come and go, today appeared invigorated, each bringing their most treasured possessions. Jason looked down at the steps, observing the burly men dressed similarly to the Highland folk he once knew, and felt a sense of nostalgia. Yet, a question arose. Should not these exiles possess some wealth? How could they afford such tattered clothing, resembling that of war refugees and beggars, to compete in? Dear brethren, we, or our forebears, have been wronged by those hypocritical nobles. Jason's thoughts were further clouded by confusion as he pondered the emphasis placed on their status as exiles. Surely, they were all aware of their banishment or expulsion. Was such reiteration necessary? Noticing Jason's impatience, Harry discreetly leaned in to offer an explanation. This is a traditional event of the Adventurers Guild, wherein each time before the arena battles, there is a retrospective on history, reflections on the present, and aspirations for the future. It appears that bureaucratic practices have infiltrated even the magical realm. After much anticipation, as the speech by the esteemed Fluff came to an end, Jason believed they were about to embark on their mission. He took a deep breath, ready to lend his modest efforts to the Adventurers Guild and contribute to its future development. However, to his dismay, Fluff announced the dissolution of the gathering. Jason was utterly dejected, his spirits dampened. He observed how the sun, which had initially just peaked above the horizon during their assembly, was now positioned directly overhead. After an entire morning of commotion, they were sent back for lunch. The competition was set to commence the following day. Today was merely a motivational meeting, a tradition of the Adventurers Guild. Harry, standing behind him, offered an explanation. The original model of the Adventurers Guild consisted of a group of exiled refugees, a fact already introduced in previous narratives. Therefore, in their early struggles, before each significant battle, the leaders would gather with their comrades, sharing drinks and reveling before the fight, for the outcome of each battle was uncertain, with no assurance of survival for many. This practice eventually evolved into a customary rule. As the Adventurers Guild grew stronger, it became enshrined within the guild's regulations. Consequently, later leaders, unaware of the origins of this tradition, merely adhered to the formality, resulting in the current state of affairs. Certainly, our protagonist, the young wizard Jason, remains oblivious to these historical nuances. Thus, he found himself standing with his legs numb, lamenting that such formalism could not endure and that reform was imperative. That night, within the Exploration Guild, all but the on-duty guards indulged in joyous revelry. The following morning, Jason met with several prominent leaders of the guild, exchanging pleasantries without further ado. However, contrary to Jason's apprehensions, there was no grand assembly. They embarked on their journey directly. Jason observed that the leaders were clad in more orderly attire, shedding the ragged appearance reminiscent of beggars from the previous day. It seems that even those who perpetually dance on the precipice of death, like these exiles, possess a sense of pride. The gold mine for this competition lay to the west of Free City, which explained why Jason had not encountered any sentinels upon his arrival. They had all congregated in that direction. The journey was undertaken on foot, as exiles adhered to a peculiar custom of traveling without steeds, a distinct contrast to the knights. This reasoning dispelled Melina's desire to accompany them, for these exiles would not wait for her at the pace Jason could maintain. The mine was not far from Free City, only a little over 10 miles away. Of course, this distance was relative to the robust warriors among them. For mages like Jason and Falfu, traversing on foot would likely leave them exhausted before reaching their destination. Thus, they resorted to a strategy deemed rather shameless by the warriors. Falfu soared through the sky, while Jason adeptly employed earth magic to glide swiftly along the ground. One could not help but marvel at the revelation that the once popular skating sport in this magical realm was, in fact, an invention of the great earth mages. This chapter has been filled with much trivial chatter, and I, Xiaomu, feel somewhat embarrassed. However, the earnest tale shall commence shortly, so I kindly ask for your attention. Today's word count has reached an impressive 20,000. Depending on circumstances, it may even exceed 30,000. Now, Let us return to the main narrative and continue the remarkable journey of our young mage, Mr. Jason. The competition venue has arrived. I apologize, but this chapter must conclude here. I am not merely padding the word count. I am genuinely excited as I have regained access to my lost QQ account. Rest assured, the next chapter will be dedicated to the development of the storyline. Thank you. Chapter 9. The competition finally commences. Jason gazed upon the gold mine before him. Although the plateau lacked visible pits, it did not diminish Jason's capacity for imagination. In the melodies sung by the bards, he envisioned the dark and mysterious depths of countless adventurous tales. However, the gold mine before him, which had compelled the major factions of Free City to exhaust their resources and even drew the attention of the empires across the continent, left Jason utterly astounded. Before him lay a shadowy cavern, propped open by a mere wooden stick, with stones and clods of earth occasionally tumbling from one of its walls. The entrance appeared infinitely black when viewed from the outside. Fortunately, they had halted in the clearing before the cave, should they venture inside that gold mine. Jason was certain he would be the first to turn back. It resembled a small coal mine, likely illegal, and in need of closure, or rather, filling in. The members of the bandit alliance had already arrived. Anquis, the leader of the mountain bandits, was unmistakably in his element. He sat upon an enormous wooden chair, its legs bound with 2 levers for porters to lift. The chair was adorned with brightly colored brocade, topped with a complete piece of animal hide. Flanking him were 2 women in attendance. Anquis, with his shirt open, displayed his golden chest hair. Upon seeing the members of the Adventurers Guild, he bellowed, "Ha! Look who has come. Has the wandering folk begun to find a home? Can even the leaf bees that flit through the mountain streams build a nest in this world?" The bandits scattered among the rocks and grass erupted into hearty laughter at their leader's words. In the clandestine circles of Free City, the exiles of the Adventurers Guild are derisively referred to as stray dogs. Conversely, the leaf bee, a creature resembling a bee, is said to wander endlessly through the mountain gorges, never pausing even in death, and never building a nest. On the continent, the leaf bee symbolizes those who roam without finding a place to call home. Anquis's laughter was brazen to the point of disdain, yet he alone understood that Fofu would not take offense at such matters. Thus, he perceived no potential for conflict. This was also why he refrained from directly calling them stray dogs. After all, these bandits relied on sheer numbers for victory, and truly skilled individuals would never choose to join such an organization. Only those with inherent character flaws, like Mozanglin, whose bloodthirsty nature compelled them to join the bandit alliance, would do so. Fofu's reaction aligned precisely with Anquis's expectations. He displayed no anger, or rather, he concealed his irritation. Yet behind him, Sam could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Are these raucous flies and wolf-like brutes here to participate in the arena? Just wait until I come to deal with you miscreants. Don't let yourselves be knocked down first." Sam's words were far more direct than Anquis's, for he bore no concern for retaliation. He was not the leader, and thus was unencumbered by intricate webs of interests. As his words echoed, the bandits surged forward, but upon standing tall and recognizing Sam, they all froze in their tracks. Anquis felt a surge of frustration. This was not the time for violence, lest they fall prey to those mercenary scoundrels. Humph. Soon you shall understand that even a wolf is 100 times stronger than a wasp. Just as Anquis finished speaking, a subordinate approached to report that members of the mercenary alliance had arrived. Upon receiving the news, both parties ceased their conflict, awaiting the ascent of the mercenary alliance. The ground began to tremble as if a mountain were collapsing. Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance where the ore was being transported as dust began to rise. The protruding hillside obscured the view of those on the mountain from what lay below, yet a palpable sense of foreboding lingered. Jason felt as though he had been transported back to the battlefield. Cavalry? How could cavalry possibly be here? Could it be that an empire had intervened with a surprise attack? The ramifications of such a scenario were beyond Jason's imagination, prompting him to extract the magical talon from his satchel, gripping it tightly in his hand. Observing those around him, he noted that while their martial skills were commendable, relying on them to form a cohesive front against an enemy was utterly futile. Such a disorganized formation, regardless of individual prowess, would stand no chance against a cavalry unit. Jason's understanding of cavalry surpassed that of anyone present. If they chose to flee, perhaps there was a chance, yet, should they engage in earnest, a single charge from a cavalry squadron could spell disaster. Looking around at the barren hilltops, he realized there was but one route of escape, and it lay in the very direction from which the cavalry approached. The terrain of this gold mine is characterized by a solitary path leading uphill, while the other three sides are steep and treacherous. Perhaps a few skilled individuals might still manage to escape, but the majority are likely resigned to their fate, awaiting the trampling of horses and the piercing of lances by cavalry. Jason hurriedly approached Uncle Fufu, realizing that their only option now was to seek refuge within the mine. There, the cavalry would be unable to charge, and they might stand a chance of resistance. At this moment, Anquis still found the time to notice Jason's movements. Emitting a sound of disdain from his nostrils, the expression on his face resembled that of a dragon observing an ant. Uncle Fufu, what is happening? From the sound, it seems there are 500 to 800 cavalrymen, and their formation is quite orderly. They are indeed a formidable force. We should retreat to the mine, Jason stated. Disregarding Anquis, his singular thought was to withdraw to the mine, for confronting a cavalry squad in such an open area could only result in dire consequences. The Stormwind Mercenary Corps? What trick is Tikal up to this time? Does he truly dare to seize the opportunity to annihilate both factions with his army? Fufu did not respond to Jason's words. He muttered to himself, while waves of unease churned within him, sensing that something was amiss. Could it be that Tikal, that old fox, is unconcerned about their strength? In a brief moment, Fufu pondered extensively. During that occasion, the Mercenary Alliance dispatched individuals from the Empire to deliver a message, resulting from a clandestine meeting with them. At this moment, retreating seems imperative. Otherwise, the cavalry's arrival would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entire force. Only Jason's proposal presents a viable solution to the immediate peril. However, if I were to withdraw now, the cavalry might not be there to launch an attack, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Adventurers Guild. Glancing at the composed Anquis, I hesitated to make a hasty decision to retreat. Yet remaining here would merely expose me to the cavalry's onslaught. Everyone gravitated toward the cliff's edge. Ultimately, I resolved to lean against the cliff, should the cavalry strike. I might still have time to flee into the mine. If they do not attack, my companions would not suffer humiliation. Today, we have finally surpassed the 30,000 mark. Tomorrow, we shall continue updating in this manner. This evening, depending on the circumstances, I might manage to add another chapter before midnight. If that proves unfeasible, I shall have to wait until the latter half of the night. The latter half will count towards tomorrow's quota, yet the pace shall not diminish. Chapter 10. The Gale Mercenary Corps. In contrast to the Adventurers Guild, the Bandit Alliance, led by Anx, seemed utterly indifferent to the arrival of the cavalry. The bandits remained stationary, their demeanor unperturbed. Anx observed the reaction of Fufu with a gaze rife with disdain. The cavalry, undeniably swift, also made a significant noise as they approached. The ground trembled increasingly beneath their advancing hooves, dislodging loose stones from the surrounding area. Behind Fufu, members of the Adventurers Guild gripped their weapons tightly, poised to counter a tempestuous assault. In the blink of an eye, the first row of cavalry appeared before the assembled crowd. Despite the uphill terrain, their speed and momentum were unyielding, clad in gleaming silver armor, their long spears forming a formidable phalanx. Fall back. Prepare to enter the mine, Fufu declared, realizing the cavalry had no intention of halting their charge. The events of the day were evidently a conspiracy. Fufu's judgment was beyond reproach. None could have anticipated Tikar would shatter the traditions of Free City by deploying the Mercenary Alliance to attack those present. As the Adventurers Guild retreated, the cavalry surged onto the open ground, accelerating their charge. The narrow passage, which could only accommodate 5 horses abreast, transformed into a broad formation as they entered the clear space. Waves of cavalry emerged from the hillside, seemingly inexhaustible. The formation on the open ground resembling a vanguard of sharpened blades poised for assault. The complexion of Anquis began to shift, as he suddenly discerned that Tikar, that cunning old fox, appeared to be deviating from the prearranged plan. If this trajectory continued, the expanding formation of the charge would encompass his own position. No, Tikar, you wretched scoundrel, retreat quickly to the mine. With Anquis's roar, the first cavalryman's lance pierced through a bandit's chest, blood gushing forth upon the seemingly expansive clearing. Although the clearing was relatively small for the cavalry, the acceleration of their charge was insufficient. The power of the formation upon contact with the enemy was considerably diminished compared to the battlefield. Yet, all present were solitary combatants of exceptional skill, devoid of any coordinated formation. The cavalry operated like a meat grinder, not at full capacity, yet swiftly harvesting the lives of these brigands. The Adventurers Guild, having wisely retreated in advance, was able to swiftly enter the mine after the cavalry commenced their charge. While the mine offered no escape, they had, for the moment, suffered no losses. Upon entering the mine, Fofu, heeding Jason's counsel, immediately set about barricading the entrance with remnants of timber and large stones to thwart the cavalry's advance. From the moment the cavalry appeared until the conclusion, merely half an hour elapsed. Nearly 100 bandits, among whom were formidable fighters, met their demise. Save for 3 or 4 who fled into the mine with Anquis, the rest lay lifeless in the clearing. Tikar, that cunning old fox, how could this happen? How could this transpire? Anquis, who had entered the mine, had essentially lost his capacity for rational thought, incessantly muttering in a corner. While the few members of the bandit alliance who had escaped with him were the only ones who paid him any heed. Fofu cast a glance at Anquis. Sensing something was amiss, today had been rife with events, so numerous that he lacked the mental fortitude to discern what specifically unsettled him. If his adventurer guild were to face total annihilation, he too would be left in a state of shock. After all, those who found themselves here today were all elites. The bandit alliance had suffered significant losses, raising doubts about the security of their stronghold in Free City. Fofu shook his head, dismissing Anqui's plight, and began to search through the chaotic throng for Jason and Harry, intending to summon Harry. Upon locating Jason, he also detained a passing warrior to issue a brief command. He then instructed Jason to set down the wooden beam he was carrying. It was indeed telling that even a mage like Jason was engaged in the labor of hauling timber, hinting at the sheer disorder that had engulfed the mine. Panic and agitation permeated the air as everyone scrambled to clear obstacles from the entrance, creating a tumultuous flow of bodies that rendered the already cramped mine nearly impassable. The dimly lit cavern compelled them to fashion a few rudimentary torches and affix them to the walls for temporary illumination. However, this arrangement only served to exacerbate the stifling heat within, making the atmosphere increasingly oppressive. In this mine, typically only around 100 workers toil from the entrance to the depths. However, today nearly 100 individuals are crammed at the entrance of the first level. One can easily envision the scene, resembling a cork lodged in a bottle, as the mine itself remains vast and empty while the entrance is so congested that there is hardly any space to stand. President, we must break through. Harry and Sam pushed forward, and upon seeing Fofu, Harry immediately suggested, but venturing out now is perilous. The cavalry has reformed their ranks, and we would be directly facing their charge. Jason expressed his concerns. He feared that making a move now might lead them into the clutches of the bandit alliance, a catastrophic outcome that the Adventurers Guild could scarcely withstand. These individuals are leaders and elite warriors. Their loss here would be catastrophic, even if they managed to break free. The Adventurers Guild would be unable to fend off further assaults from the Mercenary Alliance. Those damned mercenaries, scoundrels. Sam's curses echoed incessantly. No one had anticipated that a perfectly good competition would devolve into such chaos. Fofu found himself in a dilemma. To venture out would be to court death, while remaining inside meant awaiting a grim fate. Given that the Mercenary Alliance had exhausted their defensive forces in Free City to converge here, it was certain they had further schemes in store. Tikar was a cunning old fox. He could not possibly make such a foolish error. President, we must break through. The longer we remain inside, the more time those mercenaries have to prepare outside, making our escape even more challenging. Harry, with an air of urgency, could no longer afford to linger over trivial matters. How could a decision remain unmade at this juncture? The frenzy of today is about to commence anew. This marks the first update, comprising 2,000 words. Prepare yourselves, for today shall undoubtedly unfold at a pace of no less than 20,000 words, ensuring a most exhilarating experience for all. Chapter 11. Military Strategy and Command. Bofu is not a general, despite having led the Adventurers Guild for many years. It does not imply proficiency in warfare. Throughout these years, he has primarily focused on refining his magical abilities, adhering to established protocols in matters of management. He epitomizes the archetype of a traditionalist, a fact evident from his willingness to conduct a formal mobilization meeting for an entire morning yesterday. Moreover, the Guild has not engaged in any significant confrontations with other factions in Free City over the years. External conflicts have been overseen by local leaders, rendering Bofu unnecessary for on-site decisions. Some acquaintances, having perused numerous novels, often claim that certain individuals possess innate talent for leadership and remain composed in challenging situations. Others assert that some excel in martial skills or magic, suggesting that their experience with violence implies they should be ruthlessly fierce on the battlefield. However, they fail to grasp that actual combat and duels between masters are fundamentally distinct experiences. No matter how many corpses one has witnessed or the bizarre manners of death one has encountered, the first true battle can induce panic, causing one to lose the calmness and astuteness they once prided themselves on. The reality of war is beyond the imagination of those who have never experienced it. Even a minor engagement involving a few hundred participants can drive the weak-willed to madness. The fact that the members of the Adventurers Guild can maintain their composure and actively prepare for defense indicates a level of resolve far surpassing that of the average individual. Bofu harbored a sense of unease within his heart, instinctively leaning towards Jason's proposal. He regarded Jason as a figure forged by the crucible of war, a man who had traversed the battlefield and commanded countless engagements. The scale of the conflict before them was, indeed, trivial in comparison to Jason's past experiences. It was evident, even in his words, that Jason maintained a composure far superior to that of his peers, though traces of initial astonishment lingered on his face. The speed with which he devised defensive strategies revealed that he was far from intimidated. Thus, when Harry put forth his suggestion, Bofu acknowledged the merit in Harry's reasoning but refrained from making a hasty decision. Instead, he turned to Jason, seeking his counsel. "I believe we should fortify our position here. Venturing out now would place us directly in the path of the cavalry's charge. We ought to wait until nightfall to act." Jason contemplated before articulating his perspective. "We cannot afford to delay any longer. Everyone is present here, and the brothers in the city lack capable leadership. By nightfall, the situation may spiral beyond our control." Harry insisted, resolutely advocating for an immediate breakout while the cavalry had just completed their charge and their formation had yet to reorient. He simply could not fathom why Bofu failed to grasp such a straightforward principle. Little did Harry realize that human nature often inclines towards preconceived notions, a manifestation of experiential bias. Some individuals, having previously succeeded through a particular method, tend to cling steadfastly to that approach when faced with future challenges, eschewing any form of adaptability. At the mobilization meeting of the Adventurers Guild, as well as in the current situation where Folt is considering entering the mine due to Jason's recent proposal, the successful implementation of defensive measures within the mine has long made Jason's opinions the preferred choice. Additionally, the knowledge that Jason has commanded in significant battles exemplifies his empirical wisdom to perfection. "Jason, we truly cannot afford to wait any longer. Each minute we linger in the mine could cost us the life of another brother in Freedom City." Harry, realizing that his counsel had little effect on Folt, redirected his suggestions towards Jason. "But we must leave now. Can you guarantee our escape? Even if we manage to break free, how many of us will remain here? Those who escape to Freedom City, will they have the strength to resist the enemy?" Jason countered Harry's concerns, his own thoughts a tumult of confusion. He had initially intended to depart after the competition, never anticipating such unforeseen complications. Now, the very feasibility of his safe exit was in question, and the thought of perishing here without rescuing his compatriots from the plateau felt unjustly tragic. Yet, abandoning Folt at this juncture was not an option. Should he leave alone? If it were just him, he would possess the confidence to fight his way out, even if it meant sustaining injuries and relying on his summoned beasts. Summoned beasts? Yes, he still had his summoned creatures. Jason felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "During the last confrontation with Sam, I resolved not to overly depend on others, which subsequently cultivated a habit of thought. Whenever the need for battle arose, I habitually excluded the consideration of summoned beasts. However, this time, it could indeed prove useful. After all, refraining from reliance does not equate to eschewing their use altogether, especially in dire circumstances. Given the recent loss of so many lives outside, harnessing the power of soul summoning should yield a formidable creature." As Jason contemplated this, a confident smile graced his face. "Uncle Fufu, I have a strategy that may facilitate our escape." "Oh, do share your plan." Fufu, intrigued by the prospect of a breakthrough, momentarily set aside his previous concerns. "Have you forgotten the notes left to me by my mentor? There exists a method within summoning magic that is perfectly suited for our current predicament." Jason elaborated on the summoning magic, and upon hearing it, Fufu deemed the approach sound, prompting him to rally his subordinates in preparation for the escape. Though Jason could summon a powerful soul beast to carve a path forward, the others also required preparation. It was essential to establish a formation, delineating who would guard the rear and who would flank the sides. These arrangements were meticulously orchestrated by Harry. Observing from the sidelines, Jason was taken aback. Had he not already been aware of Harry's true identity, he would have certainly believed him to be a seasoned general, adeptly organizing the ranks with both reason and emotion. Furthermore, Harry's familiarity with each individual, coupled with an understanding of their respective abilities, allowed him to account for everyone's combat potential in his strategic planning. Even the most distinguished general would find it challenging to attend to such intricacies, for it is impossible for them to be intimately acquainted with every subordinate soldier. "Chairman, may we have Anquisi cover our retreat?" Harry inquired softly of Fofu. The personnel arrangements were largely complete, and several members of the Bandit Alliance had been deployed effectively. Aside from his identity, Anquisi boasted formidable combat prowess and terrifying tactics, making him an exceptional candidate for the rearguard. However, the task of covering the retreat was of utmost importance. Once the group broke through, someone must withstand the cavalry's pursuit. If the individual assigned to the rearguard faltered, even a successful escape could result in a devastating onslaught from behind. Upon hearing Harry's question, Fofu recognized the necessity for caution. Nonetheless, recalling that Anquisi's comrades had been vanquished by the Mercenary Alliance, he acknowledged that there were others besides Anquisi who could fulfill this role, including Sam. He ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 12. Breakthrough. All the cavalrymen fixated their gaze upon Jason, cloaked in black, his slender form partially obscured by the hood that shrouded half of his face. A magnificent light danced upon his wand, causing the steeds of the riders to grow restless. At times, animals possess a heightened sensitivity that surpasses that of humans. Jason's lips moved incessantly, and nearly all the cavalrymen were rendered speechless by his presence. Had a throng of men emerged at that moment, they would have undoubtedly charged forth without hesitation, piercing the enemy's breast with their lances and trampling their corpses beneath their hoofs. Yet, confronted by the solitary figure of Jason, they sensed an aura of mystery. Humanity is invariably filled with trepidation towards that which it does not comprehend. Thus, the cavalrymen stood transfixed, witnesses to Jason's incantation, hundreds of them gathered in silence, none daring to advance. It was not a matter of cowardice. As cavalrymen, they had long embraced the acceptance of death at any moment. The essence that emanated from Jason extinguished any spark of aggression within them. How could one articulate such an emotion? Anger? No. Madness? No. Sorrow indeed. It was an overwhelming sense of profound sorrow, so intense that it compelled even these hardened warriors, men accustomed to shedding blood, to feel a pang of sympathy. Yet, what about this mage evoked their compassion? After casting his spell, Jason himself was taken aback, for his sensations were far more immediate and potent than those of the cavalrymen surrounding him. Jason discovered that not only the souls of the recently fallen bandits responded to his summons, but also a multitude of souls emerging from the mine behind him, far surpassing the number of the 100 bandits. These souls seamlessly merged with his magic. The power emanating from the mine was imbued with profound sorrow, stirring an overwhelming urge to weep. Jason's spell reached completion as the first tear moistened his garment. Before him, a humanoid shadow gradually took form, capturing the attention of all present. Once fully materialized, the summoned entity surprisingly resembled a human being. Jason himself was perplexed by this phenomenon. It seemed to be undocumented in his magical notes. Nonetheless, he distinctly sensed the aura emanating from this being, confirming it as his summoned creature. Why then had he expended so many wandering souls' energies to bring forth a human? Jason was utterly astonished by the sudden appearance of this individual, failing to consider whether this summoned beast possessed the power to aid him in his escape. The cavalrymen were oblivious to the wizard's actions. They could only surmise that he had indeed cast a spell, conjuring such an unexpected ally. Did he truly believe he could invoke divine intervention? As the corporeal form of the summoned beast reached completion, the melancholic aura that had pervaded the atmosphere dissipated. In that very moment, the cavalry launched their assault. Against a mage whose physical prowess was negligible, the cavalry charged forth with such ferocity that there was no need for a gradual acceleration. They thrust their spear directly towards Jason's chest. The trajectory of the spear was perfectly aligned to pierce through both the creature summoned by Jason and Jason himself. This was an almost flawless exhibition of equestrian skill the attacking cavalryman used. A mage, during the act of casting, had not activated any magical defenses nor attempted to evade. He simply stood there, an opportunity not commonly afforded on the battlefield. Each movement of the cavalryman was executed with precision, adhering to the standards of his training. He yearned to bestow upon himself a memorable gift, envisioning his spear lifting Jason's lifeless form high into the air before crashing it down with great force. A cry erupted, followed by the disconcerting sound of jaws dislocating. The attacking cavalryman raised his spear triumphantly, and although Jason narrowly evaded the spear at the last moment, the strike nonetheless found its mark on the summoned beast in which Jason had placed immense hope. Just moments before, a flicker of hope had lingered in everyone's hearts. After all, mages were enigmatic and formidable beings on the continent. Surely, a companion summoned after such an arduous effort would not be weak. Given the commotion caused during the incantation, how could it possibly succumb so easily? However, the truth remains undeniable. That which was once deemed a formidable presence now hangs from the lance of a cavalryman. Gripping his weapon with both hands, the cavalryman twirls it with finesse, poised to execute a flawless parabolic arc, thus marking this day as one worthy of celebration. He has resolved that henceforth, each year on this day shall be commemorated as his second birthday. The long spear generates a fierce friction with the air, the whistling wind a harbinger of the impending cataclysmic force destined to strike the ground. Yet, the spectators remain oblivious to the anticipated sound of the earth-shattering impact. Around them, jaws drop in disbelief as the once proud cavalryman tilts slowly from his steed, yet he will not fall, for before he could plummet to the ground, his valiant mount collapses with a resounding thud. Man and beast lie still upon the earth, now to be referred to as corpses rather than mere beings. Jason, in a moment of clarity, realizes that no one comprehends how the victorious cavalryman met his demise. After a fleeting moment of shock, the onlookers' gazes converge upon the figure that gradually becomes discernible. They soon recognize that at the moment the cavalryman fell, the strange individual vanished, only to reappear before Jason as though nothing had transpired. The bodies on the ground relay a stark warning to the cavalryman. This peculiar being emanates an aura of peril, an extreme danger. The cavalrymen erupt into action, nearly all the steeds launching forward in unison, accelerating to their utmost potential as they charge towards Jason. Their objectives are unified: to eliminate the summoner mage. Once the mage perishes, the summoned entities will revert to their original form of wandering energy. The narrative continues with 6,000 words. Your support is greatly appreciated. Little Moo has indeed experienced an astonishing surge of fortune. Chapter 13. Mutations and Conspiracies. The adventurers from the mining guild surge forth from the pit, the opportunity presenting itself before them. After a brief allocation of roles, they struggled to maintain the formation of short-blade warriors, transitioning seamlessly into the cavalry charge. The first rank of warriors fell swiftly, only to be replaced by the second, which in turn met the same fate, repeatedly. The brutality of war lay in the swift and terrifying nature of death. With the first cavalryman being unseated by a fugitive strike, a gaping breach was torn into the charge formation. One after another, cavalrymen succumbed, becoming mere casualties of this conflict. Surrounding Jason was an impenetrable barrier forged by that peculiar summoned creature. Any cavalryman that encountered the shadow, be it steed or rider, plummeted to the ground, never to rise again. Initially, all the cavalry had aimed for Jason. Yet under such a horrific assault, they began to rein in their steeds, engaging in combat with the nearby fugitives. The cavalry's loss of momentum, in the eyes of these fugitives, was tantamount to courting death. The war had devolved into a one-sided massacre, all instigated by the uncanny summoned entity. The heavily armored cavalrymen, bereft of their charge's velocity, became akin to mere tin cans, easily discerned and ruthlessly dispatched by the fugitives, bringing the battle to its swift conclusion. As the guild leader, and also a mage, Fala found himself ensconced in the midst of a protective throng. With the chaos slowly subsiding, he began to comprehend the unfolding scenario. It was at this juncture that he discerned something amiss. Among this band of mercenaries, there was no sign of Tikal, only the leader of the Gale mercenary corps directing the fray. What does this imply? The thought is unfathomable to Fu. It is time to cease entangling with these individuals. Only those assigned to the rear can remain, while the others must hasten back to Freedom City. Fu shouted, moving closer to Jason. Never in his life had he felt such a profound need for another's assistance. A sense of dread washed over him, for he feared that without Jason's support, he might never return to Freedom City. Except for those designated for the rearguard, the others began to follow Fu. The dynamics of the battlefield no longer warranted concern. Every minute, horses collapsed, their legs severed, cavalrymen were crushed by their own steeds. or were brutally struck in the face by swords, eliciting blood-curdling screams. This chaos unfolded incessantly, with the cavalry's plate armor exposing only their faces, sealing their grim fates of disfigurement and death. "Jason, catch up!" Fo Fu bellowed at Jason, who stood frozen in place. He could no longer afford to dwell on Jason's inaction since the battle commenced. Returning to Freedom City was paramount. His failure to encounter Tikhar filled him with an ominous foreboding. That cunning old fox surely harbored a plot far more intricate than it appeared. Jason was taken aback by the peculiar entity he had summoned. He possessed no understanding of this strange familiar, yet he was acutely sensitive to the energies of soul summoning. The cavalrymen attacked by the soul familiar no longer emitted any traces of soul energy. This indicates that they have completely vanished, even their souls have dissipated. Moreover, Jason can sense the exhilaration of the summoned creature through the bond of the contract. Jason's understanding can no longer elucidate the peculiarities before him, absorbing the souls of his enemies through their demise, while simultaneously growing stronger. A soul-summoning beast should progressively weaken during battle, ultimately returning to a state of dispersed energy. Why, then, does this creature continue to gain strength? A shiver of terror crept over Jason. If this trend persists, this bizarre being he has summoned could potentially elevate its power to the limits of his mental capacity, ultimately breaking free from their pact and even turning the contract's power against him. Seizing control, Jason dared not ponder further. The backlash of summoning magic had been documented in his notes, yet such phenomena typically arose from prayer-based summoning, did they not? Which sorcerer could conjure such an aberration through soul summoning? Instinctively, Jason knew that this scenario must not unfold. He must immediately dispel the summon. However, the battle raged on, and upon returning to Free City, he would undoubtedly face even fiercer combat. Melina remained in Free City. He felt an unwavering resolve to rescue her. In this perilous moment, Jason could not comprehend why the image of that petite noblewoman lingered in his thoughts so vividly. He no longer had the luxury to reflect upon it. Yet Melina's presence in his heart was astonishingly clear. His singular conviction now was, let the backlash come. He would surmount every challenge that lay ahead. Jason moved. After executing the summoning spell that ignited the battle, he had remained motionless. Now, wherever he walked, the summoned creature trailed within a 5-meter radius, consuming all life indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe. As realization dawned upon the onlookers, they began to distance themselves from Jason. Any living being that ventured within 5 meters of him would lose its soul, including the grass beneath their feet and a butterfly that inadvertently fluttered into the battlefield. This phenomenon surpassed comprehension, and an increasing number of individuals took notice, plunging the battleground into an eerie silence, the scene maddeningly surreal. Just moments ago, 2 factions had been fervently engaged in combat. Now, they felt an icy chill creeping up their spines. The thirst for battle had evaporated, replaced by a collective desire to flee this cursed place. The cavalrymen had already experienced countless shivers of dread, viewing Jason as synonymous with the embodiment of a dark overlord. They had once believed Corvette to be ruthless, yet they were unprepared for the cruelty of his pupil, who had surpassed him in ferocity. After all, there were no tales of Corvette slaying his own on the battlefield. This young mage was nothing short of a demon. At that moment, Jason could scarcely register his astonishment. The day's unexpected events had overwhelmed him, numbing his senses. Even if he were not numb, guilt for his fallen comrades seemed impossible, as he could only observe the battlefield. Mere spectatorship devoid of agency. From the eerie summoned creature emanated a chilling aura, and Jason's spirit fought valiantly against the intrusion of this malevolent presence. At this moment, it seems nearly impossible to sever the contract. The enigmatic shadow has unexpectedly launched an assault, already seizing control of nearly half of the contract's power, leading the two to rapidly alternate between the roles of the constrained and the constrainer. Had it not been for Jason's timely reaction, he would likely have become a mindless puppet by now. Does it possess its own consciousness? The astonishment within Jason's heart is beyond mere expression. A sentient summoned beast prompts him to ponder whether there has been a misstep in his incantations or if this gold mine harbors some peculiarities. Jason firmly believes in the latter possibility. An experienced mage would never allow any errors during the casting process. The struggle between Jason and the shadow remains confined to the realm of the mind. To outsiders, Jason's eyes gleam a fierce crimson, and an eerie pattern on his forehead flickers in and out of visibility, creating an unsettling spectacle. This intensifies the fear already gripping the onlookers. A colossal voice echoes in Jason's mind, incessantly demanding, "Return it to me. Return it to me." He remains oblivious to what is being sought, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache that compels him to cradle his head, only to realize he is utterly incapacitated. Chapter 14. The Soul's Illusion. Return it to me. Return it to me. Jason found himself engulfed in a vast, bewildering chaos, surrounded by an endless expanse of azure. He stood at the center, though it was difficult to ascertain whether he was truly standing, as the very concept of up and down had become indistinguishable. Instinctively, Jason straightened his posture. "Who are you? Show yourself, quickly." Despite his repeated insistence to remain calm, the eerie atmosphere rendered him anything but composed. The voice echoed from all directions. And in such a strange realm, how could he possibly maintain his tranquility? Time felt elusive, and Jason could not discern how long he had lingered in this peculiar place. It appeared to be an immense space, seemingly boundless, devoid of any discernible direction. He found himself able to alter his stance at will, even walking towards what had previously been beneath his feet. In this bizarre environment, Jason, as a mage, instinctively assessed his magical prowess. Yet, it seemed that this realm lacked any magical elements. Nevertheless, he distinctly sensed a unique energy pulsating rhythmically around him. This energy was strangely familiar, invoking a sense of kinship. Yet there was an inexplicable obstruction preventing him from connecting with it. After a futile attempt to sprint in one direction, Jason ultimately succumbed to despair. Oddly enough, he felt no fatigue in this place, as if exhaustion were a foreign concept. Despite running for what felt like an eternity, he had not even broken a sweat. Wait, if Jason were still capable of perspiring, he would likely have been drenched in cold sweat from sheer terror, teetering on the brink of dehydration and shock. Am I dead? Jason curled up in despair, realizing that he was no longer breathing. He had succumbed to death. This revelation struck him with overwhelming force. He thought of the Highlanders enduring humiliation and torment, of Melina and Aya, of the friends he cherished and worried about. In that moment, Jason's memories emerged with remarkable clarity, prompting the recollection of countless forgotten details from his past. From his earliest days, nearly from the very inception of his memory, every experience replayed vividly before him. The owner of these memories watched as if viewing a film, though Jason remained oblivious to the metaphorical nature of this cinematic experience. This analogy is merely to facilitate everyone's understanding of Jason's predicament. Please do not misconstrue it as a commentary on the magical realm or cinema. Jason observed these narratives, the protagonists within them evoking a sense of unfamiliarity. He realized that he had once embodied such a persona. The Chronicles of the Continent recount the pivotal battles of the Purification War, notably the defense of the Masu tribe. Due to the strategic misjudgments of the Highland Tribal Command, numerous opportunities for counterattacks were squandered, leading to the fall of Masu, with the Highland tribes suffering grievous losses. The historical records indicate that the military might of the defeated Highland tribes was vastly inferior to that of the Purification Army at the time. The valor and combat prowess of the Highland people were formidable, with each warrior capable of matching 10. However, the fragmentation of authority among their commanders and the lack of unified strategy, compounded by the individualistic charges into battle by the Highland leaders, resulted in a catastrophic collapse of their defenses within a mere 2 years, allowing the Purification Army to breach their stronghold. The Chronicles further note that the repeated strategic blunders of the highest leader of the Highland tribes were chiefly responsible for their defeat in the Purification War. It is also recorded that Jason Dolefield, who would later ascend as King Maya, lacked even the strategic acumen of a mere captain in the Purification Army during his youth. These accounts will be woven into the myriad legends surrounding King Maya, prompting future generations to speculate on the reasons behind his subsequent transformation into a figure of perceived folly. Ultimately, the successes he would later achieve would be attributed to the lessons learned from his youthful failures, giving rise to the adage, "Failure is the mother of success." Jason felt a profound weight of regret settle within him, recognizing it as his own fault. Had he not insisted on personally rescuing Aya, allowing Lao to take the initiative instead, perhaps the village would not have suffered an ambush, and countless warriors would not have perished. Had he refrained from engaging in combat with that water mage, choosing instead to remain within his own ranks, the army would not have missed the opportunity to pursue the vanquished cavalry due to his delay, leading to a more resounding victory. Had he not allowed the tribal chieftains to quarrel but instead adhered to the path he deemed right, perhaps. Had he not permitted the Cadden tribe to retreat defensively, They might have endured long enough to discover that the supply lines of the Purification Army had been severed. Had he not insisted on going to Angry to accept their submission, the last tribe on the plateau would not have faced annihilation at the hands of the Purification Army. If only, throughout his life, Jason had encountered countless events, deeply embedded in his soul. He believed he had forgotten them, yet his spirit retained the memories. He thought his recollections had faded, but his soul remembered. Jason's true character was likely not the one he had previously exhibited, at least when the old shaman chose him as his successor. He must have been so astute and resolute. Yet, as time passed and the Purification Army invaded, following their initial defeat, he began to doubt his decisions. He started to heed the opinions of those around him. His intentions were noble, but the error lay in allowing their voices to muddle his own judgment. In seeking counsel, he adopted others' ideas, believing them superior to his own. It was due to a minor misstep during his initial endeavors, coupled with his unwavering determination, that he failed to provide timely aid to Aya's birthplace, the tribe known as D. This oversight nearly led to the tribe's annihilation, prompting him to wallow in self-pity and lose faith in his own judgment. His feelings of inadequacy rendered him indecisive in subsequent battles, ultimately contributing to the downfall of the Highlanders. Jason fell into a profound state of remorse. Recognizing that all of this was a consequence of his own actions, his negativity had adversely impacted the entire situation. The once wandering bard who roamed the highlands now heard echoes of his own verses. The demon has usurped the king's will. The king shall not falter. The king will reclaim what is rightfully his. The vulture has plucked out the king's eyes. The king shall not despair. The king will shine with his own light. No, I cannot succumb to despair. My cowardice has already harmed so many brothers and sisters, as well as the elders of the Highlands. There are still countless Highlanders enduring torment. I must rescue them. I shall help them find a paradise free from war, oppression, and discrimination. Jason's vow resonated, as the world around him gradually faded. Today's update concludes here. There will be more in the early hours of tomorrow, totaling 11,000 words today, less than yesterday. It seems I must strive harder tomorrow. I hope everyone continues to support Xiaomo. Chapter 15. Transformation and Soul Shadows. Jason sensed the surrounding azure gradually receding, retreating further into the abyss, while he remained suspended in that peculiar void. Breathless, the emptiness around him instilled a profound fear. In this desolate realm, the only option left for Jason was to relinquish his futile struggles. He closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber, feeling weary and engulfed by the monotonous void and overwhelming resentment that lingered after reliving his memories. Time became an indistinct blur as Jason perceived himself detaching from the ground. The wind rushed past his ears, and his body felt devoid of sensation, yet he remained acutely aware of its existence. This sensation was far more comforting than the insubstantiality he had experienced in that bizarre azure realm. Jason began to attempt to regain control over his body, inexplicably compelled by the notion of reclaiming the ability to command his own movements. He endeavored to do so, akin to a frail individual striving to lift the weight of a mountain. His spirit, fatigued and weary, once again succumbed to slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled by an expanse of azure that seemed boundless. The endless blue caused his heart to sink. He found himself trapped in this strange space, powerless to escape. Thoughts of rescuing the Highlanders and returning to his former self felt utterly futile. It felt as if a great mountain pressed down upon him, rendering him incapable of lifting his head. Yet, something was different. He could feel his body anew. The realization stirred excitement within him, prompting a fit of coughing. "Master, you have awakened?" A voice emerged within Jason's mind, evoking an exceedingly peculiar sensation. Typically, sounds are perceived through the ears. Yet Jason discerned that this utterance was not something he had heard, but rather an emergence from the depths of his consciousness. If one were to liken thoughts to an expansive ocean, this voice resembled a leaf rising from the depths to the water's surface. From whence did this voice arise? What was the nature of this phenomenon? What of the azure space? What was the essence of it all? Jason's thoughts were a chaotic tangle. Everything began at the gold mine, where events unfolded in an eerily strange manner, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Master, I am your summoned servant. Please bestow upon me a name." The voice resurfaced amidst Jason's tumultuous thoughts, manifesting as a message on the interface of his soul, demanding his attention. "Who are you, and where are you?" Jason cried out in desperation, for such bizarre occurrences would surely drive any individual to madness. "Do not be hasty, master. Allow me to explain." The voice, Let us temporarily refer to this method of communication as a voice, proceeded to elucidate matters one by one. And it was only then that Jason experienced a moment of clarity. The initial azure space was termed the soul's ethereal realm, which existed within the very essence of Jason's soul, allowing him to witness his past experiences. The experiences one undergoes throughout life leave indelible shadows upon the soul. These shadows vary in weight. Some are heavy, born from events deemed significant or unique, while others, deemed trivial, are lighter. In the realm of the soul, the arrangement is entirely contrary to that of the tangible world. Heavier shadows ascend, occupying the upper echelons of this ethereal space, while the lighter ones descend to the depths. Human recollections serve as a means to consult these shadows. The weightier memories are more readily accessible, whereas the lighter ones remain elusive. This process of retrieval is colloquially referred to as thinking or reminiscing. As for the summoned creature that manifested before the gold mine, it is merely the voice currently engaged in dialogue with Jason, yet it is unaware of its own origins. This lack of self-awareness is understandable, for the consciousness of the summoned being only emerged following the completion of the summoning spell. Prior to that, it existed solely as a drifting energy within the space. Jason bestowed upon it a new existence, and upon its emergence, it instinctively sought to protect him from an onslaught by cavalry, composed entirely of soul energy. The creature felt the weight of the soul contract, a remnant of Jason's summoning magic, akin to a noose around its neck, inducing discomfort and a primal urge to sever the connection. Given its very essence is formed from soul energy and bound by a contract to Jason's soul, it was inherently incapable of turning against him. Unbeknownst to Jason at the time, he misinterpreted its instinctive response as an act of betrayal and thus resisted vehemently. Although Jason is the master of the summoned beasts, his soul is but a singular entity, while the summoned beasts are composed of the souls of deceased bandits. Even though their spiritual energy has dwindled to a mere fragment upon leaving their corporeal forms, the collective strength of these souls vastly surpasses that of Jason's own. In his desperate struggle against them, the summoned beasts endeavored to convey messages, leading to an intense conflict between the two. Subsequently, Jason found himself compelled into a realm of spiritual confinement by these souls, far mightier than his own. However, due to the constraints of their binding contract, the moment the summoned beast made contact with Jason's body, it comprehended his intent and instinctively withdrew. Recognizing the perilous situation surrounding them, it shielded the unconscious Jason, preventing any approach from others. Each summoned beast possesses its own innate skills, and the extraordinary ability of this particular entity is of a terrifying caliber, allowing it to absorb the soul energy of its adversaries through mere contact. Though not fatal, this ability induces extreme weakness. The cavalry and their steeds were rendered utterly feeble, collapsing under their own weight. Thus it could be said they perished by their own misfortune rather than by Jason's hand. Yet, this predicament raises numerous unanswered questions, and the summoned beast, despite its awareness, finds itself unable to fathom them. Jason, however, recognizes that now is not the time for such inquiries. Having glimpsed the errors of his past within the depths of his soul, he has resolved to embrace his true self. The foremost issue to address is the current state of one's physical condition. Jason initially believed himself to be gravely injured. However, it was only through the explanation of his summoned spirit that he realized he bore no wounds at all. The members of the Adventurers Guild dared not approach him, suggesting that he was likely still lying in that open space. Jason wished to inquire about the duration of his unconsciousness, but the spirit hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. Although it had arrived in this world accompanied by his innate memories, possessing formidable combat instincts and inherent skills, it lacked any knowledge of common facts. Otherwise, it would not have been unable to discern friend from foe, thereby rejecting all living beings from approaching Jason. Then release me now, Jason urged, aware that the summoned spirit must possess a means to do so, as it had previously stated that his consciousness had returned to his body and that the surrounding space was conjured for his protection. In an instant, the azure realm vanished without a trace, and Jason was able to perceive his surroundings clearly. He noticed several individuals, garbed like beggars, gazing at him from a distance, while a young nobleman in their midst appeared anxious. Beside him stood Mariana, cloaked in her attire. The nobleman, adorned in finery, was none other than Harry. Just as Jason prepared to greet them, the voice of the summoned spirit echoed in his mind. Master, you have yet to bestow a name upon me. I am averse to being referred to as a summoned spirit. The soul-summoning beast is composed of the essence of human souls, which inadvertently reveals a sense of dissatisfaction with the term summoning beast within its consciousness. Indeed, you exist like a mere shadow. Henceforth, I shall call you Soul Shadow. Jason has aptly named it, and now rises from the ground to approach Harry and Melina. This marks the first update of the day. With a word count of 2,600, I trust you all will keep a vigilant watch, as it undoubtedly shall exceed 10,000. Perhaps even reaching 20 or 30,000. Little Moo is poised for a remarkable outburst. A brief preview. Has the bandit alliance of Anquis been toppled by the cavalry of Tikhar? With the absence of high-ranking leadership within the bandit alliance in Free City, what strategies shall be employed to navigate through this crisis? What influence will Anquis's methods have on Jason's life? Stay tuned. Chapter 16. Anquisi and the Alliance. Jason. Are you alright? Harry exclaimed as he embraced Jason. As Jason drew near, a hint of panic flickered in the eyes of those present, evidently still haunted by the eerie powers of the Soul Shadow from that fateful day. However, when no unusual occurrences transpired upon Jason's arrival, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Harry's reaction touched Jason deeply. This man, who typically adhered strictly to noble etiquette, would never have displayed such emotion under ordinary circumstances. His evident excitement signified genuine joy for Jason's well-being. After their embrace, the two men shared hearty laughter. Jason's gaze then shifted to the cloaked figure nearby. Melina had not removed her hood, yet the brim was raised, revealing a pair of bright eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her complexion appearing somewhat haggard. Seeing her in such a state caused a pang of sorrow in Jason's heart. He yearned to offer her an embrace, but restrained himself. Instead, he bestowed upon her a reassuring smile before turning to Harry. Brother, how long was I unconscious? Is everyone else all right? Oh, Jason, everyone is well. Currently, the Lord of the Floating City is in Free City, and we have declared an all-out war against the Mercenary Alliance. Now that you're all right, we must hasten back. Harry responded. From his tone, Jason deduced that the situation in Free City had become quite tense. At such a critical juncture, Harry's formidable strength was dedicated to safeguarding him. Reflecting on Uncle Bufo's kindness, Jason felt a swell of gratitude as they promptly set off for Free City. On his way back, Jason learned through Harry's introduction that after his fainting spell, the members of the Adventurers Guild had triumphed over the cavalry. However, when they prepared to retreat, they discovered they could not approach Jason. Thus, a portion of them remained behind to safeguard him, while the others hastened back to Free City. Upon returning to Free City, Buff dispatched additional personnel, among whom was Melina. Among this group was also a mage. Buff mobilized a substantial amount of crystals to prepare a colossal teleportation array around Jason, intending to transport him directly back to Free City. Meanwhile, the Mercenary Alliance also sent individuals, but their archers were swiftly eliminated by Harry, and the warriors could not approach Jason. It appeared that Tikhar believed Jason alone would not significantly impact the overall situation, leading to only minor disturbances rather than substantial attacks. As for the current circumstances in Free City, Harry lacked clarity, only knowing that there had been several significant skirmishes. However, what was concerning was that the Miracle Mercenary Corps seemed to have stationed in Free City, indicating that the Yuya Empire might be poised to engage in the conflict. Presently, a pall of gloom enveloped Free City, as everyone feared that Tikhar would recklessly seek military assistance from Yuya. Should the regular forces of Yuya enter Free City, it would spell disaster for the city. Other empires, upon learning of Yuya's regular army's involvement, would undoubtedly seize it as a pretext to advance upon Free City. The bandit alliance led by Anx suffered a catastrophic defeat during the raid on Free City, resulting in a significant lull in their activities. Currently, bandits from various regions are hastily returning to Free City, and it is anticipated that once Anx amasses his forces, he will unleash a frenzied retaliation against the Mercenary Alliance. This man is inherently deranged, and it is inconceivable that he would swallow such humiliation. Jason found himself overwhelmed. The current situation was far more intricate than the Purification War on the plateau years ago. With three factions embroiled in conflict and the looming threat of interference from other empires across the continent, the scenario resembled a chaotic stew, a veritable mess of entanglements. In the past, his instinct would have been to suggest abandoning their position in Free City and retreating into the mountains. However, following the recent events in the Soul Void, Jason resolved to no longer evade his fate. He would stand and fight alongside the members of the Adventurers Guild until the bitter end. Faced with the multitude of challenges ahead, he would stride forward, unperturbed by the obstacles. With this thought, Jason glanced back at Melina, who was trailing behind him. It was truly commendable for her. A noble lady unaccustomed to hardship, to accompany him and his comrades in their swift journey to Free City. Melina, who had been observing Jason's silhouette, felt her cheeks flush crimson like autumn apples upon meeting his gaze. Her heart raced, threatening to leap into her throat. The charming and delicate image she presented captivated Jason, and he resolved that upon their return to Free City, he would ensure she was escorted safely back to Zhao Valley. In his heart, he wished to shield Melina from the perils of this war. The crowd hurried along, and in less than half an hour, the wooden walls of Freedom City came into view. From a distance, the atmosphere was far more ominous than when they had first arrived, with a palpable sense of danger hanging over the dilapidated houses. To the south of Freedom City lay a camp, which Jason surmised was likely the Miracle Mercenary Corps. Judging by the size of the encampment, it was evident that at least several thousand had arrived, indicating that war was inevitable. Should the major empires intervene in the conflict of Freedom City, it would undoubtedly provoke tensions elsewhere, potentially igniting a continent-wide conflagration. The imperial front lines might extend their reach across the entire land, Jason pondered, analyzing the situation in his mind. He was not afraid of a full-scale war breaking out. On the contrary, such chaos would facilitate his rescue mission. In the turmoil of the continent, the Highlanders might seize the opportunity to establish their own forces. Jason, let us enter the city from the west. Come, for President Fufu is likely already aware of your awakening and is preparing to welcome you in Freedom City. Harry's voice pulled Jason from his reverie. Let us proceed. This time, Jason was indeed returning as a hero, having single-handedly saved the main force of the Adventurers Guild and enduring 5 days of unconsciousness on the battlefield due to his injuries sustained while bravely rescuing the president. It is noteworthy that Fufu held the title of the King of Exiles within the Adventurers Guild, revered as a deity by all exiles. Jason's act of saving him was nothing short of a boon for the entire guild. However, Jason remains unaware of these matters for the time being. The information has been disseminated by agents of the Buddhist sect. Harry, having been preoccupied with safeguarding Jason at the gold mine, is oblivious to the current situation. When the Buddhist sect decided to release this information, some voices expressed concern, suggesting that it might create an impression of promoting Jason and potentially incite discontent among the factions vying for power within the guild. Nevertheless, Buddha cast a stern glance at the dissenting voice and proclaimed a statement that would shape the entire Adventurers Guild. Jason is a disciple of Elder Kiwat, the rightful heir to the guild's elder position, and he is already an elder of the Adventurers Guild. Buddha refrained from mentioning Jason's extensive combat experience, as revealing this could compromise Jason's identity and attract the attention of the church. As for Jason's current status as an elder, nearly everyone speculated whether Kiwat had passed away, a conjecture not entirely unfounded. However, without confirmation from Buddha, no one dared to voice this openly. Anquis, on the other hand, has driven himself to madness. The cunning old fox, Tihal, publicly allies with him, claiming a desire to eradicate the Adventurers Guild in one fell swoop. Yet, clandestinely, he has included his own calculations in the mix. Presently, in Free City, the Bandit Alliance lacks any formidable experts. Unlike mercenaries, they do not engage in regular drills for coordinated maneuvers. The bandits, relying on sheer numbers in past skirmishes, would swarm their enemies indiscriminately, but now, facing the Mercenary Alliance, the forces from Free City alone are decidedly insufficient. Upon returning from the gold mine, Anquisi had already dispatched several messengers, preparing to summon the various brigand bands from across the continent to the Free City, intent on crushing that band of mercenaries. Although Anquisi was known for his bloodthirsty and brutal nature, this was only directed towards his enemies. He harbored a deep affection for his subordinates, and thus, the recent loss of so many had left him deeply resentful towards the Mercenary Alliance. In this light, Anquisi felt gratitude towards the members of the Adventurers Guild for not taking advantage of his vulnerability on his way back to the Free City, and instead, he found himself protected during an ambush. He subsequently arranged for an escort back to the headquarters of the Brigand Alliance. However, he felt a pang of guilt for previously conspiring with members of the Mercenary Alliance to plot against them. Upon learning of the return of Jason, the very individual who had come to his aid that day, he immediately gathered his men and headed straight for the Adventurers Guild, determined to express his heartfelt thanks. Anquisi, being a rough man, was oblivious to the fact that his visit to the Adventurers Guild might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. He simply understood that one must always repay a kindness. Today's update is the second one, totaling 3,000 words. Apologies for the delay, I overslept. However, I will continue tonight. There will be 2 to 3 more updates, so please provide your support. Chapter 17. The Friendship of Enquisi. When Fofu saw Jason return safely, his face was alight with joy. The situation in Free City had become increasingly tense in recent days, with the Miracle Mercenary Corps stationed outside the city, which made Fofa hesitant to take any retaliatory measures. As for the powerful force lurking behind Free City, it seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no leads to pursue. At this moment, Fofu had little hope left for them. It had been 5 days since the attack, and Fofu had already sent word to the forces that might return to Free City. He awaited their arrival, knowing that once reinforcements came, the Adventurers Guild would engage in full-scale conflict with the Mercenary Alliance. Fofu was aware of Enquisi's temperament and suspected that the Bandit Alliance was also preparing for action. In such a scenario, it would be advantageous for the Adventurers Guild to respond only after the Bandit Alliance initiated their assault, as even the formidable Miracle Mercenary Corps would struggle to withstand a combined onslaught from 2 major powers. In this context, seeing Jason return in safety was undoubtedly a significant boon. Jason's performance at the gold mine had astounded Fofu. The shadow he conjured was an enigma that Fofu could not decipher. Uncle Fofu. Jason was about to bow, but Fofu lifted him by the shoulders. Jason, not one to adhere rigidly to formalities, refrained from bending too low and simply exchanged a friendly fist bump instead. Jason, what exactly was that magic you used the other day? It certainly did not resemble a soul summon. Fofu, concerned about any potential repercussions for Jason, was not well versed in military tactics, yet he considered himself quite adept in the realm of magic. Jason found himself at a loss for words, pondering the wisdom of keeping certain matters concealed from others. With so many individuals surrounding him, the risk of inadvertent revelations loomed large. His soul shadow had not dissipated, rather, it had integrated into his spiritual realm, allowing for its summoning in future battles. Jason recognized that this revelation would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the magical community. Should it escape into the public domain, it would likely attract the attention of numerous adept practitioners from the Free City, eager to seek him out. Just as Jason grappled with the absence of a suitable excuse, a wild voice fortuitously intervened. Anquis, what brings you to our Adventurers Guild instead of rallying forces for the Bandit Alliance? Sam, already frustrated by his inability to converse with Jason, felt irked. Fortunately, the question posed by President Fofu aligned with his own curiosity. Thus, he eagerly awaited the answer, only to be interrupted by Anquis's voice. Given their long-standing discord with the Bandit Alliance, Sam had little patience for Anquis's presence. Jason, too, was perplexed by the sudden camaraderie. When had they become so close? Anquis's unexpected warmth raised suspicions of ulterior motives. However, Jason quickly dismissed the notion that Anquis's approach was part of some scheme. The man was rather straightforward and lacked the guile for such machinations. Furthermore, given his current standing in the Free City, Jason hardly possessed any value that would warrant Anquis's attention. Jason was unaware that he had become a mysterious legend in Free City. Following the recent events, it was rumored that Jason surpassed even his mentor, Koth, prompting Koth to pass on the position of elder of the Adventurers Guild to him. If Jason were to hear such gossip, he would certainly disagree with their assessment. Years prior, Koth, despite being gravely injured, had managed to defeat a knight of the church with a single, close-range strike. Had it not been for his intervention, Koth would not have succumbed to the severe backlash of magic. In Jason's heart, Koth's formidable strength was something he believed he could never hope to surpass. As the years rolled on, the bard sang of a different interpretation of the events of today. On the day when the millennia-old seal was lifted, King Maya sang a triumphant hymn for all creation. The demon of war was vanquished by King Maya, with his vast heart conquering all. Haha, brother Jason. Anquis owes you a life debt today, having never owed anything to anyone before. From this day forth, you shall be regarded as Anquis' brother. The gold of Anquis is now your gold, and the women of Anquis are your women. Chuckling, Anquis continued, but Jason hastily interrupted his oaths, fearing that if he let Anquis speak further, he might whimsically offer one of his female slaves to him. Such an occurrence was indeed plausible in Anquis' hands. Yet Jason found it intolerable. He was raised on the plateau, where the education he received, though not yet at the pinnacle of equality, was devoid of a slave system. Reflecting the simplicity of the plateau's people. What does this mean? Brother rescued Anquis, and in doing so, became Anquis's eternal benefactor. Anquis's expression darkened as he turned to address the remaining leaders of the bandit alliance who had followed him. From now on, Brother Jason is my brother, Anquis. Understand this clearly. This young mage is my brother, and all that belongs to me belongs to him. Although Anquis was a rough character, his ascent to the position of chief of the bandit alliance indicated a considerable depth of character. His recent conspiracy with Tikhar had been betrayed by the cunningly dubbed Old Fox, Tikhar, leading him to owe a favor to the Adventurers Guild. Anquis's nature was one that could not tolerate ingratitude. However, repaying the favor to the Adventurers Guild might jeopardize the interests of the bandit alliance. Thus, he chose to express his gratitude towards Jason instead. In recent days, he had learned that although Jason was a disciple of Cute and had been recognized as an elder of the Adventurers Guild by Fufu, he was still a newcomer from Free City, likely lacking deep ties to the guild. Anquis intended to cultivate a bond with him, believing that in future matters, Jason would not use their friendship as leverage against him, thereby preventing any actions detrimental to the bandit alliance. While Anquis's thoughts might elude the perception of the younger Jason, they certainly could not escape the keen gaze of Fufu. When it comes to cunning strategies, they stand as the foremost among the three great powers in Freedom City, having engaged in such maneuvers for countless years. Although Fufu is rather conservative, his focus solely on the study of magic leads him to neglect the development of the guild. Yet this does not imply that he is oblivious to Anquis's usual conduct. In fact, Fufu is rather pleased with Anquis's approach. After all, if the latter were truly pressed, would it matter if a favor were to be repaid? One cannot compel others, and more importantly, the notion that the Adventurers Guild would resort to coercing someone into owing a debt of gratitude for a life saved is hardly a favorable narrative. It would be far wiser to align with Anquis's sentiments, as Jason is still a member of the Adventurers Guild, and becoming a benefactor to Anquis would ultimately be advantageous for the guild. Moreover, the act of rescuing Anquis was merely incidental. At that moment, they were all trapped, and Anquis was indeed a key combatant during their escape. Noticing Jason's hesitance to decline, Fufu quickly sought to smooth things over. Oh, the spirit of Chief Anquis is truly commendable. It is indeed a cause for joy that Jason has become a brother to Chief Anquis. Let us not linger here, please. Let us discuss this further within the guild. With that, he gestured invitingly. Anquis, without hesitation, stepped inside. Jason, perceiving Fufu's intent for him to accept Anquis, chose to remain silent. Today's updates have reached the standard. Let us consider tomorrow as potential as we approach the late hours.